back and take our objective. This is our final stand. We must defend the position at all costs.
Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare!
Our eyes in the skies are paying off a big take. All that they have is their commander, or our Q7S, Tala, the commander on the back line. They're being funneled. See if we actually get respawns out of it.
Another one.
Another missile's going to land. This one I can only assume is going to land right on the point. We're at 75%. It lands. It does not get what they want. What is that, 7? The attackers cannot stand what they get. Wow.
Are pressing the attack. They are not stopping here. We're about to be sub 10 minutes and through the B sector here.
They got vehicle superiority on the ground. You're just trying to spawn in, but the problem is you're spawn die, spawn die, spawn die until you lose. 14 and a half minutes, utter domination. Dead dog and idle. Dog walk their opponents. They can see what you can see at home, that Rapid Lo-Fi is putting on a show for us. They lose another vehicle though. Tank, destroyer, and tank pushing aggressively, and we got a beacon down. If they get another trade here, this is a huge take. DNI have some momentum now.
New pilot finally trying to overextend with a helicopter right now to take out LAV. Been pestering the entirety of the match. But honestly, at the end of everything, at the end of fault, not even at the end, during Sector B, DNI, they put up a great defense. So many vehicles being destroyed on the attempt from Rapid Lo-Fi to attack.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Invitational. It's Warfare Stand or Fall Day 1.
身负最强之名，一路走来，我们是所有人研究的焦点。胜利是我们肩负的期望，失误就是在犯罪。但能走到决赛的对手又岂是等闲之辈？
A tactical redeploy beacon. All of these TL players coming in from the top of the tower. Give me more value from the helicopter, please. This is crazy strats. I'm blown away.
มามืดถ้าเกิดคุณยังเรียกพวกเราแบบนั้นอยู่แสดงว่าคุณยังไม่เข้าใจเกมนี้เลยด้วยซ้ำใครที่เคยมองข้ามพวกเราต่างก็ได้รับบทเรียนใหม่ไปแล้วการที่ได้เข้ามาถึงรอบสุดท้ายแสดงให้เห็นว่าพวกเราแข็งแกร่งแค่ไหน
Home run to take down the tank destroyer, and it's looking like it's going pretty dang well again. 3 for 3. Finally, HR says I'll do it myself.
저희는 잠시 패자조로 내려왔지만 이 경험은 성공으로 가는 길을 더 선명하게 비춰줄 것입니다. 부담감은 결승에 먼저 오른 상대팀이 느낄 것입니다. 결승 무대에 다시 섰을 때 저희는 모두의 예상을 뛰어넘는 모습으로 진화해 있을 겁니다.
聚光灯下，最后一战是捍卫荣耀，也是创造历史。当所有人开始欢呼的时候，我知道腾龙的名字将会被世界记住。
Please welcome Team Tolo!
Yeah, third lob off in the distance. Remember the one that was holding down the helicopter? We do finally lose one lob inside of TL.
e스포츠 역사 속에서 저희는 묵묵히 자리를 지켜왔습니다. 누군가의 전설을 따라가기보다 우리만의 역사를 만들어 나갈 때입니다. 새로운 도전의 서막이 열렸습니다. 저희는 이 전장 가장 높은 곳에 머무를 것입니다.
Here it comes, DNI!
Aggressively, and we got a beacon down. If they get another trade here, DNI has some momentum now.
อย่าคิดว่าพวกเราไม่มีอะไรในโลกของ e-sport สิ่งที่ล้ำค่าที่สุดคือหัวใจที่ไม่ยอมแพ้และอยากชนะมากกว่าใครนั่นคือสิ่งที่พวกเรามีวันนี้พวกเราจะก้าวขึ้นไปเป็นตำนานบทใหม่
Please welcome Tuxedo NXG!
They're gonna steal it! They're gonna steal it!
Legacy to seal the deal.
Xin được chào đón cộng đồng người hâm mộ Delta Force tại Việt Nam và trên toàn thế giới đang cùng quay trở lại với ngày thi đấu cuối cùng của Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare diễn ra tại Hanoi, Việt Nam.
Welcome to the audience at the Gwangneung Sports Complex and the fans watching live all around the world. Welcome to the finals!
Chúng ta đã trải qua 3 ngày thi đấu với những diễn biến rất rực lửa, nơi mà những chiến thuật và bản lĩnh được đẩy lên tới đỉnh điểm. Và chắc chắn trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay thì những bất ngờ sẽ vẫn còn đó và thậm chí là còn bùng nổ hơn nữa. Bởi đây sẽ là ngày để quyết định tìm ra biệt đội Warfare số 1 thế giới.
After 3 days of competition, where skill and strategy were pushed to their limits, we are confident that the surprise will continue in today's competition, and today is the day that we will find out who is the world champion.
Vậy thì còn chần chờ gì nữa? Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng chúng tôi hướng mắt lên sân khấu để chào đón đội tuyển đầu tiên sẽ góp mặt trong trận đấu mở màn. Thăng Long!
Without further ado, the first team to participate in today's competition, let's welcome Thang Long!
Với chuỗi trận thăng hoa, Thăng Long đang bước vào ngày thi đấu hôm nay với sự tự tin và phong độ cao nhất. Họ mang đến một đội hình cân bằng và giàu chiều sâu, nơi thành viên đều là những tay súng bộ binh sắc bén và kết hợp cùng các kỹ sư phương tiện cũng như con người đã được tôi luyện qua hàng loạt đấu trường lớn trong và ngoài khu vực. Họ không vội vàng, tính toán từng pha di chuyển và kiểm soát từng tình huống. Chính sự điềm tĩnh, chuẩn xác và kinh nghiệm dày dặn ấy đã đưa họ trở thành cái tên được kỳ vọng hàng đầu cho ngôi vương của mùa giải năm nay. Và liệu rằng họ có thể tiếp tục chuỗi chiến thắng hay không? Hãy cùng tìm câu trả lời với Commander AG7 Cat cùng các đồng đội sẽ mang đến trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay.
After two convincing victories, Thăng Long enters this match without the utmost confidence. They boost the balance and a deep roster, while each player is a sharp infantry marksman combined with vehicle engineers, who went through numerous major tournaments both regionally and internationally. They carefully plan every move, control every engagement, and maximize every opportunity. These experiences will make them to be the top team of this championship this year. Can Thăng Long continue the winning streak? The answer will be relieved by the commander AG7 Cat and his teammates in today's match.
Và hãy cùng chào đón đối thủ của Thăng Long ngày hôm nay, Tuxedo and XG.
Next, let's welcome Tuxedo and XG.
Tuxedo and XG, đội hình sở hữu những người chơi phương tiện cực kỳ chắc tay và những dàn bộ binh kỹ năng cao, khả năng bắn súng chuẩn xác và kiểm soát bản đồ vượt trội. Họ đã tiến thẳng đến ngày thi đấu hôm nay một cách đầy thuyết phục. Trước mắt sẽ là một thử thách vô cùng lớn khi đối đầu với Thăng Long, một tập thể được đánh giá là ứng cử viên hàng đầu cho chức vô địch. Hãy cùng dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để cùng đón chờ phần thể hiện của Tuxedo and XG.
They're a team boosting extremely skilled vehicle players combined with highly skilled infantry units, accurate marksmanship, and map control. The challenges ahead are immense, facing Thăng Long, a team currently in the peak form and considered the top team in this tournament. Can they continue their winning streak? Let's welcome Tuxedo and XG!
Và còn chần chờ gì nữa, hãy cùng chúng tôi đến với trận đấu mở màn để tìm ra tấm vé đầu tiên bước vào trận chung kết tổng. Trận đấu xin phép được bắt đầu!
There's no turning back. This is the match. We'll find out the final ticket to the finals.
Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into finals day here at DFIW Stand or Fall. It is day 4, grand finals, 3 teams left. The stakes couldn't be higher. I'm Coach, it's Vivid. We've been with you all the last 4 days, seen like 12 best of 3s already. It has been insane stuff, Vivid, and I am so pumped about today and this first matchup. How you feeling?
Feeling good, yeah. It's been an absolute marathon here at DFIW. Finally, on the last day, we're going to see who crosses the finish line. We've got a couple of favorites. We are sure that you at home also have a couple of favorites. Super excited to get into the competition. We keep saying, as we get further and further into this event, the teams, they're just going to get closer in skill level, and the games are just going to get better. They've already been good. Imagine them just a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Dude, I'm so pumped. And let me be very clear what's about to happen. We're playing winners bracket finals first, all right?
Yeah.
Folks, both of these teams are undefeated. Not even undefeated. They are perfect neither have dropped a map yet. Not a single map. So this matchup is going to be insane. You popped in at the right time. But let me recap everything that's happened over the last couple days and leading up to this event. To start, we started with 8 total teams of 20 players each plus their substitutes. They all came in from all over the world through a bunch of different qualification tournaments to make it to this stage. You can see all 8 teams here on your screen. Of course, if you've been watching the English broadcast, you've probably heard us talk about No Mercy from the Delta Force Global League Season 3. We casted over that qualification series. They made it to this stage as well. DFIW qualifier there from DNI and so on and so forth. However, the big ticket is that everybody that made it to this stage is making a little bit of cash. If you win out first, you're still walking away with $10,000. Our total prize pool of $200,000. A lot of this already haven't been given out because we're down to the final 3 teams, and that's where it gets wild, because if you win this competition, that's $60,000, and every place you do better throughout the course of today, just winning this match right here is assuredly going to get you 40 instead of 30, because you're going to be going straight to the grand finals. And all we have for you today is 3 best of 3s. TL versus Tuxedo in XG to start. This is winners finals, and then DNI is waiting for their revenge tour down in the losers bracket, waiting to see who loses that upper bracket matchup. They'll then play into the grand finals, and then finally our grand finals today. These are the last 3 best of 3s. Grand finals is going to be a banger, but I think every single one of these matchups is going to be very, very close. And so let's talk about the rules as well. To break it all down, it is quite simple, frankly. We're playing a single best of 3. That's it at every stage on every matchup that we just talked about. To win, you've got to win 2 maps in total. Each team is going to attack and defend on the map that they're given. That map is randomly assigned. If we do go to game 3, it is determined by the tiebreakers on your screen, and essentially the team that does better will be able to select the priority side based on the map that is chosen by the opposite team. So that's how that all works. It's pretty simple to follow, and frankly, Vivid, what's wild as we take a look at the bracket is that we have only seen 1 single best of 3 go to game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy. Take a look at the top there, right? TL. Their path here to the upper bracket finals. They beat RRQ7S. They beat DNI, both of those 2-0. Tuxedo and XG, similar path there. They went ahead and beat out No Mercy and Rapid Lo-Fi, both of those being 2-0. Dead Dog and Idol, that's going to be the team that is still in the competition in the lower bracket. The team that beat them, the team that put them down there is, of course, TL.
Yeah, TL is on paper maybe one of the strongest teams, but I think we heard it in the intro there. TXD basically saying, don't call us dark horses, and I can agree. They're a top 3 team right now, and they're doing a really good job. They're perfect on this tournament technically. TL just looks a little bit more dominant. So as we talk about predictions, I think we both agreed going into this one, folks. We're saying TL continues their streak, stays perfect going into the grand finals, winning upper bracket finals 2-0. I mean, we're on the same page, but any words on this matchup?
I mean, listen, I was kind of hyping up these games that we're going to be seeing today because, like I mentioned, the skill level should be getting closer and closer. Take that into account when you see me go ahead and predict a 2-0. If you didn't get an opportunity to watch the TL matches that we got to watch, trust me, a 2-0 seems very, very likely. They are by far, in my opinion, the favorites to win the competition.
They're the favorites to win the competition, but they have to perform on main stage. They can't get comfortable. They've got to go in with confidence, yes, but too much ego, and you can sell. We've even seen that on broadcast before. So, folks, make sure that you all are putting in your predictions as well. By doing that, you just have to type into any of our chats. Let's talk about these teams so you have a better idea of which team you want to root for. Let's start with TL Ting Long, led by the man, the myth, and the legend, AG78 Cat. Unbelievable commander, makes insane calls. Who else stands out to you on this list?
Yeah, he is just so good. I can tell you one name that instantly stands out to me. I think everybody that's had an opportunity to go ahead and watch the matches is going to stick out to them as well. Aim Bobo. Let me tell you something. Throughout the competition, we've been talking about a DNI player that's going to be Artyom. The only other player that has been at this event so far that I think matches up maybe even a little bit better is Aim Bobo. He's got some incredible highlights throughout this competition so far. Aim is in his name for a reason. always is going to put on a masterclass.
And I want to be very clear about something. AG78 Cat, the commander, is on paper the best commander here just by raw stats alone. The amount of points that AG78 Cat is able to bring in based on the way the team executes on his commands has net him the highest number of points out of any commanders per game. But let's talk about TXT. This is not an underdog team. This is not a dark horse team. They are a very good team led by Romania. However, the MVP of this team is not their commander. They have a slightly different play style. The leader of this team, the MVP, NTPP. This player is unstoppable. One of the top slayers in the competition. Definitely a difference maker for this roster. Anybody else stand out for you from this squad?
I mean, honestly, it's really hard to go ahead and shout out anybody else. I know, looking at some of the stats right here, Winter actually is going to be picking up a lot of the kills, especially against their game in Rapid Lo-Fi, which, by the way, that was an incredible game to watch, right? We kind of came into the competition, Rapid Lo-Fi, after their first game in the bracket. They absolutely stomped, and TXT, we were kind of predicting that RLF were actually going to win that game. TXT, absolutely incredible here, but the odds are stacked up against them. If anybody on this team is feeling like putting on an absolute masterclass of a performance today, they are definitely going to need it. It's going to be needed in order to stack up against TL.
Yeah, and it's really interesting when we talk about this team, but I want to talk about the matchup in general and the top 3 players in each category. Look at this. Actually, interestingly enough, this is what I was talking about top slayer. NTPP from TXD is the top slayer out of both teams, whereas AG78 Cat as the commander is the highest in points. I think some of the highest average points out of any player in the entire competition, and then highest assists actually going to Adi there from TL as well. Also, caveat with these score lines, NTPP, the games that TL have played have been very short. So you got to keep that in mind as well. Let's take a look at these 2 MVPs from each of the rosters. Again, very different play styles. So we got a little bit of a Venn diagram. Talk to me about a couple of these stats. Anything stand out to you?
Straight away, right, top of the screen there, total score. I cannot put an emphasis on how crazy it is. Again, Go just mentioned it. The TL games, they've been a little bit shorter, but it just does not matter. 78 Cat always finding some value no matter what he's doing. Yeah, sure, losing out in the total kill category, but this guy's the commander, and he's almost stacking up in total kills against what is supposed to be the fragger of TXT. How are you finding so much value? How are you picking up so much score? How are you picking up so much kills while you are also commanding a 20-man squad?
Yeah, it's a really good shout. AG78 Cat can do it all is really what it feels like. It is 20 players per roster. They've got a full squad of subs. It's really cool to see the strategy from both of these teams. AG78 Cat has been able to do it all. One of the reasons for that, and this is a decently standard role for a commander, they usually play inside of vehicles, right?
Yeah.
And so with that vehicle gameplay, AG78 Cat has been a big difference maker for his team while executing on that scoreline. Also, a small caveat to those stats is that the commanders do earn extra score. So it does make sense that he outscores NTPP by a sizable margin. But can I be very clear about NTPP? When we talk about top slayers, averaging 50 kills per map is ridiculous. Can I be very clear about that? That is insane. At an esports level on land, you're dropping 50 every game? What in the world? Watch out for NTPP. TXD is a very good team, and I am very curious to see what the chat is saying. Our global chat.
Wow, okay.
I'm going to be honest. It's just as expected. I was expecting maybe even a little bit more in favor of TL. We've got a lot of believers for TXD.
I was thinking we were going to see our first 80%. If I'm being completely honest, Coach, right? That's how one-sided we kind of think this is going to go, right? Let's talk about the team dynamics here. TL, why are they so good? Why are we hyping them up? They just have those nerdy strats that work out every single time. We have yet to really see one of their strats fail. Every single time that they go for something that they want, they end up executing on it. Now, I will say, on the opposite side of things, right, TXD, the one thing that I feel like they have been the best at is controlling the vehicle game.
Yeah, they have been very, very good about that. TXD, I would call a very traditional, very systematic team. I think every matchup we've seen them play, they were able to take down No Mercy with ease at the very beginning of the tournament on Trainwreck. Obviously played Threshold after that. I think this team is a good one. I think they actually are a great one. I think the big question is, do they have the star power to compete with TL, who has so many stars that are understated. I mean, there's a couple individuals on TL we hardly ever highlight.
Yeah.
Because AG78 Cat is at the top of every leaderboard, and you know, the commander, they get all the publicity. Dude, I casted over Mo, who's on this team, at DFI in operations. One of the most individually skilled players I've ever seen in Delta Force, period, regardless of the mode. And he's on this team. And he's a little bit understated because there's so many heavy hitters, so many people that are, you know, worth giving their flowers to, that it's hard to talk about all of them. I feel like the star power on TL is more than TXD, but TXD is a very systematic team. If TL comes in too confident, too much ego, I think they can drop a map.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about TL, right? You're kind of talking about how it seems like it's been hard for us to kind of point out some of those star players. They haven't really needed a star player performance yet. They haven't really needed somebody to kind of step up and help them across that finish line, just because them cohesively as a team does a good enough job, a very good job at just going ahead and doing exactly whatever they need to go ahead and win the game. So, you know, we keep saying it time and time again as we go deeper into the competition. We do expect the resistance from the opposition of TL to get stronger and stronger.
We got to turn our attention to the maps.
Yeah.
What map are we going to play? Listen, folks, if you're just tuning in for the grand finals, again, we have a 6-map pool, and we get a chance to see some of our players preparing a 6-map pool. It is randomized every single time, and somehow we've gotten Threshold the most. Let's see what map we get for this matchup. Are we headed to Trainwreck? Are we headed? No way! We have pulled Threshold again. What on earth? This random map generator is going crazy for Threshold, folks. I'm telling you, out of 6 maps, we pulled Threshold. What is this, number 7?
Number 6.
Number 6 total. We pulled it 6 times, and this is match number 12, technically. So it's still at a 50% pull rate.
Crazy.
A 50% pull rate out of 12 matches. That is crazy. Well, as we all buckle in for another Threshold game, we all know how this map works, but I guess maybe some folks may be just tuning in for the Grand Finals day. I think fair enough. It's going to be a really good day. Let's briefly talk a little bit about this map and what we can expect. I think a couple of the quick hits, obviously helicopter on the attack.
Yep.
Obviously point A is a bit of a variable one on how fast it's being captured. But in general, an interesting map, a 3-sector map, C1 and C2 oftentimes taking the longest.
Yeah, absolutely. And the crazy thing about Threshold here is that we have seen TL perform on this map before. It was actually up against DNI. So some of those strategies that they're going to be employing, right? A little bit of scouting could be done here by TXD for this map specifically.
Yeah, true. And I think, too, like, you know, I said C sector is usually the hardest. And that's true. I will say B1 and B2 have been a very interesting sector over the last couple of matchups. B2 and those kind of garages, we're calling them hangars, garage, and everything in between, you know, those garages are actually kind of insane on the defensive side if you have the vehicle advantage. So that original lob will be a key piece. That's something to keep in mind. I'll be super curious to see who's able to hold where. And I think the other thing to think about, too, with Threshold is that you do have the capability of kind of stringing this game out long enough to see a ton of score. And I think that's also really interesting because you can see a lot of guided missiles, you can see a lot of vehicles called in. So, yeah, there's kind of a lot to talk about this map, but you all have seen it now 5 other times, of which we saw, I think, almost 4 of those in a row. So, yeah.
So, Threshold is also very, very important based on where the teams start, like what side they kind of start on, right?
Sure.
Obviously, we know TL is very good. TL have shown us and impressed us the most when they are on the attack side. That is when we get to see all of those nerdy strats kind of pulled out. For this match here, TXD are going to be starting on the attack. Now, once again, I like this for them because TXD, again, they're good at the vehicle game. The fact that they're going to be starting a little bit of a leg up, they're going to start with that helicopter, and they're going to start with that tank destroyer. So you know, already kind of starting up like that against TL, I think is going to be a little bit favorable for them. Now let's talk about how TL are probably going to play the defensive side of this. We saw them against DNI. They instantaneously use that LAV vehicle to just sit as far back as you can possibly go on the Threshold map to continuously go ahead and pester that helicopter. It worked extremely well against DNI, and I would not be surprised to see it work extremely well against TXD as well.
Well, already, and this is oftentimes the case with a lot of our teams, based on what side they pull, they may make some substitutes. So we do see VK come in for ATX. There could be a billion different reasons for why, frankly. Oftentimes, we will see because of helicopter operators or anything like that, but
we have not seen VK yet, and ATX has been in every single game that TXD have played.
okay, so this is a winners final substitute.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well, could be a million reasons why, and I'm excited to see what our substitute is able to do. As per the usual, we got to keep our eyes out for our sub. They could be a difference maker. They could be a big opportunity to kind of lock in and show the world, hey, I'm on a grand finals team potentially if we get the win. I'm on a winners finals team, regardless of whether I'm a sub or an active player. Could be a huge difference maker. We'll keep an eye out for VK as we hop into the game, but that is a good shout. Talk about nerves, man. We're on day 4 of a LAN competition. You've been sitting in the wings watching your team win and win and win and be perfect. And you got to step up onto the stage. A winners finals. Stakes literally couldn't be higher as a spot into the grand finals later today. And you got to play for the very first time.
I do think it is also important to note here, bro, you're kind of talking about nerves. Fatigue can also kind of play a part when you do play in these sorts of competitions. But good thing for TL and TXD, since they are both in the winners bracket. We didn't see them at all yesterday. They had a day off yesterday. Yeah, of course, they played day 1, they played day 2, but day 3, they have a little bit of a rest day. So both of these teams should be well rested. Talking a little bit into the future right here, of course, one of these teams is going to lose this match, and they are going to have to go against DNI in the lower bracket, who is not rested. They had to play every single day so far. So we'll have to keep that in mind as we continue on throughout the day as well.
Yeah, very, very true. Now, again, I think when you compare the two commanders, kind of looking back on some stats, AG78 Cat versus Romania here on the opposition side, really feels like AG78 Cat is a bit more of a difference maker, but at the same time, as we see some of our players celebrate, get ready, get excited, at the same time, not every team plays the exact same strategy. So as much as AG78 Cat is a difference maker, a vehicle operator. Romania, I believe, also a vehicle operator, but I think oftentimes that score going to the commander is just about how well their calls are executed on. So something to keep an eye out for is if there's wasted score, that could be the difference maker here in the upper bracket finals.
One thing that I actually just realized, taking a look back at some of our past matches there, we kept talking about how we saw TL on Threshold and how TXD could actually use that information to kind of get a leg up. TXD, I totally forgot, they also played on Threshold.
Yeah.
That was when we got back-to-back Threshold yesterday, right?
Yep.
TL versus DNI, that was Threshold, and then TXD versus RLF on day number 2 were both Threshold.
Yeah.
So both of these teams are actually pretty equal in terms of being able to see what the team is kind of going to be able to expect coming into this match.
Well, and I think it's also like, let's talk about some of the big strategies that happened during these Threshold games. I think the main thing, take a look at the top right-hand corner of your screen, by the way. We're about to hop into the game. Looking at the monitors, they're loading in, they're selecting their operators, they're making sure they select the right commander, and we're getting into Victory Unite. One quick thing here about Threshold, there's going to be a lot of emphasis at the start of this game on that lob. The defense starts with an anti-aircraft vehicle, and the attack starts with a helicopter and a tank destroyer and an assault vehicle. It's a really important feature of the defense to keep that lob alive. And as the attack, oftentimes we'll see a strike force go for it very early to allow that helicopter free reign. If helicopter gets free reign, that means a ton of value for the attacking team, moving even all the way to point C, because the defense can't even set up on the crane because they're losing the aircraft battle, or the airspace rather. So something to keep an eye out for. Last quick note though, folks, as we're hopping into the game, maybe you're just tuning in for the grand finals, I do want to remind you, we are playing our competitive tournament server. So we had the 6-map pool we talked about. This is also one patch behind, so we're in the War Ablaze season. And this is Victory Unite. That means you will start with 180 tickets. The commander has an opportunity to earn extra score based on objectives. They can call in things like urgent redeployment, because in Victory Unite, respawn timers are very long. So keep that in mind as we go. And of course, if you've got questions on paying attention to chat, we'll make sure that we get your questions answered. But it is Grand Finals Day, and we are about to jump in to our very first map of our first best of 3. This is the upper bracket finals. Vivid, the winner here goes straight to the Grand Finals, waiting on their competition.
Straight to the grand finals. We saw third place, they take home $30,000. First place takes home $60,000. How you perform today could literally be a double up. We mentioned it before. Toxido and XG on Threshold. They're going to be starting on the attack side of things. A little bit of an advantage when it comes to the vehicles to start things off. But they're going against the Titans. Tang Long. They have impressed everybody that has tuned in so far to DFIW. This one is going to mean a lot. So much on the line here on the final day of our event here. I am getting very, very excited how Threshold is going to go. 3 total sectors. The first one there, A, it's going to feature 1 flag. We've seen teams play this very, very differently. Folks, we are in.
Game 1 of the upper bracket finals, and it starts off with a bang. We've got attack moving in as per the usual, straight at the point, blowing holes in the wall. We saw a very brief shot of that lob way off in the distance for the defensive side. Keep an eye out for that lob. Let's make sure it stays alive. Attack helicopter already in the skies and already harrying the bridge, but we've got a strike force from the attack trying to take over this high ground position. This is a classic start, classic flow. Let's see who gets the advantage early.
Instantly, though, I'm seeing the kill feed. It's lit up right now. The helicopter is finding some early value. Little Egg there doing great work as the pilot. Remember, we kind of talked about it already. The LAV available for TL is going to be sitting very far back. Its only job right now is to suppress that helicopter. I am seeing early value already out of the helicopter, which kind of worries me. But look at this. This is an early push into the Palace. I have never seen a team walk into the Palace this fast. And that progression bar right there on Sector A, it is all red.
Got a bunch of respawn beacons, I'm sure, going down for both of these teams. It did look like our helicopter is playing around the skyscrapers. It could force the lob to get a little bit more aggressive to find the right angle. Tank Destroyer has just about cleared out the point, so we got a lot more red on the point than maybe we were expecting this early into the game, and plenty of medics to make sure they stay up. A quick look at the operators. We're seeing just about every operator you can think of. Some folks even favoring Nox for the flanks. Here we go, a big fight on the inside of the Palace, playing around these respawn beacons. This could be a huge win for TXD. We maybe said that TL was the favorite, but TXD is starting out so hot.
What an incredible push. Like I said, I have never seen a team take that backside of the Palace so fast, so aggressively. It looks like literally all 20 boots on the ground right there for TXD are in that Palace. They've actually pushed up. It kind of looks like they're the ones defending A now and kind of waiting for TL to push towards them. It's all red. TXD make quick work of Sector A. We blink, and all of a sudden TL fall early on. 2 minutes is all it took.
Telling you, confidence and aggression go a long way in warfare competition. As we take a look at the push over to B1 and B2, TXD, nice with a huge advantage. We've got a strike force going around the flank on the far side of our screen, and then we've got our main force playing for these yellow tents. The choke point to B1, classic flow yet again from TXD. I told you, they are systematic and strategic, and right now they are winning this game. NTPP, the hero, playing flank here on the far right-hand side, playing down below, does get traded out. I don't imagine that strike force is going to open anything up on the flank. That's too predictable here from TL. There's no way they let that one fly.
Yeah, quick reminder as well. The defensive objective is to deplete all of the tickets on the side of the attack. 180 is the maximum that you start with. They do replenish at about a rate of 60 every time you capture a sector. As you can see, TXD, they went back up to 180 after capturing Sector A. They only lost 4, granted, but they do replenish there a little bit. Now, a little bit of a stalemate here A big objective on Threshold for the attacking side is control of the garage on the left side if you are looking at V1 from the attacking side. Getting your vehicles through that garage is very hard because it's its tunnel where rockets find value easily. But as you can see here, the tank destroyer is already actually through that garage, and they love to go over here into this little corner to try to hide away. But look at this, goes another aggressive push by the boots on the ground of TXD.
B1 is hardly held very long in any match we've seen. B2 is the big test of merit here for the attack to see how efficient they truly are. I haven't seen anything called in from either team. We've only been playing for about 4 minutes. And so far, so good if you're a TXD fan. They're going to take full control over B1. Basically, set that as an established point for respawns and their line of defense. Lank's going to go in and play spoiler here from TL, but then get cut down pretty quickly. Aim Bobo trying to play backup, holding the shipping containers on this close side of our screen as a current. You see the strike force going in from the B2 side on the far side. You see, I think that's Keto and XAII trying to move in. And they're finding actually a little bit of value here with the tank destroyer getting much more active actually around B1 to try to secure this point for the respawns. So far, so good for the attack. Tank destroyer needs to stay alive as per the usual. That's going to be Zomba operating it and just harrying these infantry so the attack boots on the ground can actually push forward. And we've got an urgent deployment, the first of its kind called in already. It's maybe a bit of a desperation play to make sure that we keep up our advantages or at least hold on to whatever bit of B2 we still have. This is not the same TL we are used to seeing, and that's what I thought. The defense calling this in, urgent redeployment, a great name for it because this is an urgent time to redeploy onto B2 to make sure you don't get steamrolled. We have to stop this momentum if we're a TL fan.
Now, we've seen this previously. Just yesterday, actually, on Threshold, we saw a team get B1 very, very early on. And then B2 was actually held for the entirety of the rest of the game, right? So the defense actually won in that scenario. The caveat being is that the vehicles were able to come in for the defensive side of things. TL, they still have that lob that they start the match with, but if they have to start investing that lob onto holding B2, as you can see, it's actually already getting in the mix on B2. They know they're going to need that vehicle to actually hold B2, but now that LAV is not working on the helicopter. It's not going to be suppressing the helicopter. The helicopter needs to start finding value if Toxido and XG want to start pressing their advantage.
That's a great breakdown. The helicopter can be a huge value add. We've seen high degrees of variability on how much value we're getting from a helicopter here on Threshold. We are seeing a crazy amount of value from the attacking vehicles, though. Look at the line that they've been able to push up to.
Jeez.
Through B1, all the way up onto B2. This is going to be a big moment here. They have so many lives. TXD is doing such a good job of picking up revive. They've lost 18, no, that's not math, 28 over the course of like 4 or 5 minutes that they've been in the B sector, which is really not very much at all. Again, you don't see this as an offensive success until sub 120, and Lav is very low. If that reload would have come in from the far side, one Allure rocket, Firecat's gone. Doesn't even have engineers. The tank destroyer is trying to find the angle, but they're playing do-si-do. Ring around the Rosie, able to stay alive.
Found him.
No.
Found him.
See ya. Lob down.
Yeah. Great communication there, right? Tank destroyer, somebody must have came in on the communication side of things in the mic, went ahead and called out, hey, listen, that LAV is very low. Instantaneously, the tank destroyer went ahead and pressed the advantage. Now, again, like I mentioned, B2 is almost only ever held when there are vehicles on the point. The LAV there going down on the side of TL is just screaming for it to be taken right now. 2 vehicles available, urgent deployment on the side of TXD. They are just sweeping the floor with TL early on here on Threshold.
B2 into the neutral zone. This should be a capture here with that urgent redeployment from the attacking side. This is a lot of bonus to be able to respawn near instantly. It is an investment of lives to do so, but it is certainly worth the price. A nice try at a regain here from the defense. They've been able to get back to the point and push back these vehicles. I think this is actually a decently safe play and a nice play from TL to push up and push back the attackers.
That Allure rocket, that one connected right there. The tank destroyer is actually down. Incredible effort from TL to finally stop the bleeding. They had such a big disadvantage when it was down to the vehicle game right there, but finally they were able to bounce back just a little bit, get something working on their side of things, and we've actually seen this before it goes as well, right? This assault vehicle able to drop down beacons very, very often, and what that does is just allows every single member of the team to spawn right there, right in front of B. We saw some incredible pushes from other teams on this map, prioritize destroying that assault vehicle, but the fact that TL were barely able to get that tank destroyer down, I'm not entirely sure if they're going to be able to press towards that assault vehicle, which is why you continuously see the flood here from TXD.
Yeah, nice respawn beacon onto the point. I can't imagine it lasts all that long. It's kind of out in the open. Romania's marked this objective, most likely this objective, for a take. Could have marked B1 for a hold, just to assuredly get some score. Again, that score is so valuable for urgent redeployments, and of course all of the streaks that you guys are used to. But again, TL, certainly resilient in their own right. They've been able to hold on to this point, even with their backs against the wall. Again, we saw a couple of vehicles for them. Those were ATVs. Those were to get to the point faster. They do not have a real vehicle to their name, and you can see that now on our overlay. We've got a Lav on the side of the attack, tank destroyer, and that helicopter in the air that is doing whatever it wants on the map.
Oh! What?
Oh my goodness. What? A couple well-placed rockets. I'm not sure if that was a Luru plus maybe an AT4 shot, and it was perfectly lined up. But talk about a game changer, folks. B2 is about to falter. Helicopter down. Lil Egg was doing so much work in that heli, and they line it up. They knock it down, and they are trying to retake B2 here.
Super rare to see any aerial vehicle go down to the works of some rocket launchers from the ground. As you can see, another vehicle battle going in favor of TL. Urgent redeployment is being called in on both sides. B2 was almost in full control of TXD right there, but because they did not go down to the helicopter, because the vehicles were actually able to spawn in, they're able to roll over all of the boots on the ground of TXD. TL have somehow bounced back.
We got 777 driving this lob, by the way. Adi, who was our top assist player in this entire match, assisting in that engineer role here as 777's getting active. 777 splattering folks, and we have completely retaken B2. Talk about a gigantic momentum shift. I'm not sure which crowd, which team the crowd is going for. I think they're here for a dang good time, and we're certainly finding it right now as Lank's getting extremely aggressive, taking down the assault vehicle, and they are pushing that line all the way back towards B1.
Yep, TXD no longer going to have access to that beacon that has been saving them in this attack right now. If you want to talk about wins on this map, yes, sure. You want to go ahead and defend this. You want to go ahead and win the game overall. But you want to talk about small victories. Once again, remember, I mentioned the tickets. 60 replenished when you capture a sector right now. So that way you want to be around 120 when you do that. So that way you have max tickets going into the next sector. We're at 90 right now. So effectively, if they were to capture B2 right now, they would go into C with 30 less than is the maximum. But Goj, you mentioned it, this line. The line that TXD had pushed all the way up to B2, now it's all the way back at B1. They've got so much space to make up.
Well, big pickup here from vehicles and well earned by the attack. They've got plenty of score, and now they've got the vehicle advantage yet again. They need to use these vehicles effectively, not get too aggressive. Take a look at what's happening over here, though. You can see 3 players from the defensive side waiting on another vehicle of their own. They've got to match some of that firepower. You know how valuable these lavs can be inside, and tank destroyers inside of B2. They may drive all the way in, pending they can get one of these vehicles down. I think it's going to come down to a strike force. I don't think they sacrifice both these lavs by full sending the tank on the outside. We need to see an infantry engineer strike force go out for a vehicle play, and of course the attack's going to be waiting on that.
Tank destroyer trying to get active right now. It goes right through B2. That was just a little bit of a drive-by, seeing if it could find any value, but I'm not going to lie, Goj. My hopes right now for the push from TXD, it is all but burnt out, in my opinion. The fact that 2 LAVs are available on the point right now, it's so rare to see this go down. That was such a great maneuver right there. XD 777, and this LAV was very, very low. The other LAV stepped in front, a little bit of a meat shield. 78 Cat making plays.
Perfect trade from 78 Cat, and he knows he has the advantage, so he's going to push it. Talk about an aggressive play.
Wow!
78 78 Cat, he can do it all. Vehicle operator, commander, retaking the point and saving the life of his teammates. Lav, unbelievable play from the commander. There's a reason he is the MVP of this team over and over and over again.
The momentum swing happened, and man, did it happen hard. The bottom of your screen, the little overlay, 2 vehicles on the side of the defense to 0. 0 on the side of TXT. They had 4 available right there. They pushed in. The defense from 78 Cat turned into an offensive push where they were able to destroy 4 vehicles almost simultaneously. Of course, as we know how it goes, the vehicle is able to be spawned back in with some score, but goes the 2 LAVs on the point, man. Like I said, it's so hard to break through.
This isn't going to be an all-in from the attack yet, but we're getting very close to it. They just called in 2 light tanks. I don't think they've actually called in light tanks yet, so those aren't actually all that expensive. They're probably saving onto some score for either a team strategic beacon or potentially another urgent redeployment. We'll keep our eyes out for that. We do have an artillery strike, but the defense is completely pushed back this push all the way to B1. They're actually just going to retake B1 because they can. Hopefully it's not too aggressive of a push, but I assume they've got their respawn beacons back by B2, so they're willing to give lives on the defensive side up at B1. Talking about a strike force, I told you to watch out for this. As expected, a strike force of rockets coming in for AG78 Cat. The engineers pop out to keep things healthy, and it's worked out well for them. Very well executed to save the day here. 1 engineer goes down. They've got, looks like a medic with them, and they're just getting crushed.
While this strike force on the backside here, and the LAV is forced to kind of back up, 78 Cat is going to make quick work of them, but the secondary LAV that the defense had did get destroyed while this was happening. Yeah. But as you can see, right, the tanks are able to actually push on the B2, clear out some of the infantry. But because the LAV has now cleared out that strike force, it's able to get back into the action, push the tanks back off. But right now, a slight advantage on the side of TXT. And as you can see, I believe that they are feeling like they have an opportunity right now, but it's going to be shut down very, very quickly by the fact that TL are calling in the urgent deployment.
Yeah, they feel it too. They feel the pressure right now, especially with the lob down, vehicle disadvantage. It looks like they're calling in another one right now. They feel it, so they're going to keep bodies onto the point. I will say, by the way, Osmodius from TL called in his own artillery strike, and I think it showed 3. I saw at least 6 in the kill feed. Dude was putting in work from hell itself with that airstrike over the top. AG78 Cat just picks up 6. I don't know what he is cooking. That must be all the engineers of his opponents, because now 777's going into play for the trade. 777's turn to be the hero. These lobs are near unstoppable here from TL, and they have completely pushed back the fight. They lose 1, a nice shot over the top. AG78 Cat, though, is going to punish his opponents, send them back to the respawn, and say, good luck against me. You've got 34 lives.
78 Cat's tired of it. He's no longer wants to look at B2. He no longer wants to defend. He wants to go on the offensive. Pushing all the way up there, picking up all of those kills. That's why we talked about on every single squad, we see fraggers, and usually the commander, yeah, does a great job of picking up score, but 78 Cat doing it all simultaneously on the big stage, showing us time and time again why he's the MVP of TL.
His shot, putting in work, boots on the ground right now, just to stall out on B1. The attackers even have to think about B1. It's just too late to take B2. Certainly not a vehicle advantage either way. Get an assault vehicle here for TXD, trying to figure out, what do we do? Trying to stay alive for a moment. Trying to respawn team in and organize the final push towards B2. It feels like all hope has been lost for TXD. It's AG78 Cat and 777 have regained yet again, both in live still, both playing very well together. It cannot be understated how well both those lives have been able to hold this point. Our commander doing everything for the team. As the final tank comes in for TXD, we need a miracle here in Threshold again, and because we know we need a miracle, we're not going to leave it up to chance. The defense calling an artillery strike to make the push to the point very difficult, and putting out a team strategic beacon so that if anybody falters, they get right back onto the point and don't have to move a muscle before they get back into the fight. It's going to be a player advantage here from the defense in a massive, massive way. As long as they don't make a mistake, this should be a win from TL in map 1.
Yeah, big halt in the effort right there from the attack side, right? They want to reset the 18 tickets, 18 effective lives to work with here. That's why they want to go ahead and reset. They want to make sure when they use them, it is worth it. The push to B2 has to be calculated entirely. The push is coming through, and I can't lie, I see a lot of points, but AG78 Cat, he's looking to end things here. A guided missile is being called in right now. About 10 seconds before this lands, the attack, they're trying to get off of the point. They want to run with their lives. If this thing lands and blows you up, those tickets are instantly depleted, making contact with the ground. I see a value of 1 right there, but again, it separates the attack. The vehicle is pushed off of the point, and now the defense is able to push back into B2 and reclaim the space.
Yeah, Zombra smartly backed up, knew that if that missile's landing, it's landing on my head, so I gotta back out of there as the TXD vehicle operator. This is make or break right now in this tank. TXD can't find any value right when it peeks its ugly head. It gets punished, and even if it doesn't peak, it's gonna get pushed by AG78 Cat, and it's gonna go down by AG78 Cat's engineers. Unbelievable push here from the defense again to get aggressive, and now we're gonna barrel stuff our opponents. We can trade our own vehicle. Get out of my point. Get out of my lobby. TL will win the map. There is no question about it. They need 1 single kill to seal the deal. Unbelievable hold from the defense. A fantastic play from the commander and an overall team effort.
Oh my gosh.
78 Cat adds salt to the wound, takes down 7. They will not be able to be revived. TL go up 1-0 in the winners finals.
As soon as I saw double LAV on the side of TL, able to sit on B2 in that garage with no helicopter for them to worry about, it was all said and done. The story had been written. B2 was always going to be held once that happened. The strategic masterminds, when you hand them a big advantage such as those 2 vehicles in the hands of somebody like 78 Cat and XD777, they do not falter.
Really well done. The play of the game, as we take a look back on some of these highlights, the play of the game is taking that heli down.
Absolutely.
I gotta see exactly what happened on that. Let's take a look back on some of those replays, because again, TXD, as much as that was a TL game at the end, TXD owned the map all the way up to B2. Again, this A point was almost fully wiped in, I think, 2 minutes. They spent 4 lives, they picked up every revive, they could do whatever they wanted. They take B1 immediately, and they push up to B2 in a manner where we thought this was going to Sector C off rip. I mean, it was within the first 10 lives. And then when we got here, things changed dramatically. Look at this. This is early in this matchup. We finally get the hold from the infantry. And then the shots here, I think those were some Allura rockets that ended up cleaning it up. But a huge takedown of the helicopter allowed for both of these lobs to stay on point, back each other up, and get extremely aggressive. And when you allow AG78 Cat and 777 to work in tandem with 2 of these IFB lobs, it is a complete map reversal in TL's favor.
Insane stuff there. Quick glimpse at the player cam during these highlights as well. You saw frustration on the side of TXD. I was hoping for the upset as well. I thought we were going to see it. It looked so good throughout. I was on the same page as you go. I thought we were going to Sector C early on. I was getting ready to start talking about some points, talking about the advantages that they had going into C1 and C2. And then all of a sudden, TL come back. They remind us, hey, no. We know exactly what we're doing.
Well, this is exactly what I was talking about. Let's take a look at the scores before we get more into the nuance of that game. Of course, AG78 Cat at the top of the leaderboard by a country mile. By a country mile on everybody in this competition. Obviously, as a commander, you earn extra score, but he's doing it all as well. 37 kills, 25 assists, prioritizing vehicle destruction, second in that category, only to one of the engineers, I believe. just really well done from AG78 Cat and TL. Obviously, taking a glance at the revive category for both teams, we see pretty solid numbers. Got to shout out CBBT from TXD, picking up 75 revives, and plenty of others picking up 40s and 50s. There's a reason TXD was able to hold on for so long and keep so many lives. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, tough break there, honestly, for TXD. How this is going to work. A little bit of a break here. This is a best of 3, so 1 game down. TL do have the lead, but now they will switch sides on the same exact map. TXD will then be on the defense, and TL are going to be on the attack. Now, typically, we have not been able to back this up with facts from this event, but typically, when we do watch some warfare, it's usually defensive side. As we take a look at some of the stats right there, 12 vehicles being destroyed on the side of TL, no surprise there. Actually, a plentiful amount of revives on their own. A little rare, right, for the defensive side. So,
yeah,
great work there from them.
I think one of the reasons for that, if you start thinking about the map structure and map flow, they're able to pick up a crazy amount of revives on B2 because it's so enclosed, it's so clumped up that a medic's going to go around and pick up as many people as humanly possible just to keep bodies on the point. It's quite not easy, but fairly easy to do that, especially if you get vehicle advantage. So really well done from the defense there to pick up a lot of revive just to keep bodies on the point. There's so many small nuances about that matchup that I wanted to highlight. Again, the air superiority is the obvious one. The helicopter is such a game changer if left unchecked. It was left unchecked. They did lose the lob. It got too aggressive trying to take down the vehicle landing, and TL was ready for it. I think really it goes back to what we talked about at the top of the show for these two teams. TXD is a very good, systematic, strategic team. They have their system, they have their plan, and they are so good at executing upon it. However, TL is on paper, in my opinion, and now by example, a better adapting team. They have great strategy as well, but they were able to adapt to the pressure, make a play, and then flip the script. And once the script was flipped, TXD couldn't pivot.
Yeah, I mean, that happened in like the blink of an eye. Absolutely crazy stuff there. Shout out to TL for being able to overcome the pressure, right? It felt like their backs were up against the wall, and somehow they were able to go ahead and turn that around. Now again, like I was going to say, we like to say sometimes, me and Goj, that warfare, after watching a bunch of it ourselves, usually defensive sided. Usually we like to see the defense win more times than not, but this tournament, again, has not backed that statement up at all. Let's take a look at our MVP. Everybody knew it, 78 Cat. The plays that he was making, we saw it in the highlights, we saw it during the game itself. The small nuances he was able to pull off in that vehicle aren't even shown in the score somehow. And he's almost like double the player behind him on the team.
Yeah, it's really impressive score lines. I think, again, when we talk about stats, we've got a bunch of stats here on the page. AG78 Cat outscores everybody by a mile. It's not really close at all. A look at the best squad, I would assume it's his, and that is correct. Really well done from all three of these players. Look at the assist category. These are most likely, we'll have to double check this, I would assume these are his engineers that are going to be playing with him the entire time. So they're picking up crazy assists inside of his vehicle and around his vehicle, repairing that vehicle to make sure they're the top squad. And it's funny because our best squad stat is actually determined by combined score, I believe. And it's funny because they actually don't have great score. It's just that AG78 Cat score drags it up so much that none of the other squads can compete from a score category. But it truly is a team effort, just like to highlight a couple individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see there, actually, in the squad of 78 Cat, Mao there was very high up on the leaderboard when we took a quick look at it right there in the vehicle destruction category. He was pretty much the highest. I think he had like 82 or something like that.
Sure, I'm sure it's the engineer rocket.
Yeah, definitely engineer for sure. So that being backed up by the fact, part of the squad there, you do want your engineers to be on your squad, so that way if they do end up going down where they're trying to repair your vehicle, they can just spawn back in on you. So great work being done there by the AG squad. Pretty easy to distinguish them from the rest of them, because actually looking at it on the TL team, they're the only ones with AG in front of their name there. So cool to see that. But again, 1-0 right now in favor of TL. They're going to be on the attack, and this is, I honestly think that TL is a better attacker than a defender. Kind of get a little bit nerdy on you guys at home here. TL You guys just watched Threshold, maybe for the first time, maybe for the 100th time like us. See how they're going to start with that helicopter. We kept talking about that whole game, the defensive side, that they start with that LAV vehicle that tries to go ahead and blow up that helicopter. We saw some incredible plays the last time TL played Threshold where they used their helicopter to actually fly all the way to the back of the map where the defense spawns, over top of that LAV that's been pestering them the whole game, and basically sent down a strike force of paratroopers with a bunch of like Allura rockets and every single explosive you can think of, and that LAV was destroyed as soon as B1 spawned for them. So keep an eye out for exactly that. That's going to probably happen on the B sector. We'll have to see if TXD have prepared for that. The A sector, TL have also used a similar strategy, right? Having somebody jump in that helicopter with the pilot, who's probably going to be 78 Cat. And over top of the palace on Sector A, they actually send, again, a paratrooper down, and they kind of come into the palace on the flank side and try to get in that back hallway that we saw TXD take over. TXD did it from the front side. TL probably going to try to do it from the opposite side.
Yeah, and it's also funny too, you know, it's not always the case. It has been the case where I think 2 out of maybe our 8 teams that at least we noticed, AG-78 Cat is the helicopter operator for his team, which is also the commander that we've been hyping up, right? That does give the team an advantage in some ways because you've got eyes in the skies. He's got a better idea of the entire battlefield without having to hear all of the comms. He's able to communicate to the team very effectively. There are also some limitations with that. We know how good AG-78 Cat is on a vehicle on the ground, specifically in those lobs, tank destroyers, or anything in between. So not having him there, we'll have to see some others step up, which will be fun to watch. However, the problem with this TL roster, in a good way for them and a problem for their opposition, is that if they do take AG-78 Cat out of the helicopter, oh no, he has to go down to the ground and pick up a lob. Like, you don't want him either place. So it is an interesting conversation. Absolutely want to get that helicopter out of the skies. Frankly, I think mostly you want the helicopter out of the skies for the C sector in particular. Without a helicopter in the air from the attacking side, C becomes a lot more difficult to hold as the defense.
I was just actually thinking about it, Goj. We keep talking about that we know 78 Cat's going to be in the pilot seat there. We have actually yet to see TL on a map that is not one that does not feature a helicopter. They played Ascension. The attack starts off with a helicopter there, and they've played Threshold 2 times now. And, you know, obviously the attack side does start off with that helicopter. So that's an interesting thing to kind of think about.
Yeah, it's an interesting stat. It's probably because we've rolled Threshold 6 times out of the 12
that helps, doesn't it?
And then we've played Ascension once, and then we've actually pulled Ascension from the one best of 3 that went to Game 3. Ascension was actually selected. So fun stuff here. Now, as a quick reminder, we take a look at our audience, and I think some of them are like, why am I on camera? It's because we're at a fantastic esports event, that's why. But I think one of the things, too, to remember here, folks, this is winners finals. So if TXD loses here, they are not out of the competition. This is a double elimination tournament. They will actually drop down to the lower bracket where DNI is waiting. Dead Dog and Idol is waiting for their competition. I'm sure DNI is watching this from the back in the green room, and I think they would probably want to see TXD, but if I know DNI, I know Dead Dog, he's got a lot of respect for both opponents and is pretty willing to fight anybody, I'm sure, to earn the crown and the title of champion here at DFIW.
Absolutely. So one of these teams that we see on screen right here are going to have to play back-to-back. And then if they actually win the second match that we'll see them in.
Yeah, 3 in a row.
They're going to have to go again in the championship game, right? So yeah, could potentially see one team play 3 games in a row, which is definitely not common. And in fact, it has not happened at all this event so far. The most we've seen is a back-to-back.
See our players loading in and preparing for the game. Once you see that timer on the screen, that means they have officially clicked the load in. So just making sure all the players are in, selected what they need to select, they've swapped sides. Again, we're about to see TL's attack on Threshold, which frankly has been something out of a movie almost every single time. I think TXD is going to have to do a pretty good job of holding, though. Again, they're so systems-oriented. I wonder what the conversations are between games, you know? We don't get a chance to listen to all the comms, nor would we understand all of them, I'm sure, but some of the conversations have to be around this idea of trying to adapt, right?
Oh, you're actually talking about conversations. We keep using this stage cam, right, looking at all of the players, and I don't see the mouse moving very often, honestly. Seriously, I don't. Like, whenever they're kind of in between these breaks, they are usually not very talkative. Of course, you're like, dude, what are you talking about? I'm looking at this guy right here, put up an absolute incredible yap fest. But yeah, I'm telling you, it almost very, very rarely happens. Gotta keep an eye on it for me, Goes. You'll see what I'm talking about here.
Okay, sure.
Take a look at the top
Every
right. Taking a look at the top right here. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds before we're in the action.
Okay.
A player substitution on the side of TXD. KKN is now going to be joining us on the server. So some adjustments, and I got to say shout out to everybody involved in this substitution because that was one of the fastest substitutions I think we have seen.
Oh yeah, they're loading in. Yeah, that was very fast.
Yeah.
Usually the player needs like 10 minutes to get settled and get their chair height right and get their armrest correct. I mean, you all know if you're a competitor out there, you know how nuanced things can be about your setup. So nice job there from KKN to hop into the match. Again, substitutions are a fun one. We don't get all the information. Sometimes we do. I gotta say, we've been pretty good about guessing why. But for this one, it's a little bit different. Little Egg was the helicopter operator. So this is not a helicopter operator substitution, from what I can understand, obviously, because TXD is moving from the attack to the defense where they won't have a heli. Sometimes you'll see teams have a designated helicopter operator, and if there's no heli, then they're not in the game, which is pretty fun, but not the case here. Look at AG78 Cat talking to his team before they get started. Position talking as well, preparing. The size, couple deep breaths, because frankly, the nerves couldn't be higher. They may be higher maybe next match, I suppose, for both of these teams, but they couldn't be higher in comparison to what we've seen thus far. TXD headed down to the lower bracket if they cannot hold the onslaught that TL has to offer. Some big decisions here of when to give up points and when to hold. The biggest decisions so far have been how aggressive do we play with our vehicles and when to use the support system you earn from the score. Those are game changers and game breakers. Mistimed, a waste, the momentum will be too much from their opponent. Here we go. Folks, we are hopping in. I am so ready for it. Again, swapping sides. If you haven't seen this before, you're just maybe tuning in for the grand finals. We're back to Threshold. The attack becomes the defense becomes the attack. So TL will be the attacking side. Based on our esports observing, you see red, that's going to be the attack no matter what perspective we're on, no matter what camera we're looking at. You see red, that's going to be TL. If you see a sea of red, then that's bad news, because TXD may be headed to the lower bracket.
Threshold, we know a lot about Threshold. I highly doubt we will see anything different because we have seen so many renditions of this played. But if any team was going to surprise me in what they do, especially on the attack, TL would be the team that I would pick. Are they going to return back to how they played this map against DNI? It worked then. That was a 2-0. The attack was very convincing.
Here we go. Loaded into the game. Commanders selected. Operator choices locked in stone. We head into our very first point. This point A has been so variable every single matchup. Let's see how variable it is this time around. There's going to be a lot of the same or a little bit different. Here's the push coming in from the attack. TL could win it all on this map and move into the grand finals, folks. And we are coming in hot as per the usual. Well, the holes in the walls of the palace, use the tank destroyer aggressively, and it looks like TXD know exactly the strategy that TL is going for, so they're going to try to play the flank and try to pick up some in transition.
And that was a great position there. I thought we were about to watch an absolute slaughterhouse happen right there, but no, actually picked up off of that split. As you can see here, the fight for the palace is going to commence, and man, is it chaotic. That little hallway can just be flooded with utility, makes it very, very hard to push through. TXD made quick work of it when they were on the attack, but look at this, an investment from the vehicles on the side of TL. This is very rare. Actually jumping onto the point right here, kind of put you in the sight line of a lot of the engineers.
AG78 Cat, by the way, is working for his team, hopping onto the point in an assault vehicle, finding kills in the assault vehicle's gunner position, and letting people respawn in the vehicle on the point. Immediately taking it, immediately putting it into the neutral zone. TXD trying to swarm from the bridge position to find an angle that actually gets some kills on the point. But it's really not all that close at all. Hardly a green body near the point. This is gonna be a slow take based on the ticker, but a very fast take of the overall sector. Here comes the defense's push from the bridge, and Tank Destroyer is there to try to play spoiler, but they can't afford to lose it. So a nice push here from TXD. Oh no. Somebody shoot this Tank Destroyer, right?
Yeah, looks a little overextended to me. XD 777 right there, getting involved, picking up all the kills. And after all but conceding the point, TXD make a great push onto Sector A and actually reclaim it.
There were like 9 medics, by the way, able to do that. Any other class there, if there was more engineers or more something else, you're not getting that many green onto the point. You're able to subside. They were able to stop the bleeding for a moment. Lav actually coming in to throw some shells down range as well. It needs to be careful and keep eyes in the sky. I haven't seen the helicopter yet. I would assume it should be coming in very, very shortly if it isn't already in the air. This Tank Destroyer may be in a bit of trouble. Still full health with engineers. Keeping pressure onto the point, but catching a lot of flack as A looks like it will fall. See you later. Sector A gone. And a quick cleanup here. Helicopter should be in the skies. Getting pretty aggressive as we make the transition for B1, B2.
Yeah, shout out to the side of TL there. Very rare that we get to see the Tank Destroyer actually able to sit on the point for that long and really not take any damage. Those smokes were very, very helpful in that regard. Oak and the LAV is going to be back here trying to hold off 78 Cat. Here's going to be the strategy right now. I think they're going to try to do it again. They're going to try to fly the helicopter over top of the LAV and effectively send down a strike force. That being said, it does look like 78 Cat is quite far away. He's trying to find some LOS right now to hide from the LAV, who have a straight sight line that's going to go through. As you can see, Oak knows what's coming.
Yeah.
He's trying to break down the front door of the building so that way he can go ahead and hide.
Yeah, everybody knows what's coming. I mean, they watched a VOD. If you
There they
go.
go.
Dropping the parachuters down. Here come the engineers. Can they take this Lav out? Have they been spotted in the skies? Need to get to a high ground position or just from the skies itself. Get it pretty weak, and I don't think they were able to do enough damage this time around. Spotted out. They know the playbook. They know the script. That Hail Mary not going to work this time around. But in this process, B1 is easily being walked through. We put more pressure onto the B sector.
Great work there. Great little bit of study to make sure that they do not go down to that one easily. Remember, when the attack pushes all the way over there into the defensive side, as soon as they jump out of the helicopter, they're effectively on a little bit of a timer, right? Because you have overextended into the defensive side of things. So that's why we actually see them go down in the sky, which makes that strategy all the more cool because they only have that little bit of time to actually use those rockets. Urgent deployment will be called in by 78 Cat. He's actually under pressure right now by a team of 4 engineers. He's going to go ahead and pick them up, so great awareness there. Now, I did see, I thought I saw 78 Cat leave the helicopter and hand it over.
So I think Firecat is in the secondary gunner position, if I saw that correctly. We'll take a look at it here shortly, though. It's definitely possible. Yeah, I just saw AG-78 Cat with a gun kill, so I think you are right.
Yeah.
It looks like pilot's been given to Firecat, which I believe, if I remember correctly, is a part of his squad.
Picking up kills.
AG-78 Cat now on boots on the ground, leading his team into B2. Likely going to pick up a land vehicle here shortly.
Doge, where's the LAV for the defensive side?
Did we miss it? It must have been from this heli. We must have missed it on the observing. I don't know, but it is gone.
Oh, geez.
Am I blind? Were we focused on the kill feed and we missed the kill? I don't know, but 777 now getting extremely aggressive onto the point. AG-78 Cat, there he is, dropping the respawn beacon with the assault vehicle, pushing the equation here. Lav down, free reign on B2. TL walking through the B sector. We've seen this before on the opposite side of the map. The defense going to try to hold on here at B2 with an urgent deployment of their own. AG-78 Cat is yelling at his team about something. I'm not sure what it is. Hands up, getting ready. But here comes the TL tank destroyer finding so much value. 777 making quick work of this defensive pressure.
Great work there as well to dodge those mines. He was actually so close to running them over. Did not hit any of them. The big rocket right there is going to follow up his push into the garage and say, hey, listen, you've overextended. We want to make this one hurt. XT77 is surrounded by all red, though. You can see the engineers on the back of the vehicle. They're trying to go ahead and repair it quicker than it is taking damage. So far, so good. It looks like it's almost back up to 100 durability. But you want to talk about 100 durability, look at the B2 sector, the B2 flag. That one was almost in full control of the defensive side of things. But as I say that, XT777 is back on the point. He's picking up kills once again.
777, the man, the myth, the legend, crushing it right now.
Mines,
tank mines will run straight through them and
Yep.
get low
There
and
it
go
goes.
down. 2 layers from Zambra. Knows the value of the vehicle. Punishes some early aggression. We've still got a helicopter in the sky, but that is the only vehicle on the map right now. Maybe a moment to breathe here because of the retake from the defense. They're actually sacking B2, retaking B1 to try to get a moment to breathe before they regain and make another push. They already used their urgent redeployment time, and so they are scrambling right now, trying to figure out how to hold on to the B sector a little while longer.
Just gonna have my eyes right there on that squad because that is a dangerous one. Land CS, Aim Bobo, Osui on the same squad is an absolute frightening squad. They're trying to figure out what's going on B1. How many boots on the ground do we want to send towards that off of B2? As you can see right now, the flood being back allowed by TXD because of that tug of war, right? Some of the members from TL have had to go back to B1.
Yeah.
But now, still no vehicles available on the side of TXD on the defense.
Here they come.
And the vehicles are just rolling into B2 for TL.
Yeah, this is the right strategy for the defense. Let's see if it actually pays off. They were able to, they lost B2 for a moment. They retake B1. We lose some infantry to go retake B1 as the attacking. Because of that, the defense has been able to re-stabilize. Really well executed. This is a very classic strategy of the defensive team. The problem with the strategy, unfortunately, is it's not going to work ad nauseum because of the vehicle advantage from the attacking side. They can actually trade out with their infantry a little bit as long as they can stay alive. That is NTPP trying to play spoiler by himself essentially up top. Will get punished for it. So now tank destroyer going to sit on B1. Everybody else can go to B2. Look at where some of the defensive players are respawning. There's a strike team going to B1 trying to replicate success they just had a moment ago. I don't think they're going to be able to do it because of the vehicle advantage. Very well executed from the attack to be able to sniff out this push, get an advantage, and use it to maximum effectiveness. B sector goes down. We are headed to the C sector with maximum lives.
Taking control of a critical objective.
All as a result of how dominant TL are when it comes to those vehicles. We didn't even see it. We don't even know what happened. How did defense lose their only hook to go ahead and hold B2? LAB seemingly just disappeared off of the map. Now Firecat is well aware of what his objectives to be. It's going to be to destroy the vehicle respawn that comes in here for the defensive side of things. He sees it finally start to parachute down, tries to make the run. He does do about 60% of the HP. I saw one of the paratroopers jump out of the helicopter. He's going to try to go ahead and steal it, actually, but hits the ground. A little bit of a miscalculation there. That would have been a great steal, but a little bit of a miss.
Yeah, it was just a little too deep, and I think it's just a hair slow on the strafing run. What they usually go for is if they can't blow it up, sure, that's fine. Usually they're trying to blow up the people waiting on the vehicle, snipe them, and right when it hits the ground, have somebody paratrooping in, able to steal that vehicle. That is something that we've seen actually a couple times. So a nice play there, unfortunately not able to execute it yet again. TXD sniffing out a lot of these plays, able to stay alive, keep their vehicles. This is still a playable game. And again, here's the problem. With helicopters still in the air, this crane is not a real position that they can hold. A couple of paratroopers coming in out of the skies, they're actually getting cut down. Very well done from Nail2G there to sniff that out yet again. They have read the TL playbook. Let's see if it really does pay off at the end of the game.
Yeah, again, we saw TL do that exact same thing. They dropped paratroopers on the top of C2 in their last dominant victory on the attacking side. They're continuously trying to do the same thing, but honestly, TXD is doing a great job of putting this down. Finally, a couple of them do land, but we'll have to see if this is going to be as effective as they think it is going to be.
Yeah, this is actually a really good play. They're able to get some respawn beacons down. This is immediately getting sniffed out and executed from TXD as well. They're communicating aggressively. As a reminder, you got Commander in comms with all of the squad captains. Every iota of detail that can be communicated is being spammed to everybody. So this is a really nice play. It's a play that's worked on other teams. It's not working on TXD, but what it is doing is giving the attack more room to work on the map. Legacy, welcome back. It's been a while since I've seen your name. Wins out on a vehicle trade and gets indoors. TXD holding on.
Yeah, TL, they thought they were going to have a giant opportunity to push right there. They called in the urgent deployment at the same exact time as we see a little bit of an overextension by the tank destroyer. Ends up connecting right there, but does get traded out. They do lose their tank destroyer. There is another one that's going to try to follow up right here. No, it's actually on the front side of C1, as you can see right there. Legacy still in that tank destroyer, trying to go ahead and pick up some of the remaining members on the attack right here. But Firecat is going to be raining down the missiles from above. It is his only focus right now to try to help his team win out the vehicle game.
Does look like got a lockdown below picked up here by Xianjin. Huge vehicle advantage from the attacking side, and they're going to punish their opponents with it. Tank destroyer able to do whatever it wants on the backside. The only tank destroyer we have left on the defensive side is Legacy. Legacy is a difference maker for this team. The amount of times we've said Legacy's names in other matches has been innumerable, but in this matchup has been pretty quiet until now. Watch out for Legacy, and this tank destroyer could play for some really big trades with his engineers, as continually Firecat finding value from the skies.
Yeah, once again, that position there up on the crane is super strong, but the fact that this heli is in the skies, they're able to go ahead and suppress that position almost entirely. And you want to talk about suppression, C1 is now in full control of the attacking side for TL. We have been in this match for 13 minutes, this game for 13 minutes, and we are already on this C sector. 160 lives still available for TL. The defensive side is trying to get a vehicle online by calling into C2. This keeps it a little bit protected from all of the rockets that are surely going to want to land.
Yeah, this is a big take here. AG78 Cat has marked C1, I believe, for either the take or the hold. Likely a hold here. So net this some extra score after about 2 minutes or so. Nice play just to make sure that they have what they need to finish the game. They came into this C sector with a maximum amount of lives, which I'm not sure we've seen a lot of teams be able to do that didn't just steamroll their opponents. But we have seen teams, especially RLF, they are out of the competition, but they have held down in C2 for 150 plus lives before with just 2 vehicles. It is possible. It is very, very difficult. TXD have a fighting chance. The window of opportunity to make it straight to the grand finals without dropping a match starting to slip out of their grasp.
Backs up against the wall now for TXD. I would say their plan is obvious, and of course it is. It's seeming that they only have one left, and that's going to be to bunker down on C2. But the attack is well aware of that. They're trying to go ahead and push on to C2. See if they can start to pick up some of those vehicles. They're going to be extremely hard to blow up, right? You're not going to have help from the skies, that helicopter, because it is all indoors over there. And the infantry find it very hard to make this rotation as well, right? The jump across the bridge is usually one that helps you find your demise. And as I said, that 78 Cat on the C2 right now. One of the vehicles on the defensive side actually went down sometime during that push. Now, Legacy, he wants to get involved. He's in the tank destroyer. He's the only thing standing for TXD that can help them hold this one down. He's very low, but he is picking up the kills. He's trying to find the engineers, but 78 Cat and Squad Winter finding the final blow. Destroys the last remaining vehicle, the last remaining hope for TXD to hold down this sector.
This is a perfect example of how to use your advantages effectively. They're willing to trade out vehicles when they have more than their opponent. Legacy put up a great fight, a great effort. The problem is just didn't have enough backup because of the amount of value we're finding with the infantry on the ground from the TL side. So much value. C1 gone, C2 about to fall as well. Respawn beacon from the defense immediately cut down, by the way. Defense is scrambling for anything they can get their hands on. And 777's going to play this nice and safe, make sure his vehicle stays alive, heals back up, and then goes in. You don't want to overcommit here. You don't want to oversell. You slowly but surely win the game. And as another vehicle comes in, another vehicle falls for the defense. They can't get anything going, so they tried to switch back to C1. This is what they did in the B sector. It worked once. Let's see if it works again as they try to find another vehicle.
TL keeping their head on a swivel here. They know that they're very, very close to winning this, but they still keep their eyes on the prize. They know their vehicles are the only way back into this for TXT. The urgent deployment is now called in by the defensive side of things. They have to get back to the point. The points, both C1 and C2, they're almost all entirely red. As you can see right now, back onto the point is going to be the attack destroyer. That's going to be 78 Cat for the defensive right now, but he's going to be pushed off. C2 is now captured fully in the hands of TL. C1, it's back, it's fourth, but it's all TL at the end of the day. They prove it once again. It may be Ascension, it may be Threshold 2 times, but 3-0 in their matches. They find themselves in the championship game.
TL have yet to drop a single map. Going into the grand finals, they are going to be feeling very confident. Some individual highlights, but a team victory that felt so free.
Some counter strategy from TXT. Great preparation. They knew what TL were going to do on the attack side. But when those plans failed, it just didn't matter. TL bounced back. They had a second option always ready.
Woo, let's take a look at the highlights, though. Obviously started hot on point A. And I think for both of these teams, they were maybe willing to give away point A or not invest too much. Or maybe they just couldn't keep up with the pace because, well, I guess you're earning extra score the longer that A goes on. But regardless, as we headed into B, most of the main strategies that TL usually uses to get an advantage were sniffed out. We didn't see that strike force end up paying off. However, what we did see is that lob still eventually go down. And again, anytime we leave a helicopter do whatever it wants, it almost always makes a huge impact on the map. We saw finally some anti-tank mines find some value from the TXT side on defense, but still, even with a nice little pressure release there by going over and trading out for B1, they tried to do it a second time, and they just didn't have enough firepower. Down in numbers, down in advantages, we moved into Sector C. Sector C is one that can be held decently long. We saw Legacy finally get some trades, but I don't know about 180 lives long. Max amount of lives, and they hardly needed half of them to take both of these sectors. They had vehicle advantages, they won almost every single trade, and they were able to just put boots on the point much faster than the defense. Very well executed from TL. They look near perfect. They look so systematic while also being able to adapt. They're the best team here on paper. We'll see what they're able to do in the grand finals a little bit later from now.
Absolutely. Turning our eyes over towards the scoreboard now. How did that one kind of get broken down? 78 Cats switching things up, was not actually in the pilot team for most of that match. Still at the top of the scoreboard. And let me tell you something, XP 777, an absolutely incredible performance. Vehicle domination throughout the entirety of that attack.
And again, AG-78 Cat started in the heli and then it was traded over to Firecat. But again, we saw value from the helicopter in ways that aren't represented on the scoreboard. Firecat is last on the leaderboard with only 13 kills, but from an objective advantage, pushing vehicles back, zoning off areas, dropping parachuters down, that's how much value you can really see from the helicopter. And big shout out to 777 there, like you said, 50 kills. 777, kind of the second in command when it comes to a competition of this scale. And you can see AG-78 Cat talking to his teammate there, doing a really good job with this whole roster. So stay composed, but also stay fiery. AG-78 Cat, if you saw that something was going wrong, he got active for a moment. Let's take a look at the overall team stats. Again, solid numbers across the board. Not a crazy amount to write home about because frankly, this is a very one-sided map.
Yeah, exactly. Very quick indeed. Did not get a final look towards the time that took, but I believe it was around 15 to 16 minutes. So, yeah, definitely a very fast one. No surprise that is how long it took TL. Again, They're so strong on the attack. Of course, we did see them defend as well, but you really get to see how it's all broken down, how the team maneuvers around the map when they are on that offensive side of things. Now, I guess goes for us, it's time to start talking about TXT and how their path continues in this competition.
Yeah, they're going to be headed down to the lower bracket. They are not done yet. They're actually going to be right back on stage here shortly, having to go back to back and talk about a momentum killer, man. You go in at a perfect tournament. You're doing a fantastic job. You skipped yesterday based on your success. You go straight into the winners finals, and then you get blown out.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a huge hurt. And you're going down to play DNI, which is a great team. But let's take a look at our MVP. I think we know who it is. There he is on your screen on the left. AG78 Cat, I can only imagine, is going to be our MVP, not only for last game, but also for this game, which means he is the MVP for the match. Really well done from this commander. A team effort, but able to execute the plan near perfectly and adapt when you need to. Vehicle kill, 32 kills, 26K plus score. Great job.
Yeah, once again, showing flexibility as well. Hopping in and out of the pilot seat constantly throughout that game. Hopping in those assault vehicles constantly as well, making sure that those respawn beacons for the entire team were down and put into good positions. At one point, during one of those attacks onto B2, I saw the beacon right in the middle of the point, surrounded by smoke. So great work there by 78 Cat, no surprise. And somehow, some way, 78 Cat's not going to be a part of the best squad. But no surprise to see it's going to be XD 777 is going to be a part of the squad that does take the reigning best squad. Firecat as well, getting some recognition again.
Look at the assists there from both of these two players in the middle.
Incredible.
Adi has been top assist, by the way, in the entire competition. Really cool stuff. We're getting a nice celebration here because TL, Tang Long, has made it to the grand finals. They get a chance to take a break in this best matchup and see who their competition will be for the final match of the day. In just a couple hours time, folks, we've got a live audience. We've got a bunch of noisemakers, some inflatables getting loud. It feels like with the hometown team already out of the competition, falling in the 4th, 5th category, it feels like hometown is now, I suppose, TL. I don't know. It's kind of been back and forth with the audience to see which side they're cheering on. Like I said before, I think just like us, they want to see good games.
Yeah.
That was a good one. It just, unfortunately, I don't mean to be mean, it wasn't that close.
Yeah. That's how it goes when you got TL up there on the stage. Sometimes it's very hard to go ahead and pick up or put up a good fight. Excited to hear from one of their players very, very shortly. But like we said, now TXT, our next match of the day, they're going to be going up against DNI in the lower bracket. Stay tuned for that in a little bit.
Yeah, and I'll be really interested to hear from, I assume, our commander down on the stage. We've got an amazing host down there, Tao, with an interview from the winning team, TL. So pumped about this one, folks. Let's listen in, and then we'll be back for another match. Let's head down.
Xin chào, hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn để cùng đến ngay với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu và chúc mừng cho chiến thắng của Thăng Long khi họ đã chính thức trở thành đội tuyển đầu tiên bước vào trận chung kết tổng. Và bây giờ hẳn là commander của đội tuyển Thăng Long, đó là AG78 Cat, cũng đang có rất nhiều cảm xúc để chia sẻ với chúng ta khi họ vẫn đang giữ chuỗi trận bất bại tính đến thời điểm này. Bởi vậy mà hãy cùng chúng tôi tìm hiểu ra ngay trong phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu này nhé. We are heading back to the stage, and congratulations to Thăng Long for becoming the very first team to advance to the grand final match. Such an amazing performance and well-deserved victory. We will say that they have remained an undefeated record until this time in this journey. Such an amazing performance. And now, standing next to me, welcome back to the stage again, the team's commander, AZ78 Cat, and let's hear what the winner have to say with us. Xin chào AZ78 Cat, Ni hao. Không biết là lúc này thì cảm xúc của bạn như thế nào khi đã trở thành đội tuyển đầu tiên bước thẳng vào trận chung kết tổng?
How do you feel becoming the very first team to step into the grand final?
腾龙队已经成为了第一个队伍进入总决赛，那你们现在的感受如何？可以分享一下吗？你们已经成为了第一个队伍进入总决赛， 那你们现在感受如何？可以分享一下吗？
也是不出所料啊，也是成功的以2-0的战绩拿下了对手。只是说，我在第一场的采访就是这么说的，我也是不能欺骗大家，在总决赛，我也会以这种成绩，以碾压的技术，让大家记住腾龙。
Trong phần trả lời phỏng vấn trước đó thì tôi cũng đã từng nói là chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng chiến thắng với tỷ số 2-0 để tiến vào trận chung kết và bây giờ chúng tôi đã làm được điều đó. Đến trận chung kết thì chúng tôi cũng sẽ cố gắng giữ vững thành tích này.
In the previous interview, I had said that we would try our best to win with the score 2-0, and now at this moment we did it. We hope that we could keep that stability into the grand final match.
Phải là một tinh thần rất tuyệt vời và một sự tự tin rất lớn đến từ Thanh Long đúng không ạ? Vậy thì theo đội trưởng thì trong trận đấu vừa qua, đâu là cái điểm mạnh lớn nhất của đội tuyển của bạn mà đã được các bạn thể hiện ở trong cuộc đấu vừa rồi?
As a commanders, what do you think? What is the strongest points that your team has made during the match?
刚才的那场比赛，你觉得你们队伍最强的一点、最突出的一点体现在哪个方面？
在第一把的防守方的时候 ，DXD 的步兵的实力也是非常的强劲，以速推了我们的 A 点。但在 B 点的时候，我们已经够积分，成功的叫出步战车的时候，敌方的小鸟直升机来进行一波骚扰，也是成功的有巡飞弹进行击杀，并且让我们载具稳住了整个 B 点的据点。后面再叫出第2辆载具，我们以载具的优势，也是成功了拿下的比赛。
Trong trận đấu vừa rồi thì đối thủ cũng là rất mạnh và trong map đấu đầu tiên thì chúng tôi cũng đã gặp một số khó khăn nhưng mà sau tất cả thì chúng tôi vẫn vượt qua được và giành được kết quả lý tưởng.
We were facing a very strong competitors during the match, and in the very first location, we've been struggling a little bit, but after all, we were working well together, and finally we got what we imagined, and we were what we deserve to be the winner.
Vâng, họ vẫn luôn đánh giá cao đối thủ của mình, mỗi đối thủ mà họ đang đối mặt. Thế nhưng rõ ràng thì tính đến thời điểm này, phong độ của Thăng Long là đang rất hủy diệt. Các bạn đang sở hữu một chuỗi trận bất bại. Vậy thì bước tới trận đấu cuối cùng, bạn có cảm thấy áp lực chút nào không?
Your team were unbeatable. You have a winning streak. Coming up to the grand final, what do you have? What is your strategy, or what do you plan for?
那成龙队一直以来都是战胜队的。那进入总决赛，你们会不会遇到压力？
从这次比赛的最开始的第1轮到现在的总决赛，每一轮都让我有非常大的压力，因为8大赛区能来到现场的所有队伍都不是等闲之辈，我们都会以对方最强的实力去跟对面进行在赛场上的对抗。我们也将以决赛，我们会打出更加亮眼的操作，拿下冠军。
Từ trận đấu đầu tiên cho đến bây giờ thì chúng tôi đã gặp rất nhiều đối thủ mạnh nhưng mà sau tất cả thì chúng tôi vẫn có thể chiến thắng được. Chúng tôi mặc dù áp lực nhưng mà đến với trận chung kết thì chúng tôi vẫn sẽ cố gắng để cống hiến cho tất cả mọi người nhiều màn đấu mãn nhãn hơn.
From the very first match that we have been facing so many strong competitors in this competition, but after all, we are trying our best. From match to match, we are winning and winning. And for the grand final, we are going to give out 100% of our energy to give all of the audiences here for the really, really amazing matches.
Chắc chắn đây sẽ là một trong những lời hứa rất đáng chờ đợi, đặc biệt là với những fan hâm mộ của Thanh Long, và hãy cùng chúc cho họ sẽ tiếp tục mạnh mẽ ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng, bởi họ vẫn đang chứng minh cho chúng ta rằng họ chính là ứng cử viên rất nặng ký cho chức vô địch năm nay. Once again, congratulations to your win, your wildest of victory today, and we do believe that you are making a statement that you guys are one of the serious contenders for this championship with your destructive power until this time. So good luck for you in the grand final. Thank you so much for the interview. Và các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại trận thi đấu đầu tiên nhánh thắng và tìm ra được cái tên đầu tiên bước vào trận chung kết tổng. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho Thăng Long. Còn ngay sau đây thì trận đấu mang tính chất quyết định tấm vé cuối cùng vào chung kết tổng giữa DNI và Tuxedo NXG cũng sẽ diễn ra trong một ít phút nữa. Bởi vậy mà đừng đi đâu cả, chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại ngay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next coming match will be a decisive match between DNI and Tuxedo NXG. Are you curious about the result? Stick around, we will be right back in just a few minutes. Chào mừng các bạn đã cùng quay trở lại với những diễn biến tiếp theo trong ngày thi đấu cuối cùng hôm nay, nơi mà chúng ta đã chứng kiến tấm vé đầu tiên bước vào trận chung kết tổng, đó chính là Thăng Long. Và đội tuyển còn lại đó chính là Tuxedo NXG, thì họ sẽ tiếp tục thi đấu trận đấu ngay sau đây, nơi mà DNI đang chờ sẵn.
Toulon became the first team to qualify for the finals, and Tuxedo NSG will go to the lower bracket to face DNI.
Vậy thì còn chần chờ gì nữa? Ngay bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng chuẩn bị đến ngay với trận đấu giữa hai đội tuyển thứ hai trong ngày hôm nay, và đây sẽ là trận đấu quyết định đến tấm vé cuối cùng bước vào trận chung kết tổng.
Guys, are you ready for the next match?
Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng chào đón cái tên đầu tiên sẽ bước ra sân khấu, một đội tuyển có hành trình kỳ diệu tại giải đấu năm nay, DNI.
And ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome the team that had an amazing journey in this year's tournament, DNI!
Vươn lên từ nhánh thua, DNI đã từng bước đứng dậy và vượt qua áp lực sân nhà của Rapid Lo-Fi để vượt qua những khoảnh khắc sinh tử. Cuối cùng, trở lại bằng bản lĩnh và niềm tin. Họ đã mang đến cho khán giả những trận đấu giàu cảm xúc, và ngay lúc này, dưới sự dẫn dắt của Commander Dead Dog, DNI đã đứng trước cánh cửa cuối cùng để hành trình chinh phục đỉnh cao của họ tại Delta Fox Invitational 2025 World Fair sẽ có một giấc mơ được thực hiện. Liệu câu chuyện cổ tích có thể được viết tiếp? Hãy cùng chờ đón đội tuyển DNI!
Rising from the losers bracket, DNI has climbed back up, overwhelming homeland pressure from Rapid Lo-Fi, navigating life or death situations, finally winning their strength back. And now, under the leadership of their commander Dead Dog, DNI stands at the final threshold on their journey to conquer this tournament. Can this miracle from the loser bracket continue? Can DNI complete this emotional journey with a perfect ending? Please, once again, welcome DNI!
Và hãy cùng chào đón đội tuyển thứ hai góp mặt trong trận đấu này, Tuxedo NXG. Dù phải nhận thất bại ở trận đấu vừa qua, hành trình của họ vẫn chưa dừng lại, khi đây là thời khắc để họ đứng dậy mạnh mẽ hơn. Và với vai trò đầu tàu, Commander rất đáng tin cậy dẫn dắt toàn đội hướng thẳng đến trận chung kết. Hãy cùng chờ đón sự thể hiện của Tuxedo NXG ngày hôm nay.
Despite their recent defeat, their journey is far from over. This is their time to rise stronger with their commander leading the team straight to the grand finals.
Và ngay sau đây, không để cho các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, chúng ta sẽ cùng đến ngay với trận đấu tranh tấm vé cuối cùng bước vào trận chung kết tổng giữa Tuxedo NXG và DNI.
Everybody, let's take a look at their performance at this amazing tournament.
Welcome back, folks, to DFIW. It is Grand Finals day, and it is time for the lower bracket finals. We just saw TXD get taken down by TL, but now they've got a chance to get a bit of revenge and go back into the championship to get their final revenge if they're able to take down DNI. DNI, though, a very good team. Don't be confused by the fact that DNI is in the lower bracket. On paper, DNI, a top 3 team, obviously, maybe top 2. We'll see here in a moment.
Yeah, exactly. The cool thing about both of these teams is that both of them have now been put into the lower bracket by TL. So this is going to be awesome to see how these two teams stack up against one another. I personally am feeling like it's going to be pretty close.
I think it's going to be very close. I think both of these rosters are very talented. They've got some star players on them. However, one thing I will say is both of these rosters are very systematic. I think it's going to come down to whoever adapts the best going into this competition. Here we go, though, folks. As a reminder about what's all has been happening today, this is day 4. We have been here for 4 full days with a crazy amount of best of 3s for you, and we finally made it to the last day, and we're into the penultimate best of 3. Dead Dog and Idol versus Tuxedo in XG. They did just get taken down 2-0 by TL. TL will be waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this matchup. And of course, that grand finals best of 3 will be right after this. But for now, we got to figure out who's playing for that top spot and who's going home in 3rd. As a reminder of how this all works, it's going to be a best of 3. The judge will randomly roll a map. Let's just hope it's not Threshold. We've seen it so many times. However, when that map is rolled, both teams will play attack and defend. If we finally trade 1-1 and go to game 3, we will explain the tiebreaker rules in its entirety. You can see them on your screen right now. The simple version is if you do better than your opponent, you're going to have an advantage in the selection of what either map or what side, attack or defend, that you want to be on for that final game 3 to win the match. Vivid, talk to me about this bracket, though. We're down to our final 3 teams. Back against the wall. Loser goes home.
As you guys can see, man, we've played a lot of warfare over the past couple of days, and this is where it currently stands. Waiting all the way over there on the right is going to be TL against DNI versus TXD here. DNI have 4 games now in total under their belt. This will be their 5th, so pretty intense run here for the guys. Remember, we were kind of talking about earlier how TL and TXD both had yesterday off. DNI, on the other hand of things, they had to win 2 games yesterday to actually be where they are right now. Of course, opportunity to get themselves into the championship game now.
Yeah, we got to talk predictions. We got to talk about this matchup, and in particular, we got to talk about the fact that chat, you and I went perfect last match. So let's see what we do this time around. Vivid, it's weird, man. We're starting to agree as we get deeper into this competition. We're both saying 2-1 going into this one. I'll be curious to see what chat says. As a reminder, you can vote in chat if you think DNI is going to win this or if you think TXD is going to win this just by typing in the chat either of those abbreviations. Talk to me about this matchup. Why do you think 2-1? I probably agree with you.
Well, I don't know. DNI, I think they just look a little bit more well-rounded. I think TXD does very, very well at kind of maintaining and controlling all the vehicles. We just saw how much time and effort they actually put into stratting and anti-stratting against their teams. Of course, this could go either which way depending on what map is actually pulled here. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I'm just feeling the DNI clutch.
I'm feeling DNI as well. Now listen, I didn't copy you, you copied me. I put my prediction in first. I am a huge fan of DNI. They have battled the most throughout the course of this competition. They've played the most games, and they've done it in a pretty fantastic fashion. Yes, they lost 0-2 to TL earlier in the upper bracket, but I want to remind everybody about that match. If you missed it, it was actually very close in the second game. Obviously, we've got some amazing fans and some amazing cosplayers out in the audience. And like I said before, the hometown heroes may be out of the competition top 4. The question is, who is the audience cheering for? Maybe they're just cheering for a good match. Let's talk about this roster at a little bit more intensity. I think first and foremost, Dead Dog, he's in the name. He's a great commander. He's been doing everything right. Talk to me about a couple other individual stars from this roster.
Yeah, you were kind of asking me why I think DNI are going to win this. I can point out I can actually point out 2 squads. I can really just point out all 20 of them, but Saragen, Stax, Styx, and Artyom. Specifically Artyom will be putting on an absolute blender. Their kill count will be very, very high at the end of this match. I can almost guarantee it. And I was kind of hyping up TXD for how they're going to be playing the vehicles. There is a squad on DNI with one of those star players over there that is very good at destroying vehicles vehicles on your screen right there. Our only female player here at this tournament, that's going to be Hodo. She does such an absolute great job at just blowing a vehicle. Sometimes I don't even understand how. She's like all the way across the map. The Allure rocket just flies all the way over and finds its mark.
Yeah, Hodu, a fantastic player, great engineer. Watch out for her on the map, but definitely already on the top Slayer. But let's talk about TXD, Romania. Really good commander, really great job from this entire roster. They did kind of just get steamrolled, but if you erase that match from your brain, you would think, hey, TXD have a really good chance to win this. And I still think that they do. I think they have a better chance of winning against the likes of DNI, which is why I gave them at the very least a map. Both these teams play very similarly, and both have similar star power. NTPP has been the hero of this roster in the kills category. The top 2 fraggers in the entire competition out of any team here has been NTPP and Artyom from DNI. It's going to be a head-to-head matchup from both of these infantry players, not vehicle operators, to see who gets the better of their opponent.
That is a very good point. I am excited to kind of see who comes out on top for this one. Obviously, TXD fresh off of just playing a match up against TL. They did unfortunately lose that one, so hopefully having the ability to go ahead and reset the mental. Talking about a little bit when it comes down to the vehicle operators, we saw a little egg for TXD operating the helicopter when that is in play. Zambra, though, very good at controlling some of those ground vehicles. As you can see here, some of the top stats from both of our teams. Actually, I should not say some of our top stats from both of our teams. Some of our top stats from just one team.
I will say, yes, this is Artyom's story, and we're all just kind of subplot characters in it. However, DG Alpha, big shout, most assists for this roster, doing a really good job. I will also remind everybody, the stats padded here a little bit. DNI has played more games, okay?
True.
Let's be very clear about that. So I think you could see some TXD members. They took the entire day off yesterday because they hadn't lost. But as we compare the top players, these are the 2 heroes, these are the 2 fraggers, and this time less Venn diagram and more of just a comparison. TXD versus DNI. Reminder, there's extra games in here. DNI has played more, so the score is going to look different. But when you look at average, there is still a lead on Artyom's side.
Yeah, it's just those kills, man. I mean, honestly, 50 and 43, there's not a big difference there. Unfortunately for Artyom, he had a game yesterday, actually, where surprisingly enough, I think it was throughout the match, never really found more than around like 30 or something like that, which I'm saying that and you're like if he got 30, that's pretty good, but we're used to seeing Artyom drop like 60 or 70. So if that match never happened, I guarantee you his average would have been at like 70. So for me, the ceiling for Artyom, and obviously the average as well, is just a little bit higher than NTPP, but again, could go either which way.
We got to start turning our eyes towards which map we're going to play. We don't know yet. As a reminder,
we have
a randomly generated map, folks. If we get Threshold again, I'm going to take a lap around this stadium. Here we go. What map are we playing for these 2 teams? We are headed to Cracked only for the 2nd time. We haven't seen Cracked since, I believe, round, 2? I want to say it was the first round of the lower bracket, and it was with No Mercy, where they got the win over, I want to say it was HR. Really great stuff from them, but it's the 2nd time we get to see Cracked. And I would say, frankly, this is the first time in a very long time that we have seen a map that is much less vehicle heavy compared to the maps that we are used to seeing, frankly, Threshold being the main map for it. So we are going to Cracked. Who do you think this favors? Does this favor either roster?
I think this favors us. I think we're going to see those kills start to rack up. Bright Ghost kind of pointed out that this map, not necessarily heavy when it comes down to that vehicle gameplay. The fact that we just showed the head-to-head of the 2 star players, Artyom being on the side of DNI, and then for TXD, they got NTPP. Both of those players find all of their kills, find that high average score, high average kills per game and per match. Boots on the ground, right? So they're going to be feeling very, very comfortable on a map like Cracked, which is why I'm kind of pointing at the fact that, hey, listen, we are going to be the winners there, right? We're going to see so many highlights from those 2 players, I almost guarantee it. Now, I was kind of giving the edge towards Artyom, right? So you're asking me, who do I think this map pick favors? Well, just straight up the fact that their star player, I think, is going to be a little bit more comfortable, boots on the ground, a little bit better. Again, my 2-1 in favor of DNI. I'm liking it a little bit more.
You're liking DNI even more on this map. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't hate the idea. Now, again, let's talk a little bit more, intensely about Cracked in general. I think, to be very clear, it's not that there's no vehicles on this map. There's certainly vehicles on this map, and frankly, those vehicles can make gigantic difference makers. They're just not as many, so you have to play a little bit safer on this map with your vehicles. You need to make sure you prioritize keeping them alive. If you lose your vehicle, you're going to be down numbers. You're not going to get them back very fast. Something else to keep in mind. So let's take a look at the audience prediction. I had asked you to predict in the chat, and this is very close. Maybe one of the closest we've ever seen, Vivid. 54 to 46 is the community vote, which is, I would say, pretty much what we're saying. We're giving a slight advantage towards DNI, not a major one. 2 to 1 is what we think. I would say with a vote of 56. As we see here, some incredible cosplayers. I think audience is saying 2 to 1 as well.
Yeah. A little bit of an edge out there, no surprise, but once again, we think that this match is going to be very, very close. Both of these teams have lost to TL in similar fashion. As you see, top right of your screen, just a little bit over 2 minutes remaining. I believe DNI is going to be starting on the attack for this one, which means that TXD is left up to defend. Again, the vehicles are going to play a big part of this, just not as much as we see on other maps. It'll be interesting how they kind of incorporate them into some of the plays out here. That Sector A, man, Cracked. It just always gets me so excited because we've seen multiple different strategies used, of course, over the course of this specific tournament, and then also in past ones that we have casted together.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good shot. A can be pretty variable. We've seen some pretty interesting strategies here, but again, we've only seen this map one time.
Yeah.
So this could open the door to some new things. Maybe you're a fan of Cracked. Again, we say this all the time with Cracked. It is the OG map. I mean, this is the original map with this game that came out during the alpha when you were playing Warfare before you even knew what was going on in Delta Force. And so I'm sure these teams have played Cracked thousands of times to prepare for the game. 90 seconds on the clock. They are loading in as we speak.
Now, we did see how good of a job TXD did at anti-stratting TL just in the last match that they played. In terms of DNI, right? DNI, neither of these teams, for a matter of fact, have not played Cracked this tournament yet, right? So not going to have the ability to go ahead and anti-strat. Again, one of the reasons I'm feeling a little bit more confident in DNI's ability to go ahead and take this one. But 1 minute goes before we jump into this thing. Remember the stakes that are on the line. Whoever wins goes into the grand final match. They got to face TL for the second time. They'll have to try to take them down, but first, what stands in the way is going to be DNI and TXD. Losing, you're out of the tournament, you will get third place.
That's right. Third place is nice, but playing in the championship would be huge. You're seeing humongous leaps in pricing, $60,000 if you're able to win it all. 40,000 for second, 30,000 for third. All of these teams have won a sizable amount of money, but it's a big leap if you're able to win this. DNI is looking dialed, ready to rock and roll, take over this map. TXD, how good is their mental? We haven't seen them go from a loss straight into a game yet. Their first loss just suffered a moment ago. Will really test their resolve, but let's load in. And again, as always, as we're loading in, I want to remind you that DNI is going to be on the attack, which means they will be in red the entire time we are watching this map. TXD will be defending first. They will be in green. Both teams known for their system. Both teams known to be very strategic, very methodical, with a couple heroes, with a couple star players. Let's see who steps out, steps above the rest. Showcases why they've earned their spot in the grand finals to play against TL. Let's jump into the map. Cracked, a fun one. Another 3-sector map. Gonna go from A to B1 and B2, C1 and C2, and that is it, folks. Let's jump straight into the game.
Sector A, here we go. A one-flag sector. A lot of teams like to go from this right side over here. The ATVs find an extreme value for what feels like the first time in a Warfare game. Usually they're pretty hard to do something like that, but teams are going to go ahead and take those ATVs, put the spawn beacons down, and find themselves on top of the hill that overlooks the point. There should be a big battle for this. TXD does not look too involved, not too interested in actually fighting for this hill, and DNI have a huge advantage. I already see a flank coming in on all the way on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, I like this play from DNI. They're really trying to trap their opponent down in the pit that is A, rather than trying to give up a specific high ground and all death ball together. We've seen death ball strategies from HR that really didn't pay off on this map. They got kind of stockpiled into these buildings and then just got fragged out by all the explosives. So far, so good for DNI. Already putting pressure onto the point, already taking high ground, already taking the flanks. Looking really strong for an A push, but a nice setup here from Whistly. A terror on the map right now, picking up a multi-kill and then some, looking for more value up on the edge.
Got a quick peek who that squad was actually on the flank. That was going to be Artyom's squad alongside Stick, Stacks, and Sarah Jin. Man, that's going to feel bad for TXT having that squad on the flank, right? Pretty much free reign overlooking the point, but as I see TXT making a big push towards that hill that was controlled by them just not too long ago. And once again, the point is just going to be all about trying to get onto it for DNI, right? Smokes are pretty heavily used on this point. Those choke points are not too friendly for walking through, as the utility is able to find a lot of value. And we have actually seen a Seneva shield a couple of times on this map. He's going to want to try to get into one of the buildings and try to hold it down. But as I can see, that front-facing building right below the hill here is already broken down.
Important point. There is not, frankly, that much cover on this map. Looks like TXT knows this flank's going to be coming in soon. They've got a couple players over here trying to hold it. And I have to just straight up win the gunfights here in order to find some nice value. Saw Tempest zipping around back there. Looks like DNI will be winning that. That's Sticks and Stacks, like you had mentioned, up on the flank. So far, the defense is able to keep bodies on the point and maintain it full green. Slowly but surely, our attack actually being thwarted right now on the point itself. More priority around the flanks.
Yeah, big fight over there. It's pretty much just one squad versus another squad right now on that hill. If one of them ever breaks, it's going to speak to big advantages for either one of the sides. And, you know, honestly, TXT is doing a great job. Not often do we actually see a squad get directly involved on that little lip of the hill, right? Because you are so close to where the enemy does spawn.
Dead Dog, by the way, sniper in hand, if you didn't notice that, actually picking one up there on Nell 2G from a distance while his teammate is in that AA gun shelling the point. Maybe trying to open up a hole here, picking up some of the flanking players, or rather some of the players from the defense spawning in. Just trying to give his team a numbers advantage near the point. Romania is going to mark the point for a hold here. If this point A is fully maintained by the defense over the next couple minutes, and they will earn quite a bit of extra score.
Look at all the smokes. Stingers finding incredible value here. Usually, you're going to want to find yourself inside one of those smokes, right? So that way your Stinger on your team can go ahead and revive you if you do, unfortunately, go down, which is why we see such a high revival count on some of these points. Pivotal point now for TXT is going to be this building. Sitting up on the roof is obviously going to be super great as we see Oak right there on the engineer trying to take out that gun.
We're down 50 lives in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You're burning through lives right now on this first point, and as per the usual crack, here's the thing about this map. This first point, it may look easy. It's not that easy to take down. If you don't execute on some of your major pushes, you can lose a lot of lives because of some of these wide open sight lines from the spawn. We're not prioritizing that many revives right now. We're just trying to mass around the point with the flankers. The problem with flanking is that if you get cut down, you're not getting picked up either if your full squad gets wiped. We're down to 115 lives already, folks. Here in the next 5-ish minutes, this game could be over if DNI doesn't change strategies here, slow down a little bit, and prioritize keeping people alive, keeping people from that respawn screen.
Yeah, really what I would like to see them do is send another squad on that flank, on that right side. Go help out that squad of Sarajin, Artyom, Sticks, and Stacks. They've been over there, they've been fighting, they've been getting kills, but they have not been able to make any ground so far. And quite frankly, you're not making any ground towards the front of the point either, so why not go ahead and find some value over there? The vehicle from Wanza is going to do just that, try to find some value on the flank.
Red had a huge push through a line while smoking both lanes that they could get shot from. I really like this play. We're going to get the assault vehicle with Wanza and likely several others inside. No, wow. Wanza goes in as a solo and gets cut down. Does that do anything for the team? Doesn't look like it. Was trying to maybe draw some attention so that this force of attackers maybe could pick up some kills while the defense turned around. But it feels like a completely needless sacrifice. Could have played a little bit slower there. 109 and counting. Certainly the lives have slowed down in terms of dwindling. I assume Dead Dog has communicated to the team, let's get some more medics. Let's prioritize staying together so we can pick up the revives and not just be sacrificing squads. Man, this is a brutal start here for DNI. Very uncharacteristic of a team of this caliber. And finally, we're starting to see more red than green. Finally, we're starting to see a path being paved by the infantry on the ground. And Dead Dog knows it. Gonna drop that urgent deployment. Says, please, let's get on the point. Let's move on to the B sector. We're gonna mark the objective to earn the extra score when they think they certainly will get it.
Finally, I see that Artyom's squad, they did win out on that flank. No more green over there. So now they can kind of free flow in onto the flank. If they're able to get behind enemy lines right here, look at all this grouped up green. It would be free pickets for them. Keep your eye on the green line in the middle of your screen. Right now it's above halfway, so that means there is more green on the point than there is red. And look at this. All I'm seeing is green in the kill feed. They're just cutting down this attack swiftly.
Yeah, this is bad news for multiple reasons. Obviously, if you're a D9 fan, they didn't capture A. The problem also is that they utilize an objective call, which you can earn an extra score with, and they utilize an urgent redeployment that essentially did nothing. And I don't know that the defense did anything besides put down a couple respawn beacons. That was a huge win for the defense in a tangible way and an intangible way. Finally, DNI getting a little bit of help here with some vehicles. This should hopefully open things up. The assault vehicle, one thing, doesn't help all that much. Wants on a tank, though, this should help, and the defense knows it. They're going to prioritize trying to take down this tank nearly immediately.
Yeah. More than halfway through your tickets, through your lives, and finally the vehicles are going to be the one thing that you're going to be hoping works as a little bit of a crutch here, but I'm not going to lie. TXD showing in full force why they've been so good in the vehicle game. That tank is forced to sit all the way back there. It is like yet to be at 100% durability. They are constantly going ahead and pressuring that thing as GD Alpha is going to try to find some value similar to how Wanza did, but again, that assault vehicle not too good unless you're able to find a giant clump of players on the point and use the wheels to go ahead and cut them down, but nobody was on the ground. They're all on the building tops.
Regardless how the rest of this point goes, this is a net victory for the defense. We're already into 77 lives, and I think the other thing to mention with this too is that for this DNI team to take A, they may have to sack their tank. They may have to sacrifice this giant tank to make sure that they capture this first point and can keep playing the game. It certainly helps when you got a tank destroyer. You can certainly do it. The biggest issue is that you need these vehicles going into the B sector to hold both points at the same time. We've seen it time and time again. B1 taken by the attack quickly, held by vehicles while the infantry plays for B2. If we lose vehicles here just to get the point, I can't imagine we're able to take B sector.
Yeah, I actually see a tank destroyer online now alongside the tank, so vehicles for DNI are going to start becoming quite active here. But they've got to make it happen, and they've got to make it happen fast. The longer this takes, the more they're going to start to dip into those tickets, into those lives, and the following sectors are just going to be that much harder.
Told you, Cracked is swingy, man. I was saying this off broadcast. It feels like no matter who the better team is, anybody can win on Cracked. Some shots up at the top, a vehicle called in finally for the defense. With that vehicle landing, this could be the nail in the coffin for DNI to not even capture point A. A huge pickup here for the defense, barely able to secure it, but able to get a vehicle in the first point is wild at an esports level like this on land. Whistly's already earned an artillery barrage as well, gonna be dropping that on the point. They want to hold here, they want to hold an A. They've already done their job, but if they can take care of one of these vehicles with it, this could be a big win for the defense. Here's the push, artillery over the top, it's all red on the point. Finally, they've earned their right to take Sector A, but the defense did a fantastic job.
Absolutely, it did take a plethora of vehicles on a map like Cracked, right? So TXD are winning the gun battles on the ground. I'm not entirely sure why the LAV from the defensive side is overextending onto a sector that we have already lost.
Legacy, known to be one of the best vehicle operators in this competition, has led his team to victory 1,000 times. Feels like a true true mistake. There's no qualms about it. You drive into 3 enemy vehicles, and what do you get for it? You lose your lob. It does look like the defense earned so much score, they're going to be able to replenish, I suppose. Maybe if you traded a vehicle out there, which I'm not sure. Maybe you traded an assault vehicle out, but man, I don't know. That one felt weird to me. Here comes the push, though. Only 113 lives for the B sector. This is going to be very difficult. The attack does have their tank destroyer still. This strike team on the backside trying to kill it. Fail. Tank with them. DNI survive. And they may try to thrive here in Sector B with these vehicles. If they win a couple more vehicle fights, here he goes. Legacy sacked the IFV and went straight for the tank destroyer and is going to punish his opponents. Maybe getting around this tank. The engineers are doing work. DNI hold. Sarah Jin will not fall. Look how many engineers are around those 2 vehicles. Unbelievable amount of healing, and Legacy again punished for such an aggressive play.
You're highlighting the engineers. I want to go ahead and highlight Wanza playing big brother in the tank. The tank destroyer from the defensive side was rolling through. He came through and rammed it up against the rock, so that way it cannot continue the onslaught onto Sarah Jin. Great play there between the 2 vehicles. Now Sarah Jin is going to be able to free flow around the map. Does not have to worry about Legacy's tank destroyer, as long as there's not another one being called in right now, as I do see there is one being called in. The tank destroyer is trying to find value. Tank destroying, it must do. There's a tank under heavy fire from the defensive side.
It does look like we lose one and gain one. Barely able to keep that IFV alive. Assault vehicle's gone. That has no chance. NTPP playing spoiler as per the usual. On, by the way, the engineers, knowing that they need some extra rockets. NTPP can't get away with playing something like a Nox or a Tempest. Instead, is going to make sure he prioritizes killing vehicles and then killing players. Dead Dog has marked an objective to hold. I would assume it's going to be B1 to hold rather than a retake already on B2. That's going to net them extra score that they need to call into vehicles. We use the Allure Rocket to scout things out.
Artillery barrage incoming.
Oh no. Really low here, and it does go down. Big shout out to Winter there, TXT with that Allure Rocket.
Yeah, Miang's been in that tank for quite some time, does eventually go down. And if you take a look at the bottom of your screen, been nullified are the vehicles of DNI. I do believe the tank destroyer ended up getting traded out for the LAV on the side of TXT, but as we just saw the tank get blown up right there.
Sarah Jin.
They are going to lose that, and yes, Sarah Jin back in another vehicle. Going to be swapping over from the tank destroyer now into the LAV, so the vehicle game is 1-1. As we say that, I do see some big parachutes off in the distance. Looks like another vehicle being called in for the attack side.
Quick look over the top briefly. You see that B2 being harried by the classic squad. Stick stacks up on the point, trading live, trying to harry the defense to keep them engaged at B2 so that the team can fully regain at B1. Just providing oxygen for this attacking squad so they can regain, reset, and then coordinate another push. That is the role of that squad.
Nice. Wanza does find those pesky little engineers that were hiding behind the rocks.
In TPP.
Yeah, they were honestly doing a lot of damage in this tank position. Was what they were fighting for. They knew this advanced position was being good for taking out the vehicles that were falling down from the sky. That's going to be a success. Now they're going to be up in the game. The vehicle game is 2-1 right now. Left in the vehicle for the side of the defense is just a single tank. The onslaught towards B2 can continue now. Not only is it all about the vehicle game, but look at the position for the attack, right? This side that they are on right now is very heavily valued.
Dead Dog still sniping, by the way, and actually getting a snipe off on the enemy commander. Pretty good shot. That'll net some extra score. Let's see a big push here around the right side. They're going to try to play the backside of B2 to see how much it's read by TXT. It's actually being read quite nicely by a tank. Zombra, though, I don't think knows that this LAV is about to swing in and punish him.
There it is.
See you later. Perfectly executed by DNI. Instead of a strike team, they send about half of their entire squad and just outnumber their opponents. They pinch onto B2, and there's hardly a green player on the map at all right now. They're all spawning in from the far side, throwing rockets down range. but there's just too many engineers for the DNI side. They should get some serious value here on B2 and maybe even fight to capture Sector B.
An absolute collapse onto the point of B2. A tank is going to sneak in, right? Because the two vehicles, 40 and I, did seem to turn their focus towards the point. They cannot go ahead and blow that tank up. As we can see here, an urgent deployment being called in from both sides at the same exact time as well. A beacon for DNI, so they should be able to just flood onto the point, be it that anybody ever goes down. Yeah. Take a look at the point though. I see what, like 3, maybe 4 players of TXT on the point. Some of these players got to start getting here, and it's all about the urgent deployment. I'm seeing a lot more find their way here now.
Yeah, Wansa picking up another vehicle kill as well. Just really well done from Wansa, as per usual. One of the best in the biz. And again, this is classic strategy. The commanders will match sometimes when the score is very even. One urgently deploys, the other does as well. Artillery barrage is coming in though, and a strategic beacon now from the defense to keep bodies on the point. It is a trading of blows, and it is a lot of score invested from both teams for Sector B. Whoever wins out here in Sector B could very well win this map because of the amount of score that's already been called in. There's another artillery barrage also matching the attackers. Big push. Legacy can't even buy a life on this map. Anytime Legacy gets a vehicle, Legacy goes down. B1 in complete control, at least for a moment. B2 captured, and they have to try this. Defense spawns on the backside. They swing over to B1. Attackers invested all of their vehicles for B2. Here comes the collapse from an assault vehicle and a tank. Let's see what the defense can do. They've got a strategic beacon inside B1. They get the vehicle down and spawn 9 people on B1. They are going to completely retake this point. You do not see this very often in esports. Assault vehicle down as well.
To the beacon, being the MVP placement. Shout out to whoever put that down. Able to put the whole team of TXT onto B1.
Wow.
Somehow they destroyed 2 vehicles while taking B1, and because of all that, when the dust does settle, they're going to be in control of B1, and the vehicle game is going to be equalized 1-to-1, a tank for DNI and a LAV available for TXD. But you want to talk about equalizing things? Not really, because that was a huge win for TXD no matter what happens on this B sector. DNI down to 40 tickets remaining.
Yeah, this is really well done from TXT, and the fact that they were able to get this B1 point off, actually, it was a great play, great beacon, great bodies on point. It feels like a misplay here from DNI more than anything. They knew that the only option when B2 was fully wiped was the spawn on the far side straight ahead down that street. Where are they going to go if they can't go to B2? They're going to go straight to B1, and nobody was holding it. This is a catastrophic meltdown right now of DNI. Perfect minds from Nail2G. Won't be punished by that again, and we're seeing a full retake of almost both points. What a catastrophe for DNI after so much momentum was regained. TXD putting up a great showing here on defense and Cracked.
Incredibly well done. Somehow they actually still have B1. Yeah. I thought they all went to B2 and gave up B1, play that tug of war.
It's all vehicles. It's just the vehicle trades here. DNI got a little bit too desperate and get punished for it.
Yeah, this is all done and dusted, right? I mean, 25 tickets remaining. Your vehicles that are trying to get spawned in, they're under pressure right now. They are going to touch ground, but golly, think about it, man. You now got to capture both sectors, both flags, with very little remaining.
To win this right now, they've got their tanks back on the field and they've got a vehicle advantage. To win this, they captured B1 very easily right now, probably. If anything, the defense is going to give it to them so they can back up and prepare for B2. The second thing they're going to do is they've got to leave one of these tanks on B1 while everybody else goes to B2. If you invest everything on an all-in on B2, the exact same thing is going to happen. So at least one tank on B1 while the rest of everybody else heads to B2. An artillery barrage landing on top of B1, not a bad strategy to thin the herd and make them respawn, burn some of those lives preparing for this fight. Red is picking up kind of an insane amount of value here on the point, and Sarah Jin falls. Job not done. As we move towards B2, the defense out of vehicles. The attack, the final push potential. B1 in complete control, B2 in trouble, and we have marked B2, I can only assume, for the taking, because you have to.
if they're careful, DNI can actually pull this off. They've pretty much wiped the map. The tanks were picking up so many kills right now. They're trying to pay attention to the flank on the left side. So that same exact thing does not happen to them again. But at the end of the day, you have to get on the point. And what better to do that than a beacon and an urgent deployment at the same exact time.
B2 is all green right now. Artillery strike landing on top of the point as well. We know where the green are. We know they're not going to go for B1. We've got maybe one player holding B1 because they don't want to make any more mistakes. And Sarah Jin's taken to the skies, and a tank goes up on top of the buildings, looking down on the point, and then thinks better of it for a moment. This artillery barrage is causing so much chaos that right now, nobody that is green is dying on the point. Finally, we see Johan down below picking up a couple kills. We see Sticks and Stacks lighting up this kill feed. Finally, we see B2 start to fall and B1 in complete control with Mayang holding it down with the tank. This is exactly what I talked about. This was their only path to success, and finally, they are finding it. We may very well see Sector C.
Yeah, I mean, TXT, they haven't caught in a vehicle in what feels like an hour. We've been seeing a constant barrage of artillery barrages on the point. They've been spending all their score on that, but a beacon, a last-second glimmer of hope for the defensive side of things for TXT. They're trying to put the beacon down. They're trying to get on B2, but it's all red. It's all red. It's all DNI.
And all in finally pays off, folks. You pick up 50 lives, but you've got to capture C1 and C2 in 60 lives. This truly does feel like it's going to go to game 3, regardless of the fact that this is map 1. This is so even, so close. Both teams having moments of greatness. Sarah Jin just drives over the top of all of these buildings to prepare for what's next on C1 and C2. Now you may be asking yourself, now what? Yes, you can blow C1 to smithereens. I don't think we have the score that we need to be able to do that. We've invested so much score into urgent redeployments, into artillery barrages, into our beacons. Both teams investing a lot of score pretty early in this Sector B. I say early, we've been going for nearly 23 minutes at this point already. Sector C is going to be very difficult for the attack. They're sitting a strike team far left around the backside of C1, which is pretty standard. The main force is kind of holding this large alleyway between the 2 points, and Mayang is playing very safe, just shelling over the top for now. Of course, you will see an all-in from that tank as we get closer and closer to what will be the final couple pushes here.
Sarah Jin is in probably the most disgusting spot I have ever seen for a vehicle, especially throughout this event. Yeah, backup is going to be coming very, very soon for DNI. A tank destroyer available for them. Again, I'm going to mention again, where are the vehicles for TXD?
Yeah.
Have they just invested everything? There they are. Finally, they're coming down.
They're taking a lot of damage there. That backside tank might go down. The frontside tank actually tanked one of the shots. Otherwise, the backside tank goes down. Literally 1 HP in a dream. Can a Lulu Rocket clean up the deal here before the engineers heal it up? Looking like, no. Man, that's a missed opportunity. They've got to see that HP bar, but there's a lot of chaos happening on C1 right now. Again, 14-9 to win. Their win condition is maintain a hold and set a foothold for a respawn here on C1. They got to take this point very quickly, which it looks like they mostly are, and set that position up as their base camp to prepare for a push onto C2. You know, funny enough, every time we've seen crashes, there's only one other time here on land. There really wasn't a tug of war between C1 and C2. Yeah. It was just a back and forth on the in-between spaces. If you could ever get to C2 on this wide open rotation, you'd have a chance.
An extended match here on Crack, just barely. C1 has now been conceded. They did try to fight for it a little bit, but only able to take out 6 tickets. 54 to work with here for DNI.
Big fight.
I'm starting to think about it, right? Vehicles obviously playing a big part of this. What about a guided missile? We're 25 minutes in. I think the score has been racking up. My eyes are kind of looking towards Sarah Jin, right? Been in that tank for a very long time, has not had to replace it since forever ago. So the score has got to start to rack up, right? 50 tickets to work with towards C2. These tanks are getting pressured so much that they're back in the spawn.
Back in the spawn.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was a great
That's
play.
why.
That was a great play. They back up, they were low, but you saw everybody pop out of the vehicles, throw up their Allura rockets, and all connect on the same vehicle. Big takedown.
But C2 is getting captured right now. Obviously, yeah, nothing to worry about. Looks like there was only like 1 or 2 members of DNI on it somehow capturing themselves, and that wakes up TXD.
Yeah, it's the classic play here from DNI. It's what they've been doing with stick stacks. You can see him actually playing in his forward position. They're putting a little bit of pressure to force the defense to back up. We had a low tank destroyer though. Wanza in a big difference maker. Hard to be a difference maker when your vehicle gets blown up nearly immediately. These are big wins for TXD. I've said this before. I will probably say it again, maybe even in this match. The war of attrition always goes to the defense, and right now TXD is winning that. If they can hold on just for a little bit longer, they will win this game.
After the tank did get lost, they're then forced to go ahead and call on that tank, right? That's going to cost a little bit of score that I was talking about. Thought that he was going to be able to start racking up that score towards the guided missile, but because the vehicle went down, going to have to reinvest now. C2 has not really been touched yet. The boots on the ground have not been able to advance the line, and a big reason for that is the 2 tanks on the side of TXD holding this entire road.
Calling in this vehicle from way back there just to make sure it lands, because they know that it is one of the last vehicles they will get in this map. 30 lives and counting.
Ooh.
Got a respawn beacon, but a route man back here with Winter find it with the tank. No problem. Nobody's going to be respawning there. Assault vehicle in deep trouble and going to have to back out. Styx goes down with that assault vehicle, not an into the world situation, but would have been helpful to get Styx' squad back into the mix very quickly. Romania has decided to hold C2, makes sense, set the objective, earn some extra score for what will be the last push. May just get that score in time, maybe call a guided missile even from the defensive side to assuredly net a victory.
Odu on the back of the tank destroyer right here. They're trying to find something happen, but amongst all the chaos, TXD, they've actually gone on the aggression. They went ahead and tried to recapture C1.
This is the right play from the defensive side. They're not giving up C2. They know the pressure's on at C1. They also know the same win condition I mentioned before. The win condition for DNI is to have complete control over C1, spawn in from there, and make an organized push. Sarajin in deep trouble. Very, very low. 1 or 2 more rockets. Those triple blaster shots will land, but we got enough. No, we don't have enough engineers in TPP on the assault. In TPP takes down Sarajin. I said there was a couple nails in the coffin, but that one will seal the deal most likely. A brutal push here. Wanza finally able to answer back, but we only have 11 lives, and we finally have C1 in control. Their win condition back on the table, but they are running out of time. They have to be perfect for this next push, and frankly, the last push.
I mean, it was close on B2. You remember, they almost ran out of tickets. They're in the same situation again, but this one's a little bit different. You got to push a little bit further. C2, it all looks done and dusted, especially when the vehicles you're calling in, they're getting blown out of the sky before they even touch the ground. They're taking it slow, though. DNI trying to go ahead and find something that they can do together. They are losing a couple of lives here and there, but TXD, they're still on the aggressiveness. They're still just blowing those vehicles out of the sky, and the push towards C1 is still happening. It's been the same squad over and over again for TXD. They keep pushing towards C1. They keep picking up a couple of kills here and there, and as a result, only 4 tickets left.
Wow. Yeah, and we don't even have any pressure on C2. We're not going to get an overtime here. I can almost assure you of that. The last second, an urgent redeployment time. A beacon landed by Veronica. They do now have pressure. They got it. They got it. I spoke too soon. I didn't see Veronica sneak in and grab that beacon down. With pressure on C2, they push us into overtime. This map couldn't get any closer. Perfectly executed right at the last second, and it's going to be matched. Look how many streaks are being called in from both sides. A massive push right now. One that TXD is technically winning, but only by a small margin. C2's falling, but they're answering back on C1. Veronica, the hero. Let's see if the hero will actually win the map, though, because TXD have so much pressure, and they are using all of their score to secure the win. 60 seconds in counting, and that is the only timer, the only number that matters here in overtime.
A minute left remaining for TXD to go ahead and hold on, but a respawn beacon on C1 is going to allow them to start to put the pressure back onto DNI. Yeah, that C2 push looked very, very good, but we might have forgotten about C1. Again, they're all over C1. A guided missile, a Hail Mary, something, please work, is what DNI is begging for right now. I don't know where you can put a guided missile to cover both of the points. We're gonna have to see if it finds any sort of value. It's gonna go on the C2. It does find 3 kills. Yes, they might be able to pick up C2, but for me, the big question mark is gonna be C1.
It's gonna come down to the strike team. There's 3 or 4 players, Sarah Jin, no vehicles, so I'm gonna put a gun in my hand and try to take C1 by myself. Both ticking towards the attack. They have to do it in 30 seconds, and vehicles galore coming in from the defensive side. C2 in control.
Another one.
Deck Dog calling in a guided missile. I can only assure you, this will land on C2. This could land right on the heads of TXD. Another beacon goes down with 20 seconds on the clock, folks. C1 and C2 are red, but they're not in complete control by either squad. This missile will change everything if it hits on anything. Dead Dog picks up 1. CVVT with a missile of his own, but it will land 1 second on the clock. C1 is deep in trouble. C2 is at nearly a perfect tie. Who will win the gunfights? Who will outplay their opponent with 10 seconds on the clock?
Oh my gosh!
Win the map in overtime.
If that missile lands, the map goes the other way. Mere seconds separates us on crack between who takes home the first game, but it's DNI towards the end of things. A couple of lives remaining. Somehow the clutch comes in, somehow they sneak on the C2, somehow they force overtime, and somehow the beacon, the infinite lives, the urgent deployment, the guided missiles, it was finally enough.
So much celebration right now that you'd think they just won the entire match. What an important victory for this team on Cracked. We've been saying that a couple of these games are close. It is impossible to be any closer than that. Overtime with 1 second on the clock. CVVT, by the way, calls in that guided missile. CVVT is their medic. That is TXD picking up so many revives on the defense that they're able to earn a guided missile. That missile comes in 1 second too late. 1 singular second. Quick look back on the highlights. Obviously, it started here on A, and TXD did such a great job on defense, man. They held this first point for so long. Unreal.
Going all the way back to Sector A, yeah, you're right. I no longer believe. I didn't think we were going to get past it. And here, fast forward in time, DNI takes the map?
Crazy, man. And I think after A, obviously we look towards the B sector. This is where rubber meets the road, right? There's a lot of vehicle trades. Honestly, a couple overstays here from TXD early to give away a few free vehicles. But B was a good hold as well. Again, B1, as per the usual, taken by the attack, used as a foothold. But remember what TXD was able to do. They were actually able to trade out B1 and B2. When B2 was under so much pressure, they routed over from their spawn to B1 to relieve some of that pressure and keep their dreams alive of holding in Sector B. That moment right there, really impressive stuff from TXD. They went out in a lot of these engagements. Finally, Sarah Jane hits the rooftops. We've seen that in a couple times in the qualifier tournaments. Finally get to see it on main. And they barely skate through the B sector. We get to the C sector, and I didn't think we would make it to overtime. I even said that out loud. These guided missiles changed a lot. They didn't change everything, though. It was the beacon inside of C, and that guided missile was literally, from the defense, from CVVT, was literally 1 singular second too late. A crazy map. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and see, obviously, some big moments from some big players here. My eyes are drawn to the left side of our screen first because they did win. Styx picks up 72 kills, playing entry fragger, playing boots on the ground, playing assault, and just slamming the opponent on the flank over and over again.
Shout out to NTPP on TXD side, though, picking up 49 kills on that engineer class for the most part of that game. I'm looking for the revives, right? Where was CVVT at? I saw the revives. I didn't get to see the full count right there. It was actually pretty far down the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Not sure how he had so much score for a guided missile.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a read on that in a moment, or if anybody in chat saw it, but a great game. Stats were so close. I mean, literally, again, I sound like a broken record. It couldn't be closer.
That was.
And by the way, funny enough, as the timer hit 0 and they won the game, we saw the guided missile connect.
Yeah.
And I think it picked up 9, by the way.
I mean,
Insane stuff. Look, here's a look at our team stats. Insane amount of revives from DNI, 150 in total, 9 vehicle destruction. Kills are out of this world. You got to remember, this is one of the longer games we've seen on main yet.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have gone longer either on this map. And so, great job here from DNI to win. You won't see this player as the game MVP. But my MVP of this game by a mile is Veronica.
yeah.
Veronica was able to sneak into B2. I've said out loud on broadcast, we won't hit overtime because there's no pressure on C2. Veronica sneaks in by themselves, mind you. Sneaks in, drops a beacon, and they get enough players onto the point to start taking away C2, which pushed us into overtime and therefore won them the game. That is the reason they win, because of that singular move and then the chaos after it. And talk about a brutal loss. I mean, look at their faces. TXD so frustrated by that loss. They've got to hit a huge mental reset after technically losing 3 maps in a row.
Wow, forgot about that. Yeah, 3 maps in a row indeed, coming off that loss from TL. They probably felt so good about that, man. And honestly, they looked good. I think they honestly got the better of DNI for about 95% of that match. But the 5% seemingly came down to when they had like no lives remaining. Think back to B2. B2 was like done and dusted. They had like no tickets left. They could have lost there.
Dude, TXD played an incredible game. Let me be very clear.
Yeah.
It is so difficult to hold against this DNI team, and they held at every sector. They didn't even concede a sector to hold better in the next. They held at every sector at well over 120 lives. Look at some of the members in our audience that, of course, maybe some of us here in the English broadcast would recognize. That is No Mercy sitting there. That was Little J, the commander of No Mercy, watching the matches. Look, No Mercy got knocked out early. They did play Cracked, though. I'm sure they're talking a lot about what happened on Cracked their time in the spotlight, but you see Dead Dog there leading his team, talking to some of the other squad leaders. TG Alpha, huge component of this roster. Man, TXD looks so frustrated.
Incredible match, incredible game. That's how close it is between these two teams, and we are not done yet. Got at least one more game between these two teams. Full reset, full swap of the sides. Still going to be playing Cracked, of course. And DFI and both TXT, they both got to feel a little bit exhausted after that one. And you know who else has got to feel a little bit exhausted? Chang Ji. 37,000 total score, 48 kills, revives in the mix, assists in the mix as well. Doing work.
Doing work on a medic class, too. That's wild. Maybe swap between, possible, but still, support technically really well done. Chang G1. I've been impressed with all of the individuals. Again, it's so fun because Warfare, we do so much talking about the macro that we can highlight individual micro plays. It can be so rewarding for these players. Everybody gets the chance to be a hero. But again, look, I'm gonna say it again because I can. Veronica is my MVP for that game, dude. Insane.
Now, how close these two teams are and how much of a struggle it was for DNI to attack on Crack. What do we think, right? We both predicted this was going to be 2-1 in favor of DNI. After what we just saw, after how hard it was for DNI to attack, do we think TXD can go ahead and capture all of the sectors as well?
I can't change my prediction. I have to stick with 2-1.
Okay.
However, unfortunately, that felt like the map that TXD was going to win. That felt like their win.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they lose it with literally 1 second left in overtime.
If you wanted to go 2-1 or something like that, you would want the defense to win.
Yeah, you need TXD to win that, especially with how well they were playing and how hard they held on every sector. Yeah. That was TXD's map to win, and I think they know it too. Listen, can they absolutely win on attack? 100%. This is a momentum-based game, and as much as, you know, downtrodden they look, dismayed they look, you know, I think it's very possible that they can still win this next map. But they've lost 3 maps in a row. Tough. That's going to be a big mental reset. Let's take a look at the best squad from that match, though. Obviously from DNI, and it is the squad we expected to see. Artyom, Stack, Styx, Sarah Jin. Look at the kill totals, folks. This is ridiculous. Just from one squad alone, you're looking at almost 200 kills.
Yeah, very close. I think it's like 197 total there. Incredible work. And it's just kind of amplified how good of a performance that was from Styx. When you do take a look at the rest of the squad, we had Sarah Jin that was in the vehicle the whole time. We've been talking up Artyom pretty much the entire time, but somehow able to find upwards of 72 kills. And you know, 3-sector map, 25 minutes. It's a lot of kills, man. It's more than like, what, more than 2 a minute? Yeah,
That's good math.
thank you. I do try my best to not be wrong.
Folks, we are into a make or break moment for TXD. They were perfect in this tournament until today, and now they have lost 3 games in a row. Huge mental fortitude is needed for this team to still have a chance to play in the championship and get revenge on TL. Reminder, this is lower bracket finals. The winner of this matchup will move to the championship game, playing for $60,000, competing against the infallible, as of now, Tang Long TL. A really big moment for both of these teams, and a $10,000 jump in pricing. Both teams will go sit down back at their seats. Strategies prepared. We will just swap sides and get right back into it. There's NTPP, one of the heroes of this roster. Didn't make quite as many waves as maybe the team needed him to in that one. But again, I think on track it was funny because we said it's much less vehicle heavy map than others, but vehicles are still incredibly important.
Yeah,
both Artyom and NTPP were running engineer to make sure they prio demoing vehicles.
I felt a lot vehicle heavy than I was kind of expecting, if I'm being honest, for Crack.
Yeah, especially compared to the last time we saw.
Yeah.
But that is the
tension of the game.
That is, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That is the nature of a longer game. That is the nature of Victory Unite, where you're earning a lot more score and able to call in those vehicles more often. All right.
That's just because A took so long. You know what I mean? I feel like in the
Yeah.
other games that we've seen Crack, A usually falls pretty quickly, but as a result of that, everybody was able to rack up score and call in those vehicles as backup.
You know, one of these days I want to get a stat for how much health you heal on vehicles.
Dude,
some of our engineers would go absolutely insane.
That's needed.
It really is.
Seriously, these engineers dedicate their entire game to sitting there and
blowtorch.
repairing a vehicle, and then they're at like the bottom of the scoreboard and everybody else gets to talk up the tank. They got all the kills right here. As a reminder of how this is going to work, we're going to be on Crack once again. They're going to swap sides. TXD now has to attack. They have to attack to not only stay in this game, they also have to attack in order to stay in the competition.
Yeah, no, I like that call out. Really important matchup for them, folks. We are on our 13th best of 3. These last couple days have been insane to get to this point. A 4-day LAN competition. Sometimes when you only play one best of 3 a day as a team, it's going to feel like a sprint, even though it's a long couple days. But for some of these rosters, this truly has been a marathon, especially TXD having to go back-to-back here. If TXD were to win this match, they would go back-to-back-to-back. Today, a marathon for some. For TL, they will just sit on their haunches and wait to see who their competition will be. DNI, technically, on paper, have played the most games out of any team yet, having been sent to the lower bracket very early in this competition, and then doing whatever they'd like in the lower bracket all the way up until this point. That was the closest game that they've played by a mile, closest game we've seen on main broadcast. If there's anybody in chat that's watched all 4 days of this competition, Would love to see you say so in the chat. It's been a dang good time. Vivid and I have casted over all 12, now 13 best of threes over the last 4 days. It's been so much fun to see these teams get better and better and better, not only from team to team, but also inside of each of those teams as they played more and more as a unit. We talked a lot about this on day one, about how some of these teams are a conglomerate of either a couple squads from multiple esports orgs that come together really for the LAN event, whereas some of the other teams, like DNI, like TL, who's already in the finals, have been playing together for a very long time. And you're able to see that chemistry on display in moments like this. Some have LAN experience, some don't. Some players, this is their very first esport. Some come from other games. It's been really fun to watch Warfare at the highest level. There is no other esport in the world like Warfare, where 20 players are on the same team, playing the same map at the same time, with chemistry and coordination like you're seeing today. This feels like the beginning of something super special. I'm excited to see the future of this. DFIW has not disappointed, and I feel like we're just now getting into the best of the best.
And shout out to the teams as well, right? Because, you know, you're talking about it, a very unique esports experience, and they've done everything that they can with it. We've seen some incredible plays made with 20 players. I mean, talk about some of the other esports out there. Sometimes, you know, it's just very, very complicated when there's only 2, 3, 4, 5 players involved on a team. And we've got 20, and they're taking that challenge and they're running with it.
Yeah, dude, here's the thing. I think, I mean, not only us, I mean, we know this game very, very well. We've talked a lot about some of the unique strategies. I think not only us, I've even seen the audience in chat say this a ton, how much they've learned watching these matches. Some of it is completely not replicable in pubs because you can't coordinate with your team. The ridiculous strategies, some kind of cheesy, really cool stuff that's been pulled off, definitely can't be pulled off in pubs. Some of the things you've learned from these games you could take home and go wreck some pub lobbies with.
I'm going to be expecting these strats in my pub lobbies, so I better see some of you guys in chat trying to help me out, pull some of these plays together. Some last-second beacons on the point.
Dude, as we wait on this match, folks, thanks for staying patient. I think we're just making sure that, likely, honestly, I need to double check. There may actually be some subs coming in, potentially. TXD looks tired, man. I mean, they look exhausted. I mean, talk about the adrenaline overload of an overtime 1 second difference loss.
Dude, good grief. Get them a timeout.
Maybe they
just
use
kidding.
one.
Get them back in the server. 3 minutes. We're going to make sure that they don't have an opportunity to rest, unfortunately. TXD do have to do it all here. Again, a rough position to be in, right? Forced into this back-to-back situation where they do have to play these matches within quick succession. The mentality reset required.
Bro, those glasses are kind of crazy. I love that.
Dude, you look across the stage, you see somebody in glasses like that doing that little emote right there, man.
Well, that is the difference right now. Again, it's not everything, but it is something. The energy right now that DNI has after a momentous win like that is so much value going into the second map, where they know if they lose it, job's not done, they can keep playing. TXD lose this next map, they're out of the tournament. They take home 30K. Big congratulations, of course, if that happens. They want to be in the finals. I mean, these teams came from all over the world to be here on LAN to prove that they're the best Warfare team of 20 players, plus subs, plus coaches, plus support staff.
Yep.
So much on the line, man.
I'm excited to see how it all goes. The event's been incredible so far. We've had a couple of close games. That one takes the cake. That just means that we have 2 teams that are evenly balanced, 2 teams that are equally skilled and can probably take each other down given any day of the week. As of right now, DNI comes out on top of the first one. How will it all fall? TXD. I want to see a game number 3 in match 13 of this event.
let me be very clear. I think we've got a couple folks popping in for the very first time. I said this a moment ago. This is day 4 of a gigantic LAN event. Everybody been on LAN in the stadium for 4 days. We're on a 13th best of 3. We have seen one single best of 3 go to game 3. Every other match has been a 2-0.
And it's making me mad.
Vivid is not happy about it, by the way. Oh, it's so funny.
It's just less games.
Yeah, right.
Less opportunity to see stuff like that.
All right, chat, what do we think? Going to game 3, or are we going to see DNI go 2-0? Couldn't get any closer in the last one. 20 seconds, we'll be loading in. Again, as a reminder, again, for some of the new viewers popping in for lower finals, winner goes to the championship to face TL, who have not dropped the map this entire tournament. Playing for $60,000, but you got to get there first. We're going to be swapping sides. We are 1 patch behind. Tournament server, back on Cracked. With our esports observing system, if you see red, that is the attack no matter what we are watching. If you see green, that is the defense, and that is DNI. Up 1-0 in the series, a best of 3. Gotta pick up the win here to move on to the finals and not risk the final map. Game 3 would be nuts. Could be on a totally different map. A lot of decisions to be made. I don't know if we'll see it or not. TXD need a strong mental right now on the attack. They need to get aggressive. They need to play with confidence. They've got to win here. Stand or fall, an apt motto for this competition, especially right now, Vivid. Back to Cracked we go. Let's see how long the hold is on Sector A this time.
A lot of decisions to be made here for TXD. How do they want to approach this one? They do not want to have it go extended like DNI did. They want a quick attack here onto Sector A. How are they going to pull it off? I'm very interested to see. And this attack is everything for them. It's the entire tournament. Sure, they're guaranteed 3rd place. If they lose right now, they will be 3rd, but they want to continue on. They want an opportunity to take it home. We're on Cracked. TXD, they're down 1 game. Can they come back?
Starting off, as per the usual, you can see that DNI is trying to sniff out this flank that's obviously going to come in from the high ground on the left-hand side. What squad is doing that? It is the flanking squad from before. It stacks, it sticks. They're trying to sniff out this squad to make sure they still maintain a power position around the right side. What they don't want is to get trapped onto the point. You're just going to get out-fragged and out-spawned. So far, so good.
Aggressive pushes coming in here. They're trying to push the advantage. Stacked is actually going to be left alone. His entire squad has fallen in a gunfight right now to go ahead and win it. Yeah, he's going to lose that as well. The respawn beacons are going to be placed down by the attack.
That's NTPP, by the way, the hero of TXD, one of the top fraggers in this competition. Watch out for that individual on the map, an absolute difference maker for this team.
Sniper POV, one that we do not get often. Luna as well, so that's interesting to see. I'm not going to lie, the defensive hold from DNI right now is not looking good. Already, TXD has made much more progression on these first 6 tickets than it took DNI on the attack like 10 minutes to do.
Yeah, this is an interesting point. Obviously, A falling very quickly here. I can't imagine the defense actually is going to be able to retake this with the setup that we have. It's actually a nice take there from the defense to pick up a couple and maybe try to smoke and run onto the point. Try to neutralize it for a moment. They're actually winning the gunfights for the most part. Might be able to stall this out a little bit longer. As much as the last map was a very lengthy one on Cracked, what that allowed for was a lot more vehicle gameplay. At this point, A goes very quick. You're not going to see very many vehicles, especially from the defensive side. This could be a pretty swingy win here from TXD if they keep up the momentum aggressively. A's down in 13 lives. That wasn't even kind of close. If this is a nod to what's about to happen in this map, we're going to go to game 3. I think DNI are mostly thinking, not worth our time on the hold. We'd rather play for the B sector. Let's see if it pays off for them. They do have a tank.
Yeah, they did set up pretty early on B1, kind of anticipating that was going to happen. But look at this, the stinger smoke across the road. That's the only way to get your troops over to this site, especially when the tank is going ahead and putting shells into the smoke. They know exactly what's happening, and it has picked up a lot of kills. Does not matter. There are plenty of stingers for the attack to go ahead and pick those bodies up as soon as they do go down. Now the push on the B1 is starting to happen. This compound is usually one that does fall pretty quickly because it is so close to the attacking side. But DNI is trying to put up a good fight. Look off in the distance. I see all red all over.
That tank is taking so many Allura rockets. Wansa able to stay alive. The engineers in pocket, as per the usual. A lot of information gained with that as well, though, in B1, as again, per the usual, always is being retaken by the attack very quickly. Romania, smartly, is going to mark this objective for the taking. Again, in Victory Unite, the commander can earn a lot extra score if the team is able to execute their orders. So oftentimes these commanders will execute the orders when they're almost assuredly 100% going to happen. That's exactly what's happened here. B1 has been fully captured in 4 lives, earning a lot of extra score for the attack. This will likely net another vehicle for the attack to try to give them advantage for B2.
Yeah, the 2 engineers back there on one, so that's going to be Hodu and Yang. Again, wish we had that stat, see how much repairs they've done, because early on in this match, they've had to pull out quite a lot because that tank is constantly under fire. Shout out to DXD for somehow constantly applying pressure for what feels like coming all the way across the map. Like that tank was way far back there and still taking damage. Alubrus just proving why they are chosen time and time again. Now we are on to the infamous B2. We just saw how hard it was to actually go ahead and capture this. B1 did fall pretty quick, and so did A. But I think B2 should hold up a little bit more of a fight.
And again, because it's faster, because A was sacked very quickly, it's going to be a lower scoring game. It's going to come down to more individual boots on the ground plays compared to the last one, which is maybe what DNI wants. We'll see if that's actually the case. B2 in complete control right now, but the attackers just slowly but surely pushing their line forward, making sure they get their revives, not spending too many lives, trying to set up an attack. Right now, they're caught in the crossfires. See Artyom again, the hero of DNI, MVP, top slayer in the entire competition, trying to maintain his position on the flank.
Did see use out of Toxic right there. Pretty rare. Most people like to opt for Stinger. And another thing that a lot of people do not know is that Toxic does benefit from that faster revive as well. So just like a little bit of a difference in kit there. Cool to see that. B2 currently under attack. There is a giant push coming through. But I do see Sarajin and Co over there on the left side. They're trying to hold it down. Stax and Sarajin both go down at the same exact time. That means the Flood is going to be able to come in from the left side.
Artyom gets picked back up, and now the lone soldier on the right. Here comes Wansa, taking quite a bit of heat, but still alive. Artyom is dancing on his opponents as Tempest, able to pick up so many. With the help now, with a little bit of backup, they're actually somehow able to hold that right-hand side. There's a lot of green in the kill feed right now. Really well done from the defense to completely nullify this push and pick up kill after kill after kill. There's a reason Artyom is the top slayer. Good grief, line him up, knock him down.
Incredible stuff from Artyom right there. Does eventually fall, but a 5-piece on 1 magazine from an M7. Good to see him in good form. That's going to help out the defense. What's going to help out the attack is Zambra in the tank. Constantly was finding value in our last game, and a little bit of a change here. I see NTPP is not going to be playing Engineer, opting to try to get a little bit more gunny with it. Probably feeling like he can press the advantages a little bit better as that Tempest, but when Artyom's shooting like that on the other side of things, I'm not entirely sure Goj.
Yeah, Sarajin, by the way, Wansa, been big difference makers for their teams as well. Wansa is basically on a rail. The backside of B2 just staggering back and forth, the pendulum between these 2 long streets, trying to pick up anybody in the flank. Frankly, if you're able to pick up any kills, that's a huge win. But you're really gaining information for your team as well. A lot of communication for both of these rosters. But Wansa being a big difference maker for the team, shelling around the point, picking up info of where the push is coming from, and sliding back and forth, trying to cover the infantry. A lot of bodies on the point now for the attackers with some respawn beacons, trying to play from the rooftops and picking up more revives. These medics are going to be everything for this attack to find any value.
Absolutely. The tank has not had to get involved onto the point yet, but Deadlock starting to feel the pressure right now. Does call in the first urgent deployment so far in this game, and with good reason. B2 currently under attack, and it is starting to fall just a little bit. For the first time as well this map, it's seemingly like we're having a face-off between the 2 tanks. Again, this tank's job right here for the attacking side is to just hold B1. Look at that. There's nobody back here except for the tank. You remember what happened last game?
Point.
It was really tough to lose B1, but yeah, the point right now, B2 is falling even
Gotta
with urgent
get on
deployment.
We gotta get on the point. As a reminder, Victory unites, folks. Respawn timer's a long time, but when that urgent redeployment's out, you're spawning in nearly instantaneously. A huge boon for the defense in particular, who don't have to worry about lives. The problem is they can't get to the point. Just because you can respawn fast doesn't mean you have respawn beacons there or folks that are not in combat. So because they're losing B2, what do? Well, I guess we gotta try to trade for B1, but guess who's here? The classic strategy in the B sector. Zombra just sitting on the point with his engineer said, yeah, come and get it. Let's trade. We win that every day of the week, including Championship Sunday. A massive take and a massive hold. TXD moved through Sector B with ease. A knife through butter going into Sector C with maximum lives. This is not great for DNI.
Yeah, you got to imagine Wanda just trying to deliver somebody onto the point so that way they can put down a beacon and do something similar that we saw last game. But unfortunately, everybody was ready for it. I actually called out that the tank back here on B1 for TXD was pretty much alone. Somehow we blinked and there was like 5 members back there ready for that as well. So great awareness from the team as a whole. Now we turn our eyes towards C1 and C2. Again, this is a way faster game than we just saw. The score is not going to be as high. The tanks, the vehicles, they're not going to be as readily available, nor are the guided missiles. I'm sure we will not play long enough for those to actually come into full play now. So it's just going to be about how good you are here towards C1. And listen, DNI, they've got to make something happen.
We talked about the win condition of DNI when they were on the attack. It's going to be the same here for TXD. They need to set a foothold into C1, a slightly easier point to capture. They need to set it essentially as their spawn point. They got to win it first. TXD know that. They know they got to push here. And DNI are going to try to hold at least for now. Just try to get any lives, and it's not really working. We've only spent 6. We're still picking up our revives, and we're winning out on this point. And we're picking up enough score to secure some more vehicles. This tank destroyer, I can only assume, is headed straight for C1, about to muck up all the plans of DNI.
Yeah, we'll have to see how effective they can be when they are up 2-0 in the vehicles. The defense has to get something going. They did just send their only tank so far this game towards that B1 push. And now the tank destroyer, look how fast it is. This is why it is such a dangerous vehicle.
Run through everything besides those, big dog. Legacy thinks better of C1 because his team is capturing it now with boots on the ground. They're trying to swing around the backside of C2 and maybe at least cause a bit of pressure for the defense to have to concede C1 so his team can set up spawn there and move on their merry way. Now being called back into action because Chang and DG Delta picking up so many kills on the backside there, by the way. That was a lot of green in the kill feed. Red calling in another tank. GXD trying to push this advantage they have with vehicles. They're doing a pretty good job of it. That's CVVT, by the way, taking control of the vehicle, moving off of the medic, getting into a vehicle, getting active, while Legacy maintains position in the tank destroyer.
Yeah, just adding insult to injury. I'm not sure how they have the economy for so many vehicles so early on, but yeah, as Goj pointed out there, great hold on to C1. Definitely a little bit more of an investment towards this point for DNI than TXD did when they were on the defense. That being said, still a good opportunity here for TXD to go ahead and push in. There are plenty of members over here. They just got to go ahead in and win the gunfights.
See CVVT now, boots on the ground, playing aggressively onto C1. They're going to wipe just about everybody on C1 right now. Should be a nice, easy take of C1 while the defense regroups around C2. You see Sarah Jin, boots on the ground. Not often do you see Sarah Jin not in a vehicle. This game has not been very long, and because of it, the defense do not have a lot of score for vehicles. A strategy that maybe we thought they were implementing because they wanted that to be the case. Now coming out back to bite them because the attack has enough score to have vehicles of their own. We need a lot more engineers from the side of the defense if they want to win this matchup. C1 easily headed now to the attackers as they set up the push for the defense. No, defense is actually going to try to retake here. It's not quite an all-in, but this is maybe a bit of a risky move. Going to try to contest here on C1. Tank sure coming in, play spoiler. That's what I thought was going to happen a moment ago, but brutal.
Yeah, I think they got to try to play for C1, right? They've got to try to play for everything. They got to try to delay this match as long as they possibly can until they can eventually call in those vehicles. That is the big difference maker. Now that C1 has been captured.
Yikes.
They're going to set their eyes on one thing and one thing only, C2.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it didn't work, frankly. I mean, if it would have worked, it would have been nice. Could have elongated the map, but of course, dying there means you're going to respawn over at C2, which is where you want to be. So it's not the end of the world, but all momentum is on the attacking side by a giant margin. This is not reminiscent of the last map at all. What we thought was very even teams looks like very imbalanced teams. But again, DNI won the first map. They can afford to lose this.
Barely won that first map. Probably feeling a little bit lucky right now that they did, because this defense for them is just falling apart every single turn that is made. I'm taking a look at the point, right? There's just only 2 bodies on it right now. They're just all scattered, trying to regroup. They actually don't even seemingly really care about C2. They're actually going for C1.
Yeah, they're going to go for a trade here. I like this. They just don't have enough firepower to actually compete with the push on C2. They lose if they don't go for it, but as per the usual, what does the attacking side do? They leave a vehicle on the point that they already have control over. It works almost every time. The defense can't get anything going because this tank destroyer is ripping them to shreds.
They're trying to get the engineers in. If they can go ahead and take out this tank destroyer, that would be a big win. It's right now at 50 durability. It was starting to feel the pressure. Legacy decides to go ahead and retreat. On the other side of things, C2 is slowly getting lost, but there are a couple of members from the side of DNI trying to go ahead and hold on as long as they possibly can while C1 is being captured. This rooftop position is very strong behind that Allure shield, but does end up going down. The flip-flop is in. C1's in the control of the defense, but C2 is lost in exchange.
Yeah, I think this is actually a really smart move from TXT, Legacy, and that tank destroyer not to full send and all in on the hold on C1. They know they can outlast their opponents. They know they can take C2 here, trade points, try to hold C2 and retake C1, which is arguably a lot easier to retake. So may see another swap. We're finally starting to see that tug of war I always talk about on these broadcasts of a flip-flop of points until one side finally relents. This artillery strike, it looks like, is landing, by the way, directly on the heads of TXT on C2, which may give them enough breathing room to not actually full cap C2. Because the defense does fully recapture C1, at least for now.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my eyes out to see if a vehicle is ever going to get called in here for DNI. They're trying to make things happen, but just being down in firepower is hurting them so much. And honestly, TXT is doing such a good job of keeping all their vehicles alive. Sometimes they're getting pressured, right? Sometimes they're very close to losing their vehicles, but never. It just never happens.
Yeah, it doesn't happen, but also, without vehicles, DNI still holding. C2 going back to the defense. C1, they're going to flip-flop again. C1 going to be picked up by the attackers. I'll be curious to see what DNI decides to do here. Are they going to try to contest C1 or just be content about flip-flopping?
Jeez.
It looks like Dead Dog is actually marked likely C2 for a capture here. This is a smart move. They need the score desperately. We got to get bodies on the point. Actually, Dead Dog by himself is on the point capturing C2. He knows he can. The rest of his team's going to pressure C1 to keep the attack there. They're going to net a win on C2. That will net them enough score probably to call in, I think, their first vehicle.
Trying to get something going here is DNI, right? The same game plan. Push towards C1 while we have C2 in case the attack does start to put pressure onto C2. Look at this. All of their efforts have been thwarted, so much so that it's pretty hard to even look around the map and see many of the green team members alive.
Here. We're out of position here. I mean, maybe they go for the retake as the attackers leave the point is what they're thinking. Maybe they're just trying to infinitely trade until they win the war of attrition. I don't love this position. If they're just winning all the gunfights, it works though. The attackers get pretty aggressive into where the respawn beacons are here on the outside of C1. That is exactly what they're doing. They're willing to take the trades here, and they're actually just straight up winning the gunfights. They are out-fragging their opponents with a little bit of extra cover. The attack get a little bit over-aggressive, and they're going to lose both points. That was a big mistake from TXD to try to chow into a much easier position to hold. Wow, DNI finding some wins, still without a vehicle.
Pretty flabbergasted at the fact that this defense is actually holding on here on the C sector. I thought that the vehicles were going to be able to give them a big edge on this attack. Yeah, sure, you know, it's kind of worked, right? C1 fell pretty early on. They've been able to capture it a couple of times, but it just keeps falling.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot of time. DNI doing a really good job with not a lot to their name. But trade after trade after trade means we're back to an even stalemate, and we're down nearly 90 lives with only C1 to show for it. DNI sets up this same line. They set up this position from inside of this area, this small little section of the city. This time the attackers are finding ground. This time the attackers are winning the gunfight. This could be the beginning of a disaster, but so many revives here. Look at all the medics coming in, picking people back up, keeping up the aggression. They want to keep the fight outside of C1. If they're able to keep the fight outside of C1, they will always have control over C2 and therefore win the war of attrition. TXD knows it though. They've got a big flanking squad coming over here on the respawn. Beacons on the right side. Look right here. Veronica, the hero of last map, and DG Delta trying to hold down this off angle.
Yeah, I mean, the stronghold here, right? This little compound is where DNI have kind of staked a stronghold towards, and that's why they've been able to transition over to C1 very quickly. Here we go. The score has been saved up. They called them all at the same exact time in hopes that they would not get destroyed out of the sky. One does, but they do net 2 vehicles in the process. They do have to repair them just a little bit. A lot of process to do, but the lure rocket is going to come in. If it hits, if it connects, I think it'll find the destruction. It does not.
Took them long enough. Welcome back. DNI finally with a tank. Assault vehicle stays alive, at least for a moment as well. In the meantime, though, look at the offensive line. It's pushed through C1 into the area that they were holding. Maybe an oversell on the vehicles, so now everybody swarms the point. All of green on C2, and all in here from the attack could either yield a win or maybe yield a loss if they lose their vehicles. They need to be careful while also staying extremely aggressive. TXD have a chance to put this game away right now with the way this defense is trapped on C2.
Tank is still alive all the way in the back, right? So they called in 3 vehicles. They have 1 left. One of them was lost in the sky. One of them was lost on C2. C2 is still in the hands of the defender. But look at this. Finally, the tanks are starting to get active. These guys have been playing way back in the fields. Finally starting to get towards the point. But as a result, is at risk of getting destroyed. One more rocket has to connect. Please do not let this tank get away for free. What?
How did a lure rocket not finish that one up? Insane to stay alive there from Zombra. A big win for them. I gotta shout out that artillery strike. I can't understate enough how much that zoned off C2. The artillery strike landing on and around the point, forcing the infantry to seek shelter indoors. It doesn't actually net a kill, but it gave the defense enough breathing room to actually expand back out of C2, expand back out onto the map. You can see Stacks, Artyom, the MVP squad over and over again, the Slayers, the Intraman, they have retaken C1 at least for a moment just by the guns in their hands. Impressive stuff from this roster. There's a reason they're the MVP squad over and over again. They net 200 kills just as a squad of 4 last time around, and they are the thorn in the side of TXD.
Yeah, but they're going from Slayers to trying to win out the hide-and-seek game. The tank destroyers trying to sniff them out. But look at the time that they are able to go ahead and expend for their team, right? Keep them busy. But this is a little worrisome. C1, that's been their hope. That's been what they've been kind of crutching onto. C1's no longer an option. We just saw them go down over here, and C2's under heavy attack.
Both teams calling in artillery strikes, it looks like, on C2. It's going to be utter chaos around that point. Vehicles finding a lot of value now on the backside. Zombra keeping this tank alive. Such a huge boon for this team. C2 finally reaches neutral while C1 is still in control. This is the farthest the attack has gotten, and Dead Dog knows it. We've got a team strategic beacon down. We've got urgent redeployment for the defense as well. There's going to be a lot of bodies on the point, and maybe that's good news when this guided missile lands. About to change the game, about to win the game. The defense in trouble. They're trying to find some motion onto C1 to save the day. Missile will land. Zomber goes down. The missile connects on only the commander, Dead Dog. He is out for now, but the beacon's still alive and picks up 5 respawns. Where is it? Oh, I bet it's on C1. Look at this defensive trade. So well executed, but another guided missile will land from the attack. They've been racking up the score from those vehicle operators. Defense in complete control of C1, but this missile could change the game. It's landing directly on C1. If another missile lands on C1, that point will fully collapse. Could make this a 1 capture sector point for the last 50 lives.
Amongst all the chaos, all of the vehicles have been destroyed for both sides. There's another guided missile being called in right now. If that's going to land on C1, it's going to destroy it. C2 right now is in full control of TXD. If this one lands, if they do not get on the C2, they are going to win. They're going to have a little bit of time to get on the C2, I do believe, which is why the strategic beacon does get played. Under heavy attack, it's going to collapse. You can see right there, they're under time pressure now. They got to work towards C2. As you can see, the flood's trying to come in, but it's all red towards C2. They're not playing the defensive side of things. Another guided missile from Kuhn BZ is going to be landing here soon, but 2 strategic beacons being placed down on the C2 right now. The defensive side is trying to make something happen. Urgent deployment on both sides. Guided missile doesn't need to land. There we go. TXD 1-1. They even up the series.
The time crunch yet again, this time going to the opposition. All I see is relief from the side of TXD. They've been racking up the score for that very moment. A great strategy, a classic one, and one that I'm wondering now if DNI was worried about. DNI maybe conceding A, maybe allowing Sector B to go quicker, not wanting to invest too much because they don't want a long game because of that strategy right there. Either way you look at it though, great trades from DNI. What was a rough map for them turned into a great one. They held Sector C for 120 some odd lives. But when you collapse one of the points in a 2-point sector and you don't have control over the correct point, they scrambled so hard and couldn't get it done this time around.
Yeah, DNI on the defense right there. It looked like they just fell apart. A completely different team than I feel like we saw on the attacking side just 1 game ago. Never really had a stakehold in the vehicle game, it appeared, right? They kind of tried, called in a couple, but they were seemingly saving their score for something. Maybe it was just the constant flow of artillery barrages and deployments and beacons being placed down that was required to kind of try to hold on to the defense, but TXD not making it easy.
That's one of those plays that's in the strategic playbook and have been in the strategic playbook since this has been released, that you could destroy C1. It is kind of a classic strategy. It's one that in pubs is very difficult to pull off because you're not that coordinated. But you do see it pretty often, actually. And I know DNI was thinking about it. It's just interesting when you think about this map and the way it was executed. Again, DNI did a really good job of trading back and forth. But this moment right here, I think, is one of the more frustrating ones. You lose one of your vehicles, and then you end up losing all of them. And I think from the defensive side, the main mistake, frankly, obviously the trade here, just unfortunate. The missiles come in, they execute a perfect plan. The real problem is that you allowed it to get to this point. We don't destroy the vehicles of the attacking side fast enough. They rack up a crazy amount of score, and then they're able to drop however many missiles that they want at the end. Still a pretty solid hold. Actually ended up being about a 130-point hold for the defensive side. As expected, folks, we are headed to game 3. Oh, this is going to be so fun.
Yeah. This is going to be very fun indeed. Only the second time this tournament we've gone to game 3.
Okay, we got a couple things to say about this tiebreaker, by the way.
Okay.
This is the first time actually ever in this competition. One of the first times I've ever seen where both sides win the attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair.
So the way this tiebreaker works, I'll probably describe it and explain it. We'll have kind of a lot of downtime here. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made. The way this tiebreaker works is pretty simple, though. Whoever did better gets an advantage. Technically speaking, the way you determine who did better is who captured all the points faster.
Yep.
That was definitely TXD.
Yeah, absolutely.
By a mile, frankly.
Yeah.
And so because of that, TXD is going to have an advantage. Now, the way that works is they get to choose. They can either choose the map or they can choose to elect to choose side after the map is chosen. That feels like the better option most of the time. So if they say we choose side, D&I will then choose a map. TXD will be able to choose if they want to attack or defend on that map. This has only been ever seen once on LAN in this competition. The map that was chosen was Ascension. The team that chose side chose defense, and that team lost. Keep that in mind going into this one. Let's see what these teams decide and how they think about strategy. Let's take a look at some of the team stats, though. TXD did a really good job. Pick up 4 vehicle destructions, which are like the only 4 vehicles that popped in for the defense.
Yeah, 4 out of 4.
191 revives. That's a lot.
That is a lot considering how fast A&D went.
Yeah, that's a ton, right?
Yeah.
That feels like a ton. It is the attacking side, so usually you see more, but really well done there. Almost 500 kills, solid score lines as well. Great job from this team. Also, great mental fortitude. Let me be very clear. I thought for sure they were going to lose that game. My prediction is coming true if D&I wins Game 3.
Yeah.
We're feeling really good about predictions today, but I really didn't think TXD was going to win that game. Watching the cameras and the facial expressions of TXD going into that match, I thought for sure they were going to get rolled. I mean, they look so downtrodden. They lost 3 games in a row. Mental fortitude there, fantastic. It's one of the reasons why they're such a great team.
Definitely been getting beat up a little bit today, but finally they bounce back. Finally they get something going in their favor. That one's got to feel good. And yeah, I like the fact that you bring up the point that both of these teams went on the attack. Usually when we see games go to the tiebreaker, the team that picks side wants to go the defense, usually. But for both of these teams, they just lost the defense.
Also, another fun point.
Okay.
We are now, because we've only seen 2 Game 3s,
right?
And they were opposite.
Oh, gosh.
We are now officially on LAN back to exactly 50-50 on wins on defense and attack. We are exactly 50% win on attack, 50% win on defense throughout 13 best of 3s. That's kind of insane.
Speaks to, well, does that speak to how close the competition is, or how one-sided something is? I think one-sided. Usually the team that's winning is just
like
hero.
Like how strong the teams are.
Yeah.
Some teams are. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's still cool though.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, that's how it should be on LAN. I feel like the best teams out there. But, anyways, we will waffle around for a little while, folks, because they got a lot of decisions to make. You can see some contemplative faces. Again, TXD is going to have the advantage here. I don't think the admins have technically said that, but we know that's going to be the case. Here's a look at the MVP from that game. Let's see who it is from TXD. Does look like it is Romania. This is their commander, and I think well-earned, too. I think those are really good calls from the commander, and picking up 42 kills, 27 assists, and a single revive. Hey, we'll take it. Nice job from Romania there to lead the troops and do a lot on the map as well as an individual. That is a hard thing to do. A commander's role is very, very difficult because you need to be an impactful player while also taking charge of your overall squad and team.
Yeah, love seeing these commanders get credit for how good they do in some of these games. A lot of work to still be done, though. One more game between these 2 teams to figure out who goes ahead and faces TL in the championship game and who goes home and loses and gets 3rd place.
Yeah, TL is watching this and being like, "Oh, this is a good news," because they just rolled TXT, right? And the fact that these two teams are so evenly matched makes them probably feel pretty good about their match against whoever comes out of the lower bracket.
Well, I mean, they've already beat both of the teams.
Yeah, true.
So they probably don't care who wins.
Yeah. Their game against DNI in the upper bracket was much closer than their game against TXT, though.
Yeah, on Threshold.
Yeah, on Threshold, yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Take a look at the best squad, though. I would assume it would be our commander squad, but hey, not always the case. It is, though. Romania there with 42 kills, like we said already. And some solid scorelines, actually, from Nail 2G, MNY, and Medics. Great revives as well.
Nail 2G actually getting some credit there. I did see him on the sniper for a majority of that game. So cool to kind of see that. I have actually seen Nail 2G pick up multiple kills with the mines. So
yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Constantly
Mines,
swapping between
sniper.
the operators. Yeah, kind of a diverse little skill set there.
I like it. All right, well, the teams are going to make some decisions on main. Without being in the war room right now, I don't think any decisions have been made yet, but some big discussions happening right now for both teams. Do you choose to select the side? Do you have a favorite map? Is it a map that you say we win on attack or defense no matter what? Do you look at the maps you've played and make a selection based on that and what your team's been able to do on that? Do you look at the opposition and where they lost and choose that map? Golly, there is so much going on, folks. We're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be Game 3 of the lower bracket finals. You're not going to want to miss this. Whoever wins this next map will head on to the grand finals and take TL. We'll be right back in just a moment. welcome back to DFIW. It's time to stand or fall in Game 3 of the Losers Bracket Finals. Coach Vivid, we've been with you for the last 4 days. We are back. This is an insane matchup we have on our hands. D and I have a chance to stand or fall out of this competition after an insane lower bracket run here against TXD, who just fell out of the upper bracket.
Yeah, what an incredible 2 games to actually get us here to this tiebreaker. I'm excited for it. I wanted it. This is exactly what I had asked for. Only the second time throughout this event so far we have actually had to go to a tiebreaker. The fact that these teams are so evenly matched, I'm very, very excited to get a map 3 out of them.
Here we go.
Who's going to find themselves in the championship game? Whoever does it is going to battle it out and win on Ascension.
Okay, a couple quick notes here. Again, as a reminder, TXD, they decided they had the priority selection because of the tiebreaker. They decided on side. What does DNI do? DNI says, fine, if you want to choose side, we're going to Ascension. And so TXD says, okay, Ascension, I guess we will defend. This is a very interesting one because this is also the exact same thing that happened the last time we went to Game 3. The only other time we went to Game 3, Vivid, exact same map was pulled, exact same selections. We choose defense, the attack wins. Does history repeat itself? Do you think DNI wins here?
Man, DNI in the hands on Ascension with a helicopter on attack. That, I think, is going to be the difference maker. How effective can that helicopter really be, right? Because you got to imagine when they're picking the map, they're thinking about, hey, listen, when we pick the map, we're probably going to get the attacking side. What map are we most comfortable attacking on? So DNI, yeah, they probably feel most comfortable attacking on Ascension, which is why they went ahead and picked it. It's gonna be a big one, man. TXD are good at the vehicle game. DNI, they got to be a little bit better.
Dude, this is such a fun way to go into Game 3. This really does feel like almost like a throwback tournament or a throwback match. We're playing the 2 OG maps in one of the biggest best of 3s, the biggest matches we've had of this entire competition. We're going from cracked into Ascension. It's insane.
And mind you, like Coach already mentioned, the only other time during this tournament we did go to a game number 3, it was on Ascension as well. Do you remember how close that one was?
Yeah.
That was one where the guided missile landed and somehow still did not win them the point.
Yeah.
Be it, they got knocked off or whatever happened. We don't even really know.
Dude.
So that one was super close. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Another very close game on Ascension that goes all the way to the end.
I'm so pumped. Listen, this is exactly what we thought was going to happen, frankly. We knew it was going to be really close. We knew both of these teams were good. We knew they were both strategically sound. It was just about who could execute on main stage today. 1-1, game to 3, anybody can win. I personally think in Ascension, especially with this high level of play, it's actually a fairly even and well-balanced roster on both sides, whether you're attacking or defending. Quick look at the actual roster, though. We are making a substitution. Again, don't have information on the why. We're making it nonetheless, though. As you can see, Komat is out. Jonghae is in here for DNI. Maybe just getting somebody fresh in. Maybe there's a specific role for that player. I don't think we'll see that player up in the helicopter because Komat wasn't. I don't know. All I know is I'm excited to get into the gameplay and see who wins this match. Will take just a little while to get these players into the game, especially with the substitution. So stay patient with us. We'll keep checking out our audience. Everybody really excited to be here. The crowd has been very, very loud, especially with those noisemakers. And even though the hometown team went out in 4th place tie, they do certainly like good Delta Force games. And so they've been enjoying watching these games and getting very, very loud for big plays.
Trying to think about who the pilot has been. Has it been Wanza for DNI?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Wanza's been one of the main, obviously, vehicle operators on the ground, but also in the air. I'll have to double check. I mean, we'll see immediately, I suppose.
Yeah.
DNI haven't even played that many. I mean, they played
Threshold.
They played Fault, but that map, there was the jet operator, which is not necessarily the same operator in the helicopter. Fault, a very interesting map. That was fun to watch as well. But we're playing Ascension, folks. If you're just tuning in, just missed what we talked about. We're playing Ascension. And again, I feel like at an esports level, it's a very balanced map between attack and defend, which is usually why the team that doesn't have the advantage chooses it.
Yeah.
Because we expect the team that chooses side to end up picking defense. It's statistically, I guess in pubs, not even here, but statistically maybe a hair easier. You're in LAN though, it is exactly dead even, 50-50 throughout 13 best of 3s. This map changes everything, man.
Yep, 1-1 in the series. This map does change everything, change how the rest of this tournament is going to go. Only one more match after this one. That's going to be the championship match. TL is currently awaiting the winners of this. The third place prize is currently awaiting whoever loses this. So big money on the line here, big stakes. Both these teams want to win it. Both of them showing incredible emotion after winning both of their respective games. So great to see. A little more moment for the teams to go ahead and take a break, obviously, between game 2 and game 3. I'm sure they would have talked about exactly what they think is going to happen on Ascension, an opportunity to go ahead and land and get back to being ready.
I love that we get a chance to see Dead Dog Commander before the fight, man. Stakes literally couldn't be higher, especially for some of these players. You know, I want to remind you folks, we've got players from literally all over the world that competed in the last 4 days of competition. And all of these players have been preparing for this moment on LAN for at minimum several months based on the qualification series. For some of these players, it's been longer than that. Some of these teams have been working towards this moment through their regional competition into today. A quick glance at the shoulder. It looks like all of our players are in. We're missing one?
One slot was missing.
I bet it's the sub. I bet they're getting everything set up.
Getting one guide again.
Getting one guide again, indeed.
Got to go ahead and make sure that all 40 of our players are ready, locked in, all their settings are right, yeah. Usually the sub is the one kind of causing that to happen. No surprise, first time on the stage for them.
I want to take a moment, too, as we are preparing for what's about to be the grand finals after this map, to go ahead and remind everybody about how insane of an event this has been, man. If you're just tuning in for today, we've been through 8 full teams of around, in total, 25 players. 20 on the map, squad of 4 subs, coach, probably more support staff than that, talent managers. 8 times 25, that's 200 people that have crossed through this stage, swap setups. There's so much logistics that go into this. A Warfare competition of this scale has basically never been done on a global scale like this. There's been some regional championships here and there of similar size. It's such a unique event. Really laud the production team and Delta Force for making this all happen. I also laud these players, man. They have been through a marathon of an event. See maybe some of the tiredness setting in their eyes, or maybe just some resignment to the fact that they've got to battle one more time potentially.
I'm no certified lip reader, but I believe that was a come on.
Either not wanting to be on camera or ready for this game to start. Either way you look at it, I agree, brother. We're all ready, but again, all of that leading on to just say 200 people go through these setups. Anytime there's substitutions, you're having to re-sign in, change settings, get your armrest the right height, seat the right height, lap pillow, mouse pad, keyboard, 3 monitors, 2 PCs.
Oh, jeez.
You know the deal.
Yeah. Taking a look back at some of my notes, I remember calling this out on day number 1. This is a serious big piece of information here, so please lock in. I've mentioned it before. I've forgotten to mention it subsequently. DNI told us a little bit about themselves. They enjoy eating mango.
Okay, dude. I knew that was going to be some weird fake stat.
It says it.
It is what they said. It is one of their fun facts from the team was that they enjoy eating mango. So do I, okay? That's not the important thing, though. I do want to give a little bit of shout to the qualifiers that these teams came through while we have a second. DNI, they're the winners of the Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare previous qualifier. And they also are, similar to a lot of other squads, a combination of several organizations to create DNI. Now, DNI, not necessarily an organization in its own, it's called Dead Dog and Idol.
Yeah.
Dead Dog and Idol with a dash. Because of that man right there that you saw for a blink of an eye, and we've shown several times, the commander leading the charge. Dead Dog, great content creator, been competing in Warfare for well over a year. I've casted over Dead Dog several times in Warfare competitions. Doing a really good job now on LAN and a global stage. And then talked about TXD a little bit too. Similar story. We've got players from a bunch of doors. We actually see players, kind of a combination of two teams that played in a previous ACL competition. Two different teams kind of combining to create this roster in particular. They qualified through Delta Force Winter Frontline here in 2025. You know, it's funny because on paper they were marked as underdogs. Well, I don't think so. Top half, top three, playing for a spot in the championship. The story is underdogs, and they have a great story to tell because they have been crushing it. Again, if you're just tuning in, TXD actually just recently fell out of the upper bracket. They were in the upper bracket finals against TL Ting Long, who had been, both teams had been perfect through the upper bracket, not even dropping a single map. TXD, unfortunately, maybe going a little bit too confident. They get wiped really easily in 2 games from TL. They come in with a vengeance here against DNI. DNI also dropped by TL.
Yes.
Dropped into lower bracket early from winter semis, and they've been battling through the lower bracket over and over again, win after win after win. Their resume is the longest in this competition.
One of these two teams is going to have the opportunity for revenge. It'll be really, really cool to see if they are able to go ahead and successfully do so. Because that, in its own right, will also be an incredible story to tell. Ascension, Ascension, Ascension.
You know what? When I think of Ascension, we've only played it, let's see. We've played 1 best of 3 on it.
Yeah.
And then now we're seeing 2 game 3s on it.
Yeah.
I think I'm correct in saying that.
Yep.
The best of 3 we played on Ascension, I'm not kidding you all. You need to go back and watch it. It was day 1.
Yeah, it was TL.
And it was TL
RRQ7N
against RRQ, and it was the quarterfinals. It was like the very first day, the first match we see TL on. It is one of the most iconic Warfare matches I've ever seen. Go back to day 1, find their match. I want to say they were 3rd of the day or something like that. 2nd of the day?
Second match of the day.
Second match, day 1, worth watching. If you want to see how to play Ascension well, especially on the attack, watch TL. That was ridiculous.
If you can get like 20 friends together, you would dominate every single Ascension you ever played if you play like David.
Yeah, if you just happen to play like one of the best teams in the world,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
I love it. It's true though. Even just pull some of their. It's not like I want to say gimmick. It's not a gimmick. Pull some of their really highly strategic plays. Use that in your pubs, and who knows, maybe you can pull something off. But yeah, I'm seeing some folks pop in here right before the game starts. Sorry if I sound like a broken record, but to remind you, it is a game 3. This was a decision that had to be made based on a tiebreaker. TXD did get the advantage in that tiebreaker.
Oh, it's back.
Oh?
The shakes.
Oh, the shakes.
Nervousness, yeah.
I thought he was about to have a problem. I thought he was getting sick or something. Nerves are high for sure, but TXD had the advantage. They captured all the points faster. There's our timer top right. Ooh, we got 7 minutes, Vivid. We're going to hang out here for a little while.
Wow, we are indeed.
TXD got the advantage. They captured all the points. Both teams won on attack, on crack. They captured all the points faster. That's the tiebreaker for the attacking side victory.
Yeah.
So because TXD got the advantage, they chose to select quote-unquote side rather than map, meaning they're going to force their opponents, DNI, to choose what map they want to play, and then TXD will get to choose if they want to attack or defend on that map. It feels like the better option than choosing your map. They do that. DNI chooses Ascension. TXD says, well, on Ascension, I guess we want to defend. DNI gets a chance to attack. We've been popping around, showing some folks in the audience quite a bit.
Some cosplayers, those are my favorite, actually.
Yeah, they were outside, actually, between games. There's been some really cool cosplayers here.
I've got to get a picture with the Luna.
Yeah, you're a Luna guy.
I am a Luna guy. I do love playing Luna. I know that some people in the chat have seen the cosplayers running around. I know they have a Toxic, a Luna, a Byron, a D-Wolf, Hackball in there.
You just want to like name all of the operators?
I think that's it. I think that's all I saw. But I was going to ask who the people would want to take a picture with, or like who their favorite operator was.
Ooh, chat, let us know who your favorite operator is.
And if it's different, see, for me personally, it's different.
Different than?
Like in Operations and Warfare.
Oh, true, yeah, for sure.
Like 97% of my games are probably on Luna.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And then like the other like 2% are probably Toxic.
Yeah.
And then the last one's just like, hey, I fell asleep at the wheel and picked whatever.
And during the selection, you
I was like,
pick
whatever, yeah. And then in Warfare, I like to play Dealer.
Okay, so I am almost the same.
Okay.
I play Medic in Operation. I play Stinger in Operation because I'm cheap. I'm always trying to save money.
Yeah.
Loot value. So I always go Stinger.
You just
almost every
don't
time.
bring in meds.
Well, okay, I never bring in meds, not at all, not even kind of. And I just play with my team. But I'm only ever, usually in Operations, I'm only ever playing with a trio. So they've got the utility on lockdown, so I'm playing Medic, so I'm playing Stinger. And then when I go to Warfare, I go D-Wolf as well.
Nice. There we go, we agree on something. We just fist bumped.
Hey, we've agreed on all predictions today. And
There's only been 2.
Listen, and we've been right so far. We're on game 3 in lower bracket. We were right.
Check this out. Finally see some answers coming in. Luna, I see some Luna. Nice. I can agree with that. Tempest, God. Tempest. I actually haven't played Tempest in Warfare yet, but Tempest in Operations is nuts right now. If anybody plays Operations a lot, a lot of Tempest.
So good.
Yeah.
I will say, I have played actually these on Operations too.
Nice.
But most played is certainly Stinger.
Also, the Hackball, man. Those flashes. Shoo, I hate to see them coming.
How many hours do you think you have in Delta Force? Not to put you on blast here, but I think it's a good thing because you play an insane amount.
I think like 800.
You know, it's insane.
I think.
You play a lot of Delta Force.
Yeah.
When I was talking, I didn't get a chance to interview a lot of the Warfare players. There's just been so many people, and it's been 4 days nonstop action. Oh, there's a look, by the way, at all of our
There it is.
This isn't even all of them. This is just some of them. Been able to show them quite a bit here in the audience. There's a lot more outside as well. These are really good cosplays, I ain't gonna lie.
See?
But I had a chance to talk at DFI for Operations.
Oh.
Are you trying to look up your account right now?
I am.
I talked to those players, and again, they're esports sweats, right? They were trying to like make it to that event, participate on LAN.
You're about to make me feel bad about how much I played. Go ahead.
Not one person said below 1,800 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Is that not insane?
That's like a lot.
I can imagine it's the same for a lot of these Warfare players too.
Dude, I see, like, I play a lot.
I know you do. No, I know you're digging through your library right now.
I'm trying to
figure it
literally
out.
like fact check.
We got
myself. I
time.
think it's around like it's 800 to
Probably
like
around 1,000, yeah. Now, folks, again, thanks for listening to our Delta Force podcast right now. We are waiting for the game. We had a couple subs come in. Obviously, game 3s will take a while because we had some decisions. But that timer top right should be accurate. Anytime when it's around 2 minutes or so, if it's still up there, that means they are loading into the game. They're selecting their operator, selecting class, they're selecting the commander, and we are loaded into the map. Again, we are going to Ascension, not Crash. Brand new map. Team chose it. I'm ready. Did you find it yet?
It's not loaded.
I tried to give you time. I was trying to set it up.
Look at that.
Here we go. D and I already yelling. They're ready. Got to ramp back up. Laser focused. I see an empty chair. What? Oh no, they were just leaned very far forward.
An empty chair would have not.
That would have been crazy.
Not been good.
Missing at the wheel.
Oh, I found it.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Correction. I have 1,400 hours of playtime on Delta Force. Just checked on Steam.
My go.
On my phone.
Very well done. I don't think I have Steam on my phone. I don't know how you even did that. Is it an app?
Yeah, it's an app. Steam
Right,
app.
we don't have time for that. Nice job.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hours, brother.
I'm bowing right now. Thank you.
That's sick. Let us know in chat if you beat Vivid in hours on game. I've got a good amount. I don't have anything near that, though.
There's going to be some of
Way
those
too busy for
operation
that.
sweats you were talking about in chat watching this.
They're like 1,400.
Dude,
That's
I've got
nothing.
4,000.
Oh, man. All right, we're in game. Here we go. 45 seconds, folks. We are playing Ascension. This is it. Lil J's like, listen, I've been on camera too much. Shout out No Mercy. Great squad from all over the world. Unfortunately, got cut down a little bit earlier than they would have liked, but made it through the first round. Great. Okay. Ascension we go. DNI on the attack. Thank you for staying patient with us, folks. All the players ready to rock. Big shout out our cameraman. They've been working hard to show every player, every bead of sweat, every moment of anxiety. Crowd starting to use their noisemakers. They know game's about to get started. Here we go to set the scene. The winner of this map wins the match and goes to the grand finals. DNI on the attack, in red the entire time. TXD on the defense, in green the entire time. In this match, no defense has won. A chance for TXD to do something they haven't done in a very long time is to win on defense here. The last time we saw Game 3 on Ascension, the attack won. Are the odds against TXD, or do they choose correctly? Only time will tell. TL waiting in the wings, watching with bated breath to see who their competitors will be. It is time for the boats to storm the beaches. It is time for a very long map of Ascension. We've been playing all these short maps, man. I'm ready for another long map, all the way to D.
It's also time for these teams to prove that they deserve to continue on in the competition. They've got to win here if they want another chance at TL, who again is just waiting. Ascension attacking A. Sometimes it goes quick, sometimes it goes slow. We've seen it both ways. Let's see which way we're gonna get here.
Here we go. It is time, the final game of the lower bracket to determine who will meet TL in the championship. And it starts with the beaches, it starts with the boats. And as per the usual, the attack gonna come up from the bottom, but also keep a couple folks in the boats on the outside to shell the high ground position. The battle for the high ground is one that is super important on the first point. One piece of high ground, of course, will be this cliff face on the left side. So you see half of this audience, half of the infantry rather, push up to the top and try to earn that spot on the top. Again, we start with the helicopter on the attack, and we start with the lob on the side of the defense. Both of those two will be shooting at each other quite a bit. If either of those go down, it's going to be a gigantic advantage to start the map. Both will be playing very patiently.
I see one of these distant pushes kind of happening off in the distance. Disembarking from the boat is actually going to be RDM's squad. There's going to be one squad on the side of TXD actually awaiting the revival. That's that plate right there that I was just talking about. RDM going to be on the other side of the hill, joined by Styx. The boat right there being shown kind of how they got there. But if you look at the defensive side of things behind that rock, the respawn beacon is readily available. So if they do go down, they're going to be back very, very quickly. Pivotal point, a part of this attack.
This may not mean much. I am still impressed by it. We're a minute and a half in, and not one person has hit the revive button or hit the respawn button. Every single person has been knocked, has been picked back up, which is kind of insane to say. 180 lives still max as we push towards A and actually start taking it away as well. Helicopter way up in the skies. It will stay at least this high almost the entirety of this point and probably the next, because of that AA, because of the AA guns, as well as the lob on the backside. Here we go, though, already under pressure on A and already finding some solid value.
I actually see it. And it's going to be Wanza in the tank on the ground, so not going to be the pilot right now, but the push comes in. Look at all of the stingers on the side of the hill right now for Sector A. That's going to force a lot of the defensive members to try to get on this point and prevent this from happening. This is going to open up a lot of the map for some of the other attackers to start to take some space.
Attackers got their tank already onto the high ground, and Sarah Jin is our helicopter operator.
Absolutely incredible. We know how good he does in some of the other vehicles. I think this is going to be the first time we see him in the helicopter. It's also the first time we have seen them on Ascension, so no surprise to see a little bit of a change. But early on right now, oh my gosh, we are almost 3 minutes into the match. One singular ticket has been used by DNI, and they have almost captured A.
Gonna talk about the value of medics. My goodness. One person has hit the respawn button. Everybody else has been picked back up by the medics. Now we're down to 2. 120 is when you start actually seeing value from the defensive side. Near flawless thus far from DNI to already get this much action on point A. This is not that easy of a point. This is not one of the hardest point A's, but this sector usually is held for a little while longer. Let's see if the defense can resurmount a decent attack.
Yeah, the flood is actually coming in right now. They've all left their positions. They actually had control of the hill once again, but they had to leave it because this point is currently getting lost. You can see the strategy right there was to just play Stinger on the front side of this hill, but finally it is sniffed out by the defensive side of things. TXD pushes in. They clear out all the Stingers. They clear out all the smoke, but now an opportunity to kind of make a push towards the hill. Wanza up on top of this little mountain actually inadvertently ends up falling off. Not going to mean that great of a deal.
Oh my gosh.
It does mean a great deal. Legacy with an Allure rocket from who knows where destroys the tank.
Legacy netted the kill, but that was about 8 rockets that all landed perfectly on that tank. Fell off the top of the high ground. It may have not made a difference. That was so many Allure rockets, probably an AT4 or 2, and who knows if the Lav even got some shots on it as well. All I know, tank down spells disaster for the attack here. They had so much momentum, and they've nearly lost all of it. They got a boat and a helicopter that's being harried right now by the Lav. This is a brutal start here for DNI. What started near perfect has turned into a disaster.
Back to square one we go. They've got to reclaim a lot of the space. Up on the mountain is going to be the first objective. With only 2 defenders up here, it looks like DNI does take this small little bit of a victory. But again, TXD are just playing this strategy where they play extremely off the point, and as soon as DNI goes in, they put numbers, they put bodies on the point. That is when TXD will decide to regress. Here we go. The same strategy is going to be employed. The Stinger smokes coming off of the hill. You can see that is how the teammates are going to go ahead and make the rotation towards Sector A. The Revives also playing a pivotal point. They are currently capturing the sector, but again, TXD can kind of join at any time.
Here comes Legacy, getting a little mixy and doing a lot of nothing. I suppose getting a bit of information, maybe. That's about all you can say about that one. The attack setting up on the low side of this hill. Still have a high ground position. Not as strongly held without a tank, but still held nonetheless. Technically inside of the zone to start capturing it. You can see that kind of green outline around A. They're in it on the low side. It is one of the small advantages that you can find as the attacker. You don't actually have to crest the hill. And with the high ground position being held by the attackers, they may as well just salvage this even without their tank.
Yeah, after removing the driver out of their Legacy, you can see Veronica actually jumps into the driver's seat, pushes that into the point right now, jumps out and finds only 1 kill, so not going to be finding much value from that. But again, the push is still on this strategy, still trying to be employed, but it's just not enough bodies on the point.
Incendiary trying to zone off, but the attackers don't actually even have to push up at all. Gonna play the low side. They're gonna bait out a push from the defense to crest the hill. We're then gonna be punished by a couple members on the high ground. It's a great way to capture this point. To do it effectively though, you gotta watch out for the flank on the right. And I say flank, just this long sight line from the hill on the right where that respawn beacon is that just went off screen. You can actually catch a lot of folks on the low side with kills from that angle. Our attackers know that. They've got the boat trying to shell the point and that exterior position. Also, Sarah Jin's actually finding quite a bit of value in the helicopter, even while being shot at by the Lav. Be able to shell this point and help out the infantry down below. Slowly but surely making progress. And not just making progress, they may just capture this point right now. To be able to do that before 120 lives means they'll go into Sector B at max, despite losing their tank.
Yeah, but I think they're getting snuffed out right now. It seems like the defensive is actually picking up a lot of the kills. The vehicle does go down, not that big of a loss. The urgent deployment being called in by Dog wants to go ahead and press into this point. But if you actually take a look at the point, look at this, only 3-4 people alive, and they're currently in gunfights. They're currently very low on collective HP. Everybody but one person down there still stands. Nobody on the point right now for DNI.
I don't love this urgent redeployment. I think maybe Dead Dog thought they had a bit more of an advantage than you really realize. Obviously, we have 20/20 vision. We have the bird's eye view. They get back onto the map quickly. They burn through several tickets to do so, and now their tank's back into the mix. Sarah Jin still finding 2 pieces after 2 pieces from the helicopter. And here comes a pretty decent push here from the attack. With only 1 or 2 members of the defense trying to hold inside the smoke. There's a quick revive. Those 2 actually might be heroes for a moment. This is an interesting one. There's a lot of red in the kill feed for an A that looks very healthy still.
Still trying the same thing. Go ahead and get onto the point on the front side of the hill. It's not worked twice now. Resulting to it a 3rd time. We'll have to see if it ends up paying off.
Slowly but surely creeping forward, Sarajin. 2-piece after 2-piece after 2-piece in that kill feed. You see this helicopter icon. That's this operator right here. Dodging shot after shot from the lob. Wansa now on the high ground position, shelling the point. This should help things out as well. Thin the herd, win the boots on the ground advantage, take the point. They need to do it ASAP. This is going to be a net victory for TXD. We know how difficult C in particular can be. And now that the defense has earned a tank, it is very low. It'll likely hide inside of this bunker here shortly, just to stay alive and fully re-heal and prepare for what is next. Sector B is somewhat of a formality. It's more of a slowing point for the attack than an actual holding point for the defense. But we gotta get through this first sector first.
I mean, we've been here for 10 minutes, and honestly, the fact that DNI are still at 126 tickets is pretty impressive. So, again, we are in for a long one here if they do go ahead and capture it, but talking about how this will go later on in the game because this is going so long. A lot of score is currently being secured by both sides. Ultimately, though, they do have to go ahead and take care of this A sector. I thought they had a strong standpoint on it right there. But again, TXD are just so good at flooding onto A.
I love that free camp perspective. You get to see all of the artillery strikes, all the shelling from the tanks, and an organized defensive push to re-hold A from the low side. Almost every explosion was not landing where it needed to thin the herd of the defense. They have complete control of A and are now into a position where we can say this is a successful hold from the defense. We're sub 120 lives. They will not be going in with maximum lives. And now that they have control of the point, they're going to swarm off the point and try to gain an advantage to look down onto the point. They're going to try to win this high ground position and force the attack back into their spawn. And best case scenario, they get that tank down again.
Yeah, huge decision here for TXD to opt into an aggressive push, right? Try to take back this hill. As you can see, Artyom is actually playing quite far away. Usually we see him getting quite active in the mix with the M7. Going to be switching things up there. Playing that recon blast. Trying to rally the troops here is going to be Dead Dog. The commander. No, not the commander. Wanzo is the commander. But yeah, a lot of work need to be done here by DNI.
Certainly. We got a respawn beacon up here on the high ground. This is the right play. Vehicle respawn beacon's going to be for that squad. Yeah, that is interesting. We don't see Dead Dog with the commander role. I'm not sure why. I'm wondering if just because of the position of this map into Game 3, feeling more comfortable with somebody else having that role. I don't know why, but right now it's not working for them. A shift at this stage feels like too many adjustments when you just needed to lock in and win. Sarajin's still finding value in the helicopter. We're finally getting boots on the ground back onto the point. We've got an urgent deployment called in from the attacking side. They desperately need it. They got to get bodies on the point. They got to get them now. They cannot let the defense hold them on Sector A right now. They've dropped an artillery strike. The defense has matched it. Both probably landing directly on top of the point. We'll see if either get very much value. It's looking like the defensive one has only picked up one so far.
Yeah, great work here. Finally neutralized Sector A. This has been their best push yet, and it's all on the back of the fact that they are not playing that same strategy. They switch it up. They're not just playing on the front side of this hill. They've actually got some members that are pushing in to make sure that the flood cannot happen so easily, and the tank is actually finding an incredible amount of value. Shelling off that little bit of a cavern right there is cutting off a lot of the forces. But as you can see, the wraparound from the side of the hill, this is exactly what they keep doing. At the exact same time that the flood is coming in, the urgent deployment is called in. They were about 75% of the way towards capturing that right now, and all of a sudden, it shifts the other way. TXD once again floods Sector A and holds off the push from DNI.
TXD has been so clutch at the moment, so many perfectly timed pushes. This urgent redeployment time from the defense was near flawless timing. 1 or 2 seconds later, bodies don't get there in time. Capture point A is gone, but instead they get enough people on the ground. They get a beacon down as well to make sure they secure.
Oh my God.
Tank gets up onto the point and says, how do you do? We're willing to sacrifice this here. We want to hold on A, and they do sacrifice it. That better be worth it. We just lost a tank from the side of the defense. They can afford to do it because they've got some extra value and some extra score. Wansa calling in a tank destroyer could seal the deal for the attack with the main tank of the defense gone, but the defense have way more bodies on the point and have nearly complete control if they can stop this final push here on main and force DNI sub 80 lives.
Yeah, I would love to see that tank destroyer to get in the mix right now. They are so close to capturing this, but on the back side of the point, we got a respawn beacon down. The troops for the side of TXD are going to be able to continuously flow in. But like I said, I want to see the tank destroyer get in the mix. It's right in the middle of the point. It's trying to push the advantage, but it cannot get over to the beacon. I think the beacon is still alive.
Both teams calling in artillery strikes. The map is chaos. The point is in utter decimation, but the attack still have the advantage. They lose a couple to the artillery strike, but it is enough pressure to capture A, and they gain a bunch of lives back, up to 140 for Sector B. A lot was spent for Sector A, but there is a long way to go in this map, folks. That was a almost 15-minute Sector A, and we're 40 lives down for Sector B. Traditionally speaking, Sector B has not held all that long. If the attack is able to capture B1, B2 in 20 lives, it will be a net wash, and we'll be going into Sector C into the tunnels at maximum lives.
Now, we got to figure out how Sector B is going to go. Remember, B1 is usually one that falls pretty fast because the attacking side just has so much space to kind of work with. This flank here, I don't think we've seen something like this. This is an interesting strategy by the helicopter.
Stax, by the way, taking back over the helicopter.
Really?
We had seen Stax run the helicopter on fault as well. If we remember, actually was a big thorn in the side of, I believe, RLF inside of a jet. He actually won most of those fights from the helicopter itself. I like this switch back. Should see Stax up that heli being a real problem from the attack towards the defense. More vehicles being called in deep within the spawn. Sarah Jin back to the ground. This makes a lot of sense to swap here. Once we get this tank back into the mix, Sarah Jin has been one of the best vehicle operators on the ground. Makes sense to put Sarah Jin back in a power position inside of a tank.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to TXD because they were well aware of that helicopter's position. I think that helicopter is just trying to rain in missiles from behind that mountain over there towards some of these backline vehicles to try and keep them distracted. Outside of that, he's definitely not going to be able to do enough damage to destroy them because the helicopter is just so far away. As we see here, B1, surprisingly enough, has not fallen yet, and surprisingly enough as well, TXD are putting vehicles on B1. We have not seen this yet, and the reason being is because usually it's pretty easy to attack said vehicles because of the vantage points that you do get on the attacking side. And as I say that, look at that, Sarah Jin instantly finds value. That vehicle overextended all the way to B1. On its way out was like, wait a minute, why am I on B1? Gets destroyed for it. Now the helicopter can get a little bit more active. One of the vehicles is down. It does not have to think about the fact that 3 vehicles can kind of look up and destroy it quickly. So it's going to look to find value. The LAV is falling, 25% HP.
They traded quite a bit of HP back and forth. Helicopter really well done operating and dodging. Dip, dive, duck, dodge. Stacks. A really strong pilot for this team. Paying off, but they still don't have a ton of bodies on B1 and B2. We're not going to go into C with maximum lives. We could close that gap a little bit. Reminder, we were down 40. You can see Legacy way up on high. Shelling down onto the points. Nice high ground position from them.
A little slow here to get any progress towards B1, but finally it is going to be made by simply the 3 vehicles being available. I'm seeing a bunch of evenly spread kills being picked up by each one of the vehicles. Again, no surprise that B1 seemingly is going to fall. And taking a look towards the bottom of the screen, a total of 6 vehicles being available, 2 tanks, the helicopter, of course, tank destroyer in the mix as well. So big advantage for DNI, but they have not actually been able to work with it just quite yet.
Yeah, they get B1, and again, B1's usually a gimme. Took them a little while longer than they wanted. Vehicle advantage now. They're just going to kind of try to find something with it. I would assume they get pretty aggressive here towards B2 with the tank destroyers and play a lot slower with the tanks. As a reminder, folks, if you haven't played Ascension in a while, there is a vehicle elevator from B to C. I'm gonna be honest, it takes a while. So one of the strats we've seen on Ascension is that if B2 is falling and the defense doesn't feel like they can hold it, they'll stick their tank in the elevator and hit the elevator right as the enemy tanks are arriving. Send those vehicles for the attack and have to wait for the elevator to go all the way up and then all the way back down to them to pick them up. Stalls those vehicles out for like 5 full minutes. We gotta get there first though. B1 in mostly complete control, tank destroyer and tank onto the point, which will allow the infantry to get more aggressive towards B2. Tank destroyer may try to clear a path for them, playing up a little bit high. Rocket trying to find some value. Gonna go all the way across and actually looking like just getting some information.
Yeah, usually when we see Oak using the Allure rocket, it's usually actually multiple of them that are going to come in as we see the pilot is trying to make work happen. And the other side of things, NTPP once again on the engineer to help out his team in the vehicle side of things.
Yeah, NTPP has been one of the top slayers for this roster, but we've seen NTPP flex to engineer a lot recently to combat more of these vehicles.
Ooh. Very close. Yeah, good damage on the Legacy right there. Good damage on the tank right now. Does get right behind Hill.
No,
just fitting. Too many rockets available. Too many vantage points to think about. Another vehicle going down there on the side of DNI.
This feels like more of attrition than the defense is winning, man. It's a lot of vehicles down for not much gain. A lot of rockets connecting on the backside. They do get that tank destroyer down. That'll be nice to have back into the mix. We got to take care of this high ground position all over the top of B2, man. Defense has done a really good job of prioritizing it. It does look like, by the way, well done from the defense here. Zambra not only able to take down the vehicle, but also, if you notice very briefly, the commander marked that vehicle for death. Because it was destroyed, we just earned a lot of extra score for the defensive side. That will come into play probably pretty quickly here on B1 and B2.
Still, now past the 20-minute mark. 90 tickets available, so there has been a little bit of damage done, but nothing crazy, as again we look for another flyby on the Legacy, who's been sitting up here in the vehicle, finding himself comfortable stacks, trying to make something happen with this helicopter.
By the way, it was 2 out of 2 on that heli, so he does have a secondary gunner.
And obviously, you know, B1 is captured right now, and you would think, oh, they could capture B2 pretty quickly, but I actually was looking at B2 over there. The building is not destroyed at all, so they still have to go ahead and manage that, as Wanza is finding extreme value out of this tank destroyer. Does pick up 3 out of 4 members of the squad, but on the other side of things, there is going to be an engineer and a lure that's going to be looking to go ahead and take him out. 95 Wanza is looking to wrap around the hill, not go down, does somehow stay alive, picks up more kills on his way out.
Huge shout out to Hodu, by the way, was certain on that vehicle, keeping it alive as long as she could as an engineer. Finally, the vehicle goes down. Hodu able to sneak their way out and stay alive. We've got a very weak Love on the other side, though. Where's the helicopter? Can we get one strike onto it? Oak is a single HP, and down it goes on the back of Stacks. Heli comes in at the perfect time. Perfect comms from the team to play together as a unit as we weed out the vehicles finally on the defensive side. Truly feels like maybe the turning point that the attack needed to take the B sector.
Yeah, I think we had members actually parachute down from the helicopter. A little bit of a strike force is what we are coining that. It's when members land and they look to do one thing and one thing only, take out the vehicles. And you want to talk about taking out vehicles, we did of course see that one LAV get destroyed off camera at some point. One of the other vehicles for the side of TXG did also go down, as Wanza is looking to try to make this assault vehicle somewhat useful.
Clearing out some of the cover and going for a couple splatters and just getting a bit of information, as it does look like we get another tank destroyer on the side of the defense. Down goes the assault vehicle, kind of as per the usual. Not too helpful usually, but Veronica calling in an artillery strike, likely around B2. Probably around some of these ingress moments that the defenders could use to get to the point. Should provide a bit of cover for the attackers to make this push through the smoke with the shelling of the tank over the top. The aggressive tank over the top should help things out as a couple more lobs get called in for the defensive side. Building now being blown to pieces. Well timed with Sarah Jane over the top helping out. Does look like DNI is slowly but surely chipping away at the B sector. Take a look at the top right-hand corner of your screen, though. Urgent redeployment and a beacon down for the defense. They are not going quietly into the tunnels of Sector C. They will fight for position on B2. Numbers advantage with all of the score being invested. This is a big all-in from TXD to save Sector B, and it's working very well. Artillery landing on the backside to force Blake and others from DNI into cover. A great hold using that score. But guess what? DNI's gonna match it after their opponents have run out. This is another big investment, this time from the attack. They need Sector B and they need it now.
Multiple beacons to work with, actually 2 of them total get called in right now. 30 seconds for the attack to work with right now. We're down to 60 seconds. Every single time that these urgent deployments are called in, the tickets, they start to get eaten away pretty quickly. If you don't capture it now, this investment will be way too heavy. They do seem to have the advantage, as we're about 75% of the way towards capture. 10 more seconds left on the urgent deployment right there. Sector B is finally captured for DNI. Let's take a step back now and start to look towards Sector C. How do things look in terms of the economy? We just know 2 beacons and the urgent deployment was just called in for DNI. Currently, as it stands, they have the helicopter and 1 vehicle available on the ground. Can they call in any more to go ahead and fight the LAVs that are surely going to be up here in the cave for TXD? How the heck is Artyom all the way up here?
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, every time we see Styx and Artyom, they're doing some weird stuff, man. And they are killing everybody always. This strike team of this squad is always so gross. Sniffing out maybe some mines here as well. Should see those and clear those up for the team. Really important squad, and speaking of important, this tank is paramount for the defense, and this helicopter is trying to make it very difficult for them to get it. I do believe they're able to keep it, but Sarajin continues to be a menace in the heli up above.
Yes, Sarajin continuing to find value.
See ya.
Got that previous tank pretty low, did not get that destruction, but at the end there does find value with it. And I was talking about how our economy is going to look going in towards C. The vehicles, now that they're spawning in, they do look plentiful. Only 1 vehicle on the side of TXD. They're usually very, very important in holding these points. Elevators are actually not going to be an issue here at all. The tanks are starting to find value. Yunzi with a 4-piece in the feed.
a big clearing out of bodies on the ground, boots on the ground inside of these first couple C sectors. With the vehicle advantage, they're going to push the attack aggressively. Again, Sarah Jin's up in the helicopter with stacks in the secondary gunner position. That's why you're seeing Sarah Jin's name in the kill feed so often. Because of that, Artyom and Styx are just going for flanks and going for crazy aggressive plays because they're a team of two. They're going to be jumping out of the helicopter when there's openings, but otherwise, they're just boots on the ground. Watch out for those two individuals playing flank while the main force is here with the backup from the tank of Myanjik and Wansa pushing the equation right now. They know they have momentum. They've got to swing. They've got to strike while the iron's hot, and that's exactly what they're doing. Legacy, the only one standing in their way.
Yeah, call comes in. They want to start pressing the attack right now. Legacy does pick up the kill onto the LAV, but quickly falling behind is going to be Wanza in the tank. Wanza finally finds a junction, but he's going to be put down to 25%. He just dives into the cave. He knew there were going to be forces in there, so he knew what his demise was going to be. But that was the point of the plan. They wanted to open up the valley, open up the road towards C2, and the flood comes in.
It was an even trade, but that's still a good one for the attack because of the vehicle advantage. They've got a good survey of the battlefield. They know that the defensive side doesn't have a vehicle right now. Stacks is still up in the skies, completely unharried at this point now. Helicopter's going to find a lot of value moving into the next point. And look at where Sarah Jin and Co are at. We've got a beacon up here as well. I told you, watch out for this squad. Sarah Jin's going to play flank, and we also know, same squad, Styx and Artyom going to be doing a lot of the same because they can spawn in that helicopter. A great play from an aggro MVP squad.
Definitely keep an eye on that exact respawn beacon as well. Because if there's a vehicle caught in by TXT that tries to find the gap in that cave, then they can go ahead and seal it. But right now, there's an urgent deployment that's going to be caught in by the attacking side. DNI is caught in alongside a beacon. They want to start flooding things towards C2. I'm not entirely sure how they actually lost control of it after they went ahead and sacrificed a couple of vehicles for it. But now they got to go ahead and push towards it once again. They got to recapture C2.
Big fight here. They need to get a foothold on C2 right now, using a lot of score right now. You've got, anytime you go all in like this, you've got to find value with it, or you're going to be really regretting moving into the next sector with hardly anything to your name. So far, the defense is doing a very good job of just straight up winning the gunfights through the smoke. Vehicles shelling, picking up some aggro players, but those holding the line on C2 are doing work for an entire team with a number of very few. Blake, Artyom now going to try to open things up. You see Chang there as well, and Dead Dog the commander, and still the commander. Misspoke earlier. It is still Dead Dog, and they are still pushing. C2 finally starting to fall. A great effort from the defense. They are going to lose C2. So now the question is, how do we attack C1? Yet again, we go back to an MVP squad, playing weird angles, playing the off flank. Sarah Jin in an assault vehicle, waiting on a couple rockets and likely waiting on a respawn of a teammate. There it is. Gonna drop some folks off and move on their merry way.
And no vehicles available now for TXD. So they're trying to go ahead and work on these tanks. They want to get them out. The Alurus, they're pretty much the only thing they can kind of rely on, if that is the name of the game. As we can see here, an entire investment seemingly from the side of TXD. It looks like all 20, if not at least 15 members are pushing towards C2, and it is working.
C now in trouble. C1, the base camp operations for the defensive side. And you're right, about half the squad now on C2 retaking it. What was a pretty successful push turns into a brutal awakening that all of that score yielded almost nothing.
I think we just saw a vehicle, I don't know, fall out of bounds or something, and we caught the last glimpse.
Oh, they're going to swing around the back. They're swinging around the back. They're going for C1. I like this trade from the attack. I like this a lot. It's set up by Sarah Jin. Got boots on the ground. Then they made the call to all in onto C1. This is going to force the defense to reassess from a different angle. And we've got vehicles here, including a tank destroyer, while the tank is going to cut off the pathway between C1 and C2. This tank can find a crazy amount of value, but it could also go down very quickly.
Yeah, I really like this play from the side of DNI because I would pretty much always argue that C1 usually stands longer.
Look at this.
From the defensive side of things. So if they can actually capture this first, I think C2 is usually a little bit easier. But now they're going to use the vehicles that they just used to capture C1 to go ahead and flank C2. Being well aware of that is TXD. They got a couple of engineers that are waiting on the backside of the cave. They're also trying to push the advantage towards the elevator, which is going to be where the tank is at. And as we just saw, a heavy investment towards C1 means that there was almost no members here available towards this tank to go ahead and defend it. But what about a tank destroyer? What about a tank destroyer playing tank defender?
Wanza picking up so much value with the tank destroyer, wiping full squads, making sure no revives come through. A huge opening on C2 and a scattering of the defense. Every time we think DNI is in trouble, they've been able to make their way back with the vehicle advantage, prioritizing keeping them alive, and on the back of an uncontested helicopter, every vehicle called in from the defense has nearly been destroyed. They finally get one into the map, but it might be too late for C2.
Yeah, I think DNI have finally done. I think Sector C is going to fall here. There is going to be an LAV that's going to be doing something, but Hodo on the other side of that is going to be putting a quick stop to that one. C2 now 75% of the way captured. I do believe I don't see any green near it. Take a breather. DNI, you have successfully captured Sector C. We had something like this similar happen before. We are going to Sector D. A lot of strategy can be put out here, but you know what else can happen, Goj? The helicopter pretty much rejoins the battle.
Such a big win from DNI, very well executed. Information being gained of 2 vehicles dropping onto the map as we speak. Helicopter gonna carry them. I doubt it will take down both. Maybe
very low.
one, though.
Very low.
One can go down, and it does. Very well done from DNI. Bang actually netted the kill, which I would assume is from an Allura rocket to clean things up. Well executed, well defined, and still a huge advantage from the vehicle side for DNI, folks. Whoever wins this map, whoever wins this singular point, wins this match and goes straight to the grand finals. The stakes couldn't be higher. TXT has put up a good fight. DNI has the advantage. 100 lives, and this is where a lot of score is going to be invested, because what else are you waiting on? What are you saving it for? Next year? What?
No. Oak from downtown after 34 minutes of dealing with that pesky helicopter, when it was about to find the most value it has yet, somehow, some way, blows it to smithereens.
It's not the only helicopter that's down, by the way. It's not the only vehicle down, rather. NTPP, the hero of TXD, picks up another vehicle kill as well.
34 minutes we've been in this match. For a little bit of perspective, when we played Crack, after about 25 minutes, we started to see guided missiles. I would not be surprised if we see something similar here. We always do on Ascension. What else we need to see is the attack actually push up. So far, they have barely made it out of the cave of C, and they've got to start making progress.
One of the only vehicles that DNI has is an assault vehicle. We lose an assault vehicle on the way down from TXD, but they don't really care. They care about this tank. An IFV and a tank on the side of the defense. I believe a tank destroyer coming down in a safe way for the attack here. With an assault vehicle and a tank on their side, a very even match. The problem really with this D sector is that we just don't have that many lives. TXD has done enough on other sectors to make this hold a lot easier for them, especially after that helicopter goes down.
Yeah, after they captured C, they had about 100 tickets remaining. They've somehow already used 25, and they really haven't made that much progress at all. They are trying, though, and they actually looks like they clear out the first line of defense over here, but there is a giant squad on the left side, and there it is. We talked about it. Score was going to be a big problem for the defensive side of things. The first guided missile here is going to land in 10 seconds, and I can almost guarantee you plenty more will follow. How much value does it actually find? Was it worth it? Lands, finds 2.
They're gonna bring down this spire, folks. I can only imagine it. A big push on the right-hand side after a 2-piece from the guided missile. Watch out for that siren. Legacy trying to get aggressive to cover the flank, and golly, nailed 2G, finding so much value on this long angle. They will not be going in the bottom side of D1. Some trades here that are certainly going to the side of the defense. Another guided missile from Sarah Jin. They are going to bring down this Spire.
Spire could be the point of impact. Could be what they are focusing on right here. Could also try to put it on the front side of it to try to blow up one of the vehicles, and that's exactly what happened. Sarah Jin with a well-placed guided missile takes out one of the vehicles. If you take a look, it's now even 1-1 in terms of the vehicle game, but we're still down to 50 tickets. It looks like we're losing about 25 tickets every 3 minutes.
Got to make a move in the next 6 minutes or so, and it's going to be on the back of this tank destroyer and Wansa. Needs to find a crazy amount of value, but too aggressive. You lose that tank destroyer, you're going to have such a difficult time getting to the point. Sarah Jin gets a vehicle destruction. Sarah Jin opens things up for this attack. There are no vehicles on the defensive side. On the back of Sarah Jin and a guided missile, an opening for the attack that they desperately needed. They have to push this defense back. They have to get to the edge of D1, and they've got to get there right now. A tank coming in for the defense, well-timed, well-needed. Tank destroyer is wreaking havoc on the front. And DG Alpha actually connects, and DG Delta drops another guided missile.
This won't be the last one either, folks. They've been saving them up. Now that they've pushed them back, there was only so much room they have to work with. TXD are being backed up on the sector. They're going to be clumped up right now, looking to find value. Does find 2 once again. Spire Foundation damaged.
A big push from the attack. They pushed up to the egress and the ingress of D1. A big moment that they need to control here. A respawn beacon could be well-timed. There is a defensive respawn beacon back into the mix of these towers on the outside of the point. Skynet into the tank has gotten aggressive. There's the beacon. There's the urgent deployment, folks. This is a big move from DNI to push the equation and make the defense back up. A beacon answered. Let's see how many people spawn into it. With this urgent redeployment, these tickets are going to dwindle very quickly. But Oak gets a kill on the tank destroyer. Oak has opened things up for the defense. They said beacon where? I don't know, but the point is clear. The beacon's on the far left-hand side. Here comes a huge push. Is it an all-in? No, but it's pretty dang close. And Veronica, the hero of Crack, is about to try to be the hero with a guided missile straight onto the point.
Well-timed missile. This is exactly when you want it to land. When you have all of the boots on the ground, they've all spawned in. The urgent deployment came in at the right time. Veronica has to find value. Guided missile has to find value to help out DNI. It lands. It hits nothing. It does clear off the point, though.
The Spire is severely damaged, folks. It only takes one and another beacon from the attack. The defense is shaking in their boots.
Another one.
Come down to Oak, and this guided missile could change the game. This guided missile could change the game for DNI to win with yet again just a sliver of hope from the amount of lives they have left. Mayan picks up another kill. Tank down. Missile lands. The Spire is one away. The Spire is going to fall. The attack have to push and push now. There is 1.5 minutes left. This is for all the marbles, folks.
Strategic beacon is down for TXD, but with the fact that the Spire is going to fall, DNI gotta be feeling good.
Vehicle drop to designated location.
An unbelievable ending to an insane best of 3. This is it, folks. This is the last push. The last chance to take D2 now in this D sector. Here is the angle. Here is the opportunity. They're going around the low side. Maybe a hair too low.
The Spire's down.
The last chance, lives don't matter. They desperately needed this, forcing an essential overtime. They only had 10 lives. Taking down the Spire creates an opportunity to still win, where otherwise you would have lost. It is gonna come down to a gunfight, and it's gonna come down to bodies on a point. And right now, we've got a tank destroyer holding the top, and DG Alpha says, anybody wanna come to the surface? I'm about to blow you to smithereens.
40 seconds remaining for DNI here. Remember, one of their big advantages was the vehicle, but the fact now that this D2 point has moved underground. It's very, very hard for him to find values. EBBT is going to be calling in a guided missile of his own. This one's going to land on the surface. This one's going to hurt. DNI are starting to feel the pressure. 20 seconds left for them to get a foot on the point. 2 seconds remaining for this missile. Puts it in mind the DNI. It lands. It finds 2 kills. But finally the push comes in. The vehicle's actually managed to get down the staircase right now. 10 seconds remaining.
Urgent redeployment on the right-hand side. A guided missile on the left that won't land in time. Folks, it couldn't get any closer, but TXD is holding. TXD is holding for now. Will TXD win? We are in overtime again. Call it double overtime. Call it a missile from the left and a missile from the right. Kill after kill. A triple hit.
Whoa!
Woody, how many people just fell from the attack? Too many to count. The defense with the biggest guided missile you have ever seen on land, online. TXD hold on the back of a singular missile in double overtime in Game 3 of the lower bracket to make it to the grand finals. We said it was going to be close. We said it couldn't get it any closer, but it did.
TXD had to survive about 8 guided missiles. Collectively, they found about what? 8, 10 kills. Finally, they get a couple of their own. And the last one that we see land on Ascension is the one that puts a giant nail in the coffin. It lands, and I've never seen a kill feed move faster throughout this event. Must have found at least 10, way more than the combined amount that DNI had found from theirs. Had to go all the way down to D2 to defend it there. A little bit of an extra flag for them after the Spire went down. DNI, they had a great approach right there. But unfortunately for them, they fall to TXD and their losers bracket run is done. They take home 3rd place at the DFIW and goes TXD. Have the opportunity now, looking forward, to do the unthinkable, an opportunity to find revenge. TL has been waiting a couple of hours now. Revenge is possible.
There's so much we could break down about that series. We could talk about it for the next hour and a half. I love the sportsmanship between these two teams, the respect. I love being proven wrong in many ways. TXD do the unthinkable, and they do it in a closer game than a single second overtime on Cracked. They do it in double overtime on Ascension in the last second as well. Both teams incredibly resilient, but to come from the upper bracket, lose 3 games in a row, and then reverse sweep in losers finals to make it to the grand finals is an unbelievable feat. Both teams should be proud of themselves. Both teams played fantastic. It's crazy to say that DNI is headed home. They had an unbelievable lower bracket run, by the way, rolling through the lower bracket to get to this point. And they finally met their match, literally nearly identical match, the side of TXD. Good golly. And again, I want to laud this DNI team. So much adaption. So many times they had to adapt. The crowd going insane to give a final send-off to DNI. I'm sure you can hear it in our comms here. Audience is loud right now to celebrate a really, really good team. And I think the call to drop the Spire was the right one. I don't think they had enough tickets to capture D1 without it, to force us into a proverbial overtime on D2 underneath. So let's celebrate DNI. Obviously a win from TXD. But let's give DNI the respect that they have certainly earned.
Taking in their final moments on the stage as well.
Big congratulations to this, guys.
Yeah.
And gals.
And Gal, only female player here, did incredibly well. Had so many highlights, had so many fans cheering for her as well. So many times where that name, Hodu, just kept popping up. And a star-studded squad over there as well. Artyom, Stick, Stacks, Theragen, constantly putting on an incredible performance with us, as did the entire team. Such a well put together team. They seem to work very well together, and listen, it's gonna sting a little bit, but you gotta feel good about that performance. I mean, getting third place, incredible run from them.
Let's take a look back on that one, folks. I mean, good grief. What a banger of a series, and of course, a banger map number 3. We head to Ascension after Cracked. And Ascension is almost the exact opposite of Cracked. It's a much longer map. It's a much more vehicle-heavy map. You obviously start with a helicopter. Our helicopter operators, I tip my hat to them. DNI did a great job. Stack, Sarah Jin, that whole roster, really well done in the air. But I gotta say, TXD, they win this game starting here. You remember how long they held for point A. They depleted enough lives to where going into the next couple rounds, we weren't near max going into Sector B. We weren't near max going into Sector C or D. It all starts here, and that's, you know, the name of the game in high-level warfare. It's not just about holding and winning on the first point or the second point, etc. It's about depleting of resources. We talk about score depletion. We talk about all-ins that aren't fruitful. We talk about losing vehicles. All of those things important. But the main resource, the resource that is stable, it is not a variable. It is a constant throughout every map and every point, is your lives. This is the one thing you have to protect. And DNI did a good job of prioritizing revives, but they weren't able to capture points very quickly. Because of that, we're moving into each sector with less and less lives, to the point when we got to D, we just didn't have enough runway to get off the ground. We look at B, and frankly, same story. This B sector took way too long compared to what we've seen from other teams, and namely because of moments like this. This was a great all-in from the defense to stall it out even longer, take us from 80 down into the 60s. So then when we hit the tunnels, we're at less than 120 lives.
Yeah, A and B took a little long, but I gotta tell you, after that, it seemed like DNI woke up. C went very, very well. I think strategically speaking, going for C1 first, having the edge out in the vehicles to wrap around towards C2, that was very well played. And then the approach to B1 as well. I mean, it took them a little while to get out of that cave, but once they did, they had a very clear plan. Destroy all the vehicles, you know, break the spire.
Look at that.
But that's got to be probably one of, if not the killing blow, is losing the helicopter at the very first moment.
Totally.
It was about to find insane value.
Totally agree. Heli couldn't get away from that rocket. And again, I've already seen some debate on whether bringing down the Spire was the right call or not. Remind you, when the Spire dropped, they had 17 lives left. So this moment gave them an opportunity to play. That final guided missile picked up so many kills to save the day. They were able to hold for just enough time. With that second point being underground, it took away the advantage of the extra guided missiles from the attacking side as well. What a great game. The score is certainly going to reflect that on both sides. Talk about a hero. CVVT, top scorer, dropping guided missiles. Oh, I'm fully aware. 122 revives
right
with
below.
medics at 136 revives on the defensive side. Heroes in the making, and one of the reasons that DNI was able to save so many lives on the longest game we've seen thus far is they had 4 people at nearly over 100 themselves. The amount of revives on this map was innumerable.
Sheesh. Let's take a look at the totals here. Total vehicle destruction for TXD. 20. I mean, every single time I see TXD, I
700K score. It's a long game.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, what, 35 minutes?
At least.
I keep saying that they are the best when it comes to the vehicle game. They do such a good job at destroying and controlling the map. Obviously, we like to go ahead and highlight one of the players from the winning squad to see who was that most valued player. And of course, we know who it is, CVVT.
More revives than that, too. I think it was about double that.
It was like, what, 122?
Yeah.
So
great effort, and honestly, insane score for a medic. I mean, this is ridiculous. And a medic on defense, man. So much value, CVVT on the point, in and around vehicles, getting a crazy amount of revives. Really well done. Let's take a look at the best squad. I would assume CVVT is on it. Keep our eyes out for that, though. Let's look at the best squad overall from TXT. This is a combined score of all 4 players on the same squad. It is Squad B, and it is not CVVT. It is VK, Winter, Whistly, and Koom PZ. This is a big squad. This is a squad that put up crazy kills. Take a look at this. I mean, we could do some quick math there. That's like almost 190. A little over, actually.
Incredible. I did say Winter multiple times start to fill up that kill feed. So no surprise to see this squad up here.
Woo! Yeah, no, that was really well done. And obviously, a top fracking squad like that, every squad usually delineated. But a great job there from TXT. Really excited about that win. I'd be smiling too. I am smiling. I'm also sweating, man. That was insane. Folks, we promised you a fantastic match in the lower bracket finals, and I'm hoping that didn't disappoint. I've never seen 2 maps come that close in a competitive setting of this caliber, and to do it back-to-back like that is wild in the same match. Game 3, I'm telling you, we need more Game 3s. We had way too many 2-0s throughout the course of this bracket. We finally get one, and it is one that will definitely live in infamy in Delta Force history for a very long time to come.
Absolutely. I can't believe each one of our tiebreakers that we've seen throughout this entire competition have been just so close on Ascension as well. So that map is an absolute treat.
Yeah, it was a treat, folks. Well, we are preparing for the grand finals, folks. We've got an interview down on stage with TXT. We got to hear from them what they're thinking as they prepare for the final matchup.
Hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn và cùng đến với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu, nơi mà chúng ta vừa mới chứng kiến một trận đấu nghẹt thở. Rõ ràng là DNI đã xuất sắc dẫn trước với tỷ số 1-0, nhưng sau đó là màn lội ngược dòng đến từ Toxido NXG. Và cuối cùng thì tấm vé đi tiếp đã hỏi tên Toxido NXG với phần thể hiện ngoạn mục của mình. Và bây giờ thì hãy cùng xem là Commander của Toxido NXG, đó là Rumina, đang cảm thấy như thế nào sau chiến thắng nghẹt thở này, và cũng đưa cho họ một tấm vé bước vào trận chung kết tổng, nơi mà Thăng Long đang chờ sẵn các bạn nhé. We are heading back to the post-match interview on the stage with our winning team, Toxido NXG. Once again, congratulations for securing your spot in the grand final match. They truly show us their incredible tactics and amazing spirits. Just during the first match, they were on the back foot, but finally they can turn the table. Such a thrilling and emotional performance. And once again, congratulations to the team's commander, Rumina. And let's hear what the winner have to say with us right now. Xin chào Rumina, Sawasdee ka. Không biết là lúc này thì bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào sau khi cuối cùng đã có được một tấm vé bước vào trận chung kết tổng của giải đấu năm nay?
You was almost lost at D2, but what makes you guys turn it upside down, winning the next ticket in the grand final?
ตอนนี้ลูมินารู้สึกยังไงบ้างหลังจากทีมเราชัยชนะแล้วก็คว้าตั๋วเข้ารอบชิงชนะเลิศได้สำเร็จคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะว่าทีมของเราไม่ค่อยพร้อมทางด้านร่างกายเท่าไหร่ทีมของเราป่วยทั้งทีมแล้วที่นี้เมื่อเราชนะได้ก็จะดีใจเป็นพิเศษเลยครับ
Mình cảm thấy rất là vui vì lúc nãy thì team mình cũng đã có nhiều lỗi trong với cách vận hành game. Ngoài ra là sức khỏe của team không được ổn, nhưng mà cuối cùng cũng đã giành được chiến thắng.
We were a little bit worried because we had some mistakes due to the health issues, but finally we could turn everything upside down, winning the ticket to the grand final.
Vâng, rõ ràng là quay trở lại với trận đấu nghẹt thở vừa rồi thì ở ván đấu đầu tiên các bạn đã để DNI dẫn trước. Không biết điều gì đã giúp cho các bạn có thể bình tĩnh để lội ngược dòng thành công và có được chiến thắng chung cuộc.
What gives you the strength to make everything upside down, and what makes you guys keep calmly to make everything happen?
ในเกมแรกนะคะทีมเราโดนทีม DNI นำก่อน 1-0 ไม่รู้ว่าอะไรคือปัจจัยสำคัญที่ทำให้ทีมเราแบบมีสติใจเย็น แล้วพลิกสถานการณ์กลับมาเอาชนะทีมเขาได้คะ
คือทางด้านจิตใจเนี่ยเราเตรียมพร้อมอยู่แล้วว่าเราจะเจออะไร แต่ว่าเราแค่ไม่ไหวทางด้านร่างกายครับ ก็เราแค่ตั้งสติแล้วก็ค่อยๆพูดกัน เพราะว่าการสื่อสารในเกมนี้สำคัญ แต่ว่าด้วยเสียงด้วยเนาะผมก็เลยพูดไม่ค่อยได้ก็เลยอาจจะทำให้วันนี้ไม่ดีเท่าไหร่
Nếu nói về tinh thần thì chắc chắn là team TSD đã chuẩn bị tinh thần sẵn sàng vì đây là một trận đấu vô cùng quan trọng. Nhưng mà cũng vì vấn đề sức khỏe nên là cái việc giao tiếp trong team nó có nhiều gặp khó khăn. Nhất là tôi với lại vai trò là một commander và đang bị cảm nên là giọng không có thể mà trao đổi và giao tiếp với các thành viên khi mà trong các trận giao tranh tổng được cũng là một phần nhiều ảnh hưởng tới cái kết quả trận đấu. Nhưng mà dĩ nhiên tinh thần thì lúc nào cũng luôn cháy bỏng và là hy vọng chiến thắng nên mới có thể mà bình tĩnh, cả team tự tin giao tiếp và có thể giành lại cả thế trận và chiến thắng trong cái game này ạ.
We were having a little bit with the health issues that as a commander, I couldn't hardly ever use my voice to communicate to the teammates. It led to a little bit struggling with how we communicate and how we could work together in a team. But finally, with a bright spirit of the team, we all together make it happen, and we all together again winning the ticket to the grand final.
Vâng, chắc chắn là đã có rất là nhiều khó khăn trong trận đấu vừa rồi khi mà họ đã phải lội ngược dòng và thi đấu 3 ván đấu. Nhưng với tinh thần này thì có lẽ họ sẽ tiếp tục tin ở trong trận đấu tiếp theo. Đối thủ sắp tới của các bạn đang chờ sẵn đó chính là Thăng Long, một trong những đối thủ rất mạnh, ứng cử viên nặng ký cho chức vô địch. Bạn sẽ làm gì, bạn sẽ thay đổi điều gì để có thể giành được chiến thắng khi mà gặp lại họ trong trận đấu sắp tới?
Your upcoming opponent going to be Thang Long, one of the very strong competitors in the competition. So what are you going to change to win the team or to make it as a champion?
คู่แข่งในแมตช์ถัดไปนะคะคือคิม TL ซึ่งเป็นคู่แข่งที่น่าเกรงขามมากแล้วในฐานะที่เราต้องเจอกับเขาอีกครั้งคิดว่าทีม TSD ต้องทำอะไรบ้างเพื่อแบบแก้ไขปรับปรุงเพื่อสามารถเอาชนะเขาได้คะ
ผมมองว่าที่เราแพ้ให้กับเขาไปในเกมแรกมาจากตัวของเราเองเพราะฉะนั้นถ้าเราเล่นได้ดีขึ้นคุยกันได้ดีขึ้นเราก็จะสามารถชนะได้ครับ
Thì mình nghĩ là cái việc mà thua TL trong trận đầu tiên á thì đó là do vấn đề ở đội của chúng tôi. Chỉ cần chúng tôi quay trở lại giao tiếp với nhau và khắc phục những cái lỗi mà đã xảy ra ở trận đó thì chúng tôi tin là mình có thể giành được chiến thắng trong trận tiếp theo gặp đội TL ạ.
In the first match, we lost TL team just because of a little mistake that we made during our team. So I believe that if we could sit down, talk together, discuss about what we have made and change it, I believe that we could make it happen as a champion.
Vậy thì câu hỏi cuối cùng, chúng ta hãy cùng thả lỏng tinh thần một chút và gửi một lời nhắn nhủ tới đối thủ tiếp theo của mình, đó chính là Thăng Long đang chờ sẵn ở trận đấu chung kết được không?
So just relax, and then if you have anything to tell Thang Long, your opponent in the grand final, what are you going to say?
คำถามสุดท้ายนะคะเรามีอะไรฝากถึงคู่แข่งของเราในแมตช์สำคัญที่กำลังจะมาถึงไหมคะ
ก็เรากลับมาจากสายล่างแล้วก็แชมป์มีได้แค่ทีมเดียวเพราะฉะนั้นก็ระวังตัวไว้ดีครับ
Đó chính là chúng tôi đã sống sót từ nhánh thua và chúng tôi sẽ sống sót một lần nữa. Chiến thắng và chức vô địch chắc chắn sẽ nằm trong tay của team chúng tôi.
We still survive from the lost teams, and now I believe that we could rise up and make a history by winning the other team and become the champion of this competition.
Quả là một hứa hẹn rất đáng mong chờ, và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho Rumina cũng như là Toshino NXG với phần thể hiện ngoạn mục của họ, và họ xứng đáng có được tấm vé cuối cùng bước vào trận chung kết tổng. Và các bạn cũng đừng quên rằng là trận đấu của chúng ta sẽ được bắt đầu trong một ít phút nữa, bởi vậy mà đừng rời khỏi màn hình nhé, chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại ngay. Once again, congratulations to your victory today and secure your last ticket to the grand finals. We good luck for you to the grand final, and we are looking forward to seeing your great performance in the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up the second match today between Toshino NXG and DNI. And let's take a few minute break. Stick around, we will be right back with the grand final between Tosino and XG and Tanglong.
is our final battle. Gear up. Victory must be ours. We're running out of time. Hurry up.
Objective Alpha 2 secure.
No retreat. Strike back and take our objective.
Bravo resolved.
This is our final stand. We must defend the position at all costs. The enemy has the upper hand. Rally and counter-attack immediately.
Sector Bravo under control. under control.
Neutralize all enemy forces. This is our final battle. Stay sharp and keep moving. Every second counts. Go full force and make it quick. Gear up. Victory must be ours. It's not over yet.
Chào mừng tất cả các bạn khán giả đang cùng quay trở lại với trận chung kết tổng của Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare.
Hello everyone! Welcome to Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare Final!
4 ngày thi đấu với rất nhiều những cảm xúc và tất cả chúng ta đang chờ đợi trong khoảnh khắc này, nơi mà chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với trận đấu quan trọng nhất và tìm ra được câu trả lời ai sẽ lên ngôi vô địch mùa giải năm nay.
Today, all the battles led to this moment. This will be the final deployment, the most important match of the day.
vinh quang đang chờ đợi và tất cả ánh mắt đang đều hướng dồn về đây. Hãy cùng chúng tôi chuẩn bị cho màn đối đầu đỉnh cao nhất, trận chung kết của Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair.
Glory will wait. Eyes of the world are on this. Prepare for the last showdown. Delta Force Invitational World Fair 2025 Final.
Và hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu cùng chào đón hai đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất sẽ tranh tài tại trận chung kết năm nay. Thong Long và Toshiro NXG.
And now please welcome Polo and Tuxedo NXT.
Hai đội tuyển, tất cả các chiến binh đã băng qua nhiều chiến tuyến và đánh bại những đối thủ sừng sỏ nhất để khẳng định bản lĩnh và sức mạnh cũng như tinh thần đoàn kết của cả đội. Họ chính là những đặc vụ xuất sắc nhất của Delta Force Invitational 2025. Một lần nữa hãy cùng dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để chào đón Thong Long và Toshiro NXT.
Both teams, all the Warriors, have defeated their opponents to prove that they're the best team in Delta Force. Everybody, once again, to Polo and Tuxedo NXT.
Hai đội tuyển, một ngôi vương. Ai sẽ khắc tên mình vào lịch sử để trở thành nhà vô địch của giải đấu Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair? Còn chần chờ gì nữa? Hãy cùng chúng tôi đến với trận chung kết giữa Thong Long và Toshiro NXT.
Two teams, only one champion, who will write their name into history and become the champion of 2025 Delta Force Invitational. Now, let's pay attention to the match between Thong Long and Tuxedo NXT.
Welcome back, folks. DFIW Grand Finals. You were in the right place at the right time. We had an insane lower bracket run, the most ridiculous best of three match we have ever seen. We're hoping the Grand Finals will top it. Vivid. We have two teams that people at home now know and now love, I am sure. But this is it. This is for all the marbles. This is for $60,000. This is the last best of three of a 4-day competition. This is the Grand Finals. How you feeling, my man?
Feeling good. Right on one side of the coin, we have a team that is so far undefeated and is looking to do just that throughout the entirety of this tournament. What a run that would be to go ahead and secure first place. On the other side of the coin, the Revenge Arc. Just earlier today, in the first match that we saw, DXD, they went down to TL, but now, after defeating DNI in the lower bracket, they are back for an opportunity at Revenge. What a story that would be as well. It's not going to be easy for either one of these teams, and I am excited. Hopefully, we get a better match than that last one, but man, that one would be tough to top.
It's going to be tough to top, but frankly, speaking of tough to top, Thong Long is unbelievable. They are tough to top right now. Unstoppable. They haven't lost a single map. This team is nearly unstoppable, hoping that there's a chance to beat them. And like you said, Revenge, this is a rematch of the upper bracket finals. This is a rematch of earlier today. Maybe yesterday, depending on where you're tuning in from. A couple hours ago, we watched these two teams battle, and I don't know if battle's the right word for it, frankly. A lot going on here, Vivid, and it really wasn't all that close in the upper bracket finals when these two teams face off. However, here is my caveat.
Okay.
You heard TXD talking on the stage during the interview, said something very important. They said, we made a very critical mistake in our matchup versus TL. We fixed that. We think we can beat them. Hey, I'm excited to see what they can prove. Let's talk about predictions, though, because TL hasn't lost yet. And taking a look at our predictions, I think we're going to stick with TL. What do you think?
It's just impossible not to pick them, and it's also impossible, in my opinion, to not go ahead and call that out for a 2-0. I think, so far they have not dropped a single game throughout this tournament. I feel like this prediction is pretty obvious and self-explanatory. They just look too good. Granted, on the other side of things, I mean, TXD maybe picking up some momentum, but dude, climbing this mountain, trying to just get over this hill that is TL. Nobody's been able to do it so far.
Simply put, for me, I totally agree, and namely because usually history repeats itself.
Yeah.
And in this moment, this is a big chance for history to repeat itself. TL already beat this team 2-0. I think they will do it again. Also, TL already beat the competition that just took them to double overtime in Game 3 of DNI, beating them 2-0 as well, sending them to the lower bracket. TL is the reaper of this tournament. TL is the reason that all of the good teams were in the lower bracket. And so I can't imagine they don't win. It is certainly possible that they could, though. Let's take a look at the overall schedule from today, folks. Like we mentioned, TL versus Tuxedo in XG at the very beginning was 2-0, and it wasn't all that close. DNI fought TXD in one of the greatest best of threes on Warfare I have ever seen in my entire life. If you missed it, you gotta go back and watch it after the grand finals. Unbelievable stuff from TXD and DNI. A great match both sides, but TXD does come out on top after losing the first game. They hit the reverse sweep in a best of 3, and that's the exact same rules for this. This is where the rubber meets the road, Vivid.
Yeah.
It is a best of 3. That is it. One and done. No bracket resets, no best of 5, no best of 7. One single best of 3 in the grand finals. We have asked TL to be perfect. They have to be perfect in the finals. They cannot start dropping maps now when they haven't before, because if they do, they will lose this entire competition right here, right now. It's a best of 3. The judge will randomly decide a map. If we go to Game 3, we have some advantages we've already shown you in the last match. We'll break that down when we've got the time, because we certainly will have the time if we get there. Here's a look at the bracket, though, Vivid. Talk about the path of both these teams to get to this point.
Simply put, TL, Tang Long at the top side of the bracket, undefeated, have not dropped a single game. Towards the bottom side, TXD, yes, earlier today, before their first game, they were also considered undefeated, did lose to TL. Came back, beat DNI, and that is why we have the matchup here of TL versus TXD.
We've got an amazing audience here, some VIPs as well. It's been a lot of fun to listen in to our audience and watch them celebrate some great matches. Got some great signs as well. Not sure. It does look like actually we got some TXD fans still in the house as well, so back on camera. Listen, I think when we look forward to this great competition and look back as well, what we've seen by a mile is some of the greatest Warfare that the world has ever seen.
Yes.
However, inside of that category, the greatest Warfare the world's ever seen has really come from TL. This team is nearly unstoppable. We got to talk more about them. Why are they so different? What makes them so much better than the competition up to this point? We're saying it's going to be a 2-0. That's a bold statement in the grand finals. It's got to be because of AG78 Cat.
Exactly. The value that this man is able to find on a map, in a game, in a match of Warfare is absolutely incredible, all while commanding the absolute incredible rest of the roster. You want to talk about the rest of the roster? An incredible squad there in the middle. Aim Bobo, Lanciez, Bosui, and Dien. Always in competition for one of the best squads throughout as well. Incredible aim, individual ability across the board for this team. The thing that makes them the best is how coordinated they are at listening to the call. They always seem to be doing the exact same thing as everybody else, and they also have the strategy to back it up.
I think the greatest thing about TL is that even if AG78 Cat doesn't do it all, the rest of the members on the team certainly can step up and be difference makers. But we got to talk about TXD. What has gone right for them, frankly, is their vehicle operators. They've done a very good job. Legacy in particular, that squad leader with Sombra as well, Oak, Skynet, That squad has been a true difference maker that isn't always on the stat sheet. On the stat sheet, we will see Winter, Whistling, BK, oftentimes top fragging, picking up crazy kills. We see NTPP being one of the best individual slayers on the map at any given time in any match. But that vehicle squad has been a difference maker for this roster, and I think will make or break this matchup based on what map we pull.
I can tell you right now, somebody else that also deserves a shout out on the side of TXT is going to be CVVT.
Yeah.
Constantly finding the revives needed for this squad to continue on, whether it be on the attack, whether it be on the defense. And it's been a couple of times where I've seen his name pop up when a guided missile is called in. So always finding the score necessary as well. Two squads going to be battling out star-studded rosters, a 20v20 brawl. Only one question remains. What map are we going to do battle on?
It's a great question, frankly, because it totally changes the strategy of these teams. And I'm sure they've considered all of the possible angles, all the possibilities of who can do what on which map. Are they going to bring in a helicopter operator? I don't know. Here's the top 3 stats across the board between both of these teams. Who's going to be the top of these categories? Highest average points by a mile is AG78 Cat. I don't think it's frankly close at all. And they're picking up the highest average assist from ADI. ADI is a difference maker on this team in a support role, but NTPP, like I said, is top slayer. Probably after this matchup will be the top slayer in the entire tournament as well. Truly a difference maker and is flexible enough to top frag or be close to top fragging while also be willing to sacrifice some of those stats in order to play an engineer and go for kills. So when we actually look at the NTP overall, because of what NTP had to do as an engineer, we actually see Winter as the top player for TXD in a head-to-head comparison with AG78.
Yeah, but look at the average score, right? You might be looking at total score up there at the top, and you're like, oh, nice, Winter's got more. Yeah, that's because he's played more games. 78
A lot
Cat.
more.
Yeah, exactly. 78 Cat is just blown to the competition, has not played that many games, and the average score being that much higher, 10,000 more of an average there.
Oh my goodness, folks. Not to jump scare you a little bit, but to jump scare you a little bit. We had a big question mark around maps. We were going to do some conjecturing, but it's already been pulled. We're about to jump into the game. We're playing Threshold for the 7th time on land. Folks, we have played, this will be our 14th best of 3 in 4 days. You can probably hear it in my voice a little bit. Vivid and I have casted over every single one, and we have pulled Threshold 7 times now. A 7th best of 3 on Threshold. What are you talking about? We got some amazing casters. We also have some amazing co-streamers, local co-streamers here, showcasing this insane DFIW. I'm sure they've got a bunch of question marks in their brain around us pulling Threshold again. I mean, good grief, TL, they played Ascension in what, the quarterfinals? And ever since then, they've only played Threshold. They know this map already going into this tournament, front and back. They now know it near perfectly.
Yeah, that is an important note. They have played it multiple times before, and one of the times that they have played it before, they were up against TXD. That was earlier today.
That's right.
They pulled Threshold. We've seen Threshold so many times. And when they went ahead against each other, it was a 2-0 in favor of TL.
Wow. TXD's got some fans, can I just say?
Yeah.
We've got a live audience poll for who do you think is going to win. All you have to do is type into the chat TL or TXD. I mean, they agree with us, but this poll kind of denotes maybe a 2-1 coming. I don't know.
Wouldn't mind that.
I would love that. I'd love to see a game 3. I'm not biased towards either team. I just think TL is the better team from what we've seen. I do think TXD has the chops to win, though. I think, namely, they got to clean up a couple things, Vivid. I'm so glad you brought that up. I'd kind of forgotten for a moment. We were talking about the winners finals. That's the map that they played.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It was 2-0 for TL.
And I'll tell you what, TXD actually did a great job during that match earlier on today, counter-stratting TL. There was a couple of plays that TL kind of got away with the last time that they played Threshold. That was going to be against DNI. So TXD, they studied up. They were like, hey, listen, we know exactly what these guys are going to do on Threshold. They counter-shrouded it. They did a very good job at shutting some of that down. Ultimately, though, obviously they did get 2-0'd, but I feel like if they're stopping the main strats, they did that, and now they have an opportunity to kind of learn what the backup plan is for TL. If they can kind of counter-strat around that as well now with a little bit of experience against them, they might have a chance.
Quick flag, by the way, we are about to load in. 60 seconds on the clock. You're going to see which side the teams are on, attack or defend, and then we'll be basically straight into the game. Quick flag, as a reminder, yes, it was a dominant TL on this map only a couple matches ago against this exact same roster of TXD. However, if you remember, TXD actually had a crazy amount of momentum from A into B1, going into B2, and it was some heroic plays with the lobs on the back line that totally flipped the switch. I have to assume this team of TXD has stratted for that. They've talked about that, they've planned for it, and they know not to make the same mistake this time around. So let's see what they decide to do this time around. Let's see who's starting on attack or defend. I got so thrown off by the fact that it's another Threshold map. I didn't even notice. So we'll all find out together, unless you're a little bit more astute than me. Crazy. We got 6 maps we pulled Threshold for the grand finals. Of course, if we go game 3, you will not see Threshold as game 3. So I'm certainly hoping for that. I love this map. We've just seen it a lot. Let's see which side we're starting on. It is going to be a TXD start on attack, TL start on defense. This is the exact same order as well that we had in the winners finals.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I do remember. Gosh, I'm hoping that TXD can do a similar, very quick attack through that A sector and continue with that momentum just a little bit better than they were able to in that previous match. It can really work out for them, but in order for it to work out for them, they have to overcome the giants that are TL. They have to rise to the occasion. Threshold is where it will be decided. Our champions of DFIW.
Welcome to the grand finals, folks. It ends and begins right here. An early push on the Palace on point A. As per the usual, we're gonna blow the walls off this Palace, and we're gonna try to push in quickly. Some early medic action on the right to save lives. We've got a strike team on the left taking the bridge. You've learned it, you love it. Hopefully you can implement it in pubs because you've seen it 7 times. It's just a matter of who wins, and I'm seeing a crazy amount of red in the kill feed.
Quick reminder as well, TXD, instant access to that helicopter because we are on Threshold. They do spawn with that. Also access to a tank destroyer, which is often the thing that helps the most in securing this A sector. Again, a very similar approach that we saw earlier today. They love to go ahead and rush through this Palace. They get early access just like they did earlier on. So the momentum is already here for TXD. A very similar attack.
Almost identical attack, and something that from the defensive side is frankly pretty hard to control, especially if you're starting to lose some gunfights. Just outnumbered. We had so many medics from the TXD side starting things off. We're just trying to outnumber our opponent on the point. Of course, that's the objective, but doing it on A is very reasonable when you've got the backup of vehicles. We've got to remember, yes, helicopter in the air for the attack, but the defense, yeah, they've got a lob, but it's sitting way back in the back. It has to focus on the heli, and it also needs to make sure that a strike team doesn't take it down. We've seen that a ton in the past. If you lose that lob, we're in deep trouble as a defending team.
Yeah, TL not putting up much of a fight when it comes down to this first sector. Maybe trying to play the long game, thinking about the score that would be possible if TXD was able to kind of just sit here and rake up the score. All right, we'll go ahead and just skip over Sector A in the first 2 minutes of the match, reset things, and go towards B1 and B2. A quick reminder of how this went earlier on. TXD, they were actually able to destroy the LAV and eventually looked like they were going to capture B2 earlier on. TL was actually able to recapture, pick up 2 LAVs, and after that, that was all she wrote. So let's see if they can change things up here and finally capture B2 against TL.
Strike team on the right-hand side, or far side rather, of our free cam will show you that they're going to just double check that TL on the defense isn't caught lacking on the flank, going over towards B2. Gonna force at least some eyes that way, so they've got an opening here through yellow tents, and push over to B1 and take that very quickly. Again, B1 usually doesn't last very long. B2 is one of those holds that can last a full 176. B2 is a hold that, frankly, is one of the hardest to take just because of its ability to be inside, respawn beacons, there's plenty of cover, it's usually utter chaos there. So far, so good for TXT. They still got a couple of their vehicles, everybody playing very systematic, very patient, not overextending too early. The defense is turtling up for B2. This is the exact same thing they did in the upper bracket finals.
Lil Egg going to be the pilot once again for TXD. Big task ahead for him. Going to be under fire from the LAV for almost the entirety of this game. Trying to dodge those shots while also trying to find value on the point. It's quite hard.
It does look like, by the way, AG78 Cat has marked, it could be B1 actually for a retake here. Maybe a bit aggressive. A safer, if it was an option, a safer option would be to mark B2 for a hold. Either way you look at it, they need the points. Once these points come through, it should be enough for AG78 Cat to get in his tried and true Lav or tank that he can sit on B2 with. It's his bread and butter. We've seen it over and over again. Right now, AG78 Cat is boots on the ground. He wants to be in a vehicle. Fire Cat is the one in the back lob, just trying to harry that helicopter so it can't get a crazy amount of value on B1 and B2.
Yeah, B1 is going to be captured here by TXD, and things are looking good, and this is exactly what we said earlier. But TL seemingly are only interested in capturing B2. A Luma rocket going to be coming out. It's going to be looking towards the helicopter. I would be surprised if that hits. Did not, and I think the Allure rocket actually ended up getting canceled there because that was 78 Cat that was controlling that rocket. Something happened to him that ended up getting him killed, so that rocket ended up getting destroyed midair. All right, so TL, tall task ahead. They have to hold B2. I can almost guarantee you right now for TXD, if they are not able to capture B2 before that second LAV comes online for TL, I seriously don't think they have a chance.
Zambra, a difference maker in a tank destroyer. The vehicle operator for TXD in every single map that we've seen for the last 4 days. Gonna get back, ready to go, repaired, get their engineers in tow, and then move on. Now, Romania smartly has done a lot of the same that AG78 Cat did, has marked B1 for a take right before it gets taken, and therefore will net them quite a bit of score if they're able to secure it. Here's the problem. Look at green. The perfect push at the perfect time, whether happenstance or perfectly read. They push all the way up, push back this push, and frankly, I think this is a big mistake from Romania. They just lost out on a bunch of score if TL is able to hold this here for the next minute and a half or so.
Yeah, it looks like this sort of retreat is happening, maybe a reset here for TXD, right? They got the vehicles on the back line that aren't necessarily interested in getting involved in the fray. And they kind of like backed up on B1, but now again, they're gonna try to push the defense back. Couple of lasting soldiers still here for T1, but a little bit of a squad coming in here for TXD, trying to make their way through the tent, trying to make their way onto the point. You can see a little bit of friction happening on the flag itself. Also friction happening on the other side of things. This garage means a lot to the side of TXD because that's the only way they can get their vehicles into the action.
This is as close as it goes to capturing B1 without capturing it. Armenia's got to be incredibly frustrated. That's the second time that score was abated from the command order of taking it. Barely saved by TL. I'm not sure they know how incredibly important that is. Maybe they're wagering that that's probably the case. That's probably the objective that's being marked. Asmodeus is trying to find somebody in the smoke. Unfortunately, they're behind you, big dog. TXD finding wins on the off angles. TL still holding B1.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit of a change of strategy for TL. Earlier on today, they would have just started to defend B2 and lock it down, but now they're interested in holding B1, and it is working. Already at 130 tickets here for TXD. We're 7 minutes into this match. Remember, they captured Sector A at just 2 minutes. So about 5 minutes has gone by, and they've lost almost 60 lives.
And you just saw the notification pop up top middle. We don't see it often in an esports level competition like this. failed to complete objective. They marked B1 for the taking, and they weren't able to take it by a tiny, razor-thin margin twice. That is a huge mistake from Armenia. It may not feel like a lot, but it's a lot of score that they desperately need to get more vehicles and push the advantage for the second lob.
78 Cat is literally crawling, is prone right now. The dedication and the patience to try to go ahead and sneak into the back lines in order to destroy one of those vehicles. I do believe he was eventually snuffed out right there, but seeing moments like that just speak to why he is constantly at the top of the scoreboard, willing to do the little things like that.
Willing to do the dirty work until he gets his second lob for his team. Take those. Again, this is a moment that the attackers have to cherish, and right now we're not seeing a crazy amount of value. They finally do capture B1, but they don't get the extra points for it. Legacy also joining the ranks of some of the best vehicle operators in Warfare in general right now for TXD as well. Finding some value already, shelling the point around B2. AG78 Cat now has marked an objective. I would assume this is a hold on B1, or sorry, B2, but look at B1 right now. Again, like you said, they have changed strategies. They are playing much more aggressive around B1 right now, and I think it's namely because they still don't have their second lob, and therefore, they need to pull some pressure off of B2, and one way to do that is instead of just turtling up, jump B1, force some of the attack to maintain focus there so that B2 is not inundated with personnel and vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely right. 4 vehicles to 1 right now, and oh my gosh, look at this. I'm not entirely sure what we're cooking up right now. Oh, okay. Going to the top of the crane to jump in the vehicle just a little bit early on. Now, I went ahead and called it earlier. I said if TL get that second lob online, I do not think TXD will capture B2 at all.
Here we go.
Right there, 78 Cat has jumped into that second LAV. That pretty much makes it official on my side of things for my prediction. I do not think they'll capture B2, but right now, TXD, they're starting to feel the pressure. They want to press the attack. They want to see if they can make something happen. They do have the vehicle advantage, but again, 78 Cat, hands on the steering wheel in that LAV. It's going to be tough to get past him.
Urgent deployment called from the defense. They feel the pressure. They see the numbers. AG78 Cat is making no mistakes. Not only do we have bodies on the point, we also got a strike team on the outside trying to harry these vehicles. Looking for rockets over the top. AG78 Cat is being forced indoors to help out his team. They are outnumbered right now. This urgent redeployment timer will tick up their respawn to almost instantaneously. They will win the numbers war. The question is, will they win the vehicle war when they're down in numbers? Romania and the medics are doing God's work on the point, and right now, it's going well for the attack, but I'm not sure it's enough to fully take the point.
Trying to make something right now. The urgent deployment for the defensive side has just ran out right now, so they can keep pressing the attack. The reinforcements will not be able to flood in as quickly as they have been. 78 Cat is forced to back up. Great call from Armenia right now. As soon as the urgent deployment runs out for the defensive side, he calls in his own. The attack now has to go. You've got 45 seconds to work with right here at TXD to try to make something happen. And wow, what timing is that? And Tank Destroyer shows up just in time to make this attack that much harder.
777 getting extremely aggressive with a hit-and-run strategy. Unfortunately, there's so many engineers around Zambra. It's going to be tough to take him out. AG78 is going to come in and try to play trades. Legacy is insanely weak. Zambra there to at least throw some shots down range. We've got engineers on both sides fighting for their lives on the point, but somehow the defense hold off on the onslaught of that urgent redeployment of the attack. And also, because of the urgent redeployment, we're already down to 89 lives. Vivid, you made no ball with the second lob into the mix, and now a Tank Destroyer. The defense is looking near infallible.
Yeah, I would have said they weren't getting past B2 if they just had that LAV. The Tank Destroyer on top of it is just the icing on the cake for TL. They're trying to make the pushes happen. He's making the push back with the Tank Destroyer. He's trying to push him off the point. That's going to be successful. Now 78 Cat is interested in getting involved with the LAV. Pushes through, destroys the Tank Destroyer. Now the Tank Destroyer on the side of TL pushes through as well. The LAV is down.
Perfect vehicle execution. They trade one out, but it's certainly worth it. If you notice, top right, they marked the vehicle for depth. We're losing vehicles left, right, and center, but the defense earns score for destroying that vehicle. They will be able to call in another vehicle very shortly. An extremely aggressive play from the defense pays off near perfectly yet again. And AG78 Cat says, I marked the vehicle, I will do it myself with my backup this time, but I will get the kill regardless.
LAV for the defensive side of TL. It was very low. It got destroyed. Somehow TL have lost other vehicles. As I say that, I see the respawn vehicle is actually coming in. So they've been able to refresh that. 78 Cat wants to get back to B2. Look over to the right side of your screen. You see the assault vehicle has the beacon down from the side of TXD. They're going to be able to flood the point very, very quickly, but they're going to be met with the side of the respawn beacon from the side of TL right now. The push is on. The LAV is trying to destroy the tank destroyer on the side of XD777.
No chance. Double team, you always lose.
Every time.
78 Cat plays it the same way every time because it works. Strike team on the backside, immediately sniffed out and immediately down and in trouble. Look at the swing, look at the communication from the defense to find them, rat them out, smoke them out, and then get back to the point and make sure AG78 Cat is full health. Nearly perfectly executed yet again. Another great hold on B2. It is still in jeopardy. Zambra is there with the tank, and now the helicopter is getting much more active. Top middle, 61 lives.
Guided missile?
Already
what?
A guided missile from AG78 Cat. How many kills does this guy have? Oh wait, he's racking up score from a successful objective. They take him out. Where does the missile land, and how much value does it find? Will they still hold B2 after it? Bang! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a vehicle. 78 goes down, but he gets some in revenge, and the bodies are still there. What a hold.
Legacy is on the point right now. He's trying to make something happen. So does the helicopter. I see a 4-piece in the feed from Little Egg. Finally finding some value. Legacy on the tank destroyer right now goes very, very low. Land CS is going to get credit for that. But right now, B2 is falling. A cheek in the armor. A cheek in the armor. TXD actually capture B2.
Perfect beacon. While 9 were dead from the missile, they all respawn in the point at the perfect time to capture the sector, folks. In any other match, we would say the defense is winning. And I am still in that train of thought, but this is the first time TL has been pushed all the way back to Sector C. It is possible to beat them. Let's see what TXD can do now, especially still with the helicopter alive. Holy cow, what a sequence.
A chance like we saw earlier today as well on this sector to just blow up one of these points if we have the guided missiles to back it up. I don't know how 78 Cat had enough score right there for a guided missile. We were only like 14 minutes in. We've seen him do work, but that much?
He's been 100% with his objectives. Yeah, 100%. That's so much score. There's a reason he's the top average scorer in this competition by a country mile.
The attack now is on, as you can see right now. The first main focus for the side of TXD, they've got to blow these buildings up. They got to make the holds very apparent. The defense gets a little weaker.
Wow.
And Blink, and you might have missed it, Nail 2G alongside a couple of other Alurus are able to find one of those very important vehicles that was actually defending C2. Wow. We have seen incredible defenses on this map on C2 with the backup of vehicles. Losing that right there is very tough. TXD right now have a big opportunity.
They have to get so aggressive right now, and they know it. Look at this tank.
Look at that.
Going to try
Look
to
at
down AG78 Cat and getting him very weak. Ooh. Bang! Answered in kind. It was 777 in the tank destroyer. AG78 Cat says, do not touch my friend. See you later.
Red all over C1 though, almost entirely. 78 Cat now backed all the way up into the spawn, under pressure from the tank on the side of TXD, trying to make sure that LAV can stay alive so that way it can get on the C2 and resume the defense. It successfully does so. That is big for the side of TL. Now, the tank destroyer trying to punish the tank for being all the way up here, but no, flip the script. The tank destroyer is punished. Little Egg in the helicopter once again.
AG-78 Cat, the last remaining vehicle for TL on C2. Things are looking dire for a team that has yet to drop a map. Oak knows it, pushing the equation with the help of the tank. AG-78 Cat in deep trouble, and Oak is finding so many kills. He won't fall yet, but one Illusion rocket, one grenade, one shot from the helicopter.
Wow!
He goes down. A great trade if you're a TXD fan. TL now in deep trouble. The foothold has been found at C1. It has been fully captured. An artillery barrage likely landing on the backside of C2. This could be the push TXD needs to win this map and break a perfect streak from TL. It seems like they have learned something here, Vivid.
C1 is entirely captured right now. They're feeling the pressure. They want to press the advantage. Romania calls in the urgent deployment now. C2 is almost neutralized. There are no vehicles available for the side of TL. That is a very pivotal mistake. How they have lost those, I do not know.
They're going to try to trade out C1 for C2. Unfortunately, there's a lot of bodies in a tank at C1. Good luck, my friends. They are getting mowed down right now. The helicopter's still in the skies. Finishes off another vehicle. TL can't catch a break. C1 still in control with a couple bodies on the point length, trying to fight for his team, trying to be the hero, and trying to hold on. There are still so many lives for this TXD team. With an urgent deployment coming in, they're trying to seal the deal. 90% and counting on both points. A strategic beacon down for defense. The last chance. Can TL lose a map? TXD have done it. They have won map 1. TL are no longer infallible. They are beatable, and now their back is against the wall. TXD win map 1 and set up for their very first World Championship. Job is not done, but they've got the lead and they've got the momentum.
TXD completely, entirely flipped the script. We thought we were going to be heading out of the venue fast after we saw that TL was going to be our next matchup. What about a 17-minute attack from TXD on the TL on Threshold? They just lost in this exact same way earlier, and revenge is halfway secured.
Listen.
TXD goes, look like a completely different team.
Listen, it started off, look at these highlights, okay? It started off the exact same way we saw the upper brackets play out. They almost give them, it's not giving, but it feels that way, giving A. The difference here on B is that TL decided to play much more aggressive around B1. I actually think that strategy worked. You know what the main difference is? You remember when we talked about TXD saying they had one big mistake? You remember what that mistake was? They lost the helicopter out of playing too aggressive. Once the helicopter was down, TL basically won the map on these points. And so that's the main difference I'm paying attention to. Little Egg found so much value. TL had crazy plays like this, which is the same thing they did in the upper bracket, but because the helicopter was harrying the back line, they just ran out of juice. And this guided missile was sick. It nearly saved the day, but TXD, again, clutch in a pinch, get the beacon down after the missile, watch all these people die, AG-78 picks them all up, vehicle goes down as well, but that beacon lands and everybody respawns, and then we get to see, it felt like TL couldn't breathe because they start losing some of these vehicle fights with the helicopter cleaning everybody and all vehicles up. It is Little Egg's world and we are living in it when he's got a heli like that.
I'm not sure if Little Egg will have the most score. I'm not sure if I'll have the most kills. I'm not sure if I'll have the most assists. I'm not sure if I'll have the most anything. I don't care what the MVP graphic is going to say. I want MVP Little Egg to be known. Let's take a look at how it all broke down. Whistly over there picked up 51 kills. Were we even watching the same game? When did that happen?
Whistly was definitely slaying out plenty of assists as well. We take a look down this list. Here's my GOAT Little Egg, 21 kills. Vehicle destruction, only 25.
Dude.
Just some really hitting moments. I mean, the guy came in as a clutch hitter and knocked it out of the park. I don't know what to tell you. Really well done from everybody on both sides. Yet again, CVVT picking up a crazy amount of revives. And also, let me be very clear about something. Not only 51 kills in 16, 17 minutes, AG78 Cat still had the highest score in the lobby by over 10K. He is perfect as a commander. This time, it just really felt like the team couldn't catch a moment to breathe. And that's less of a mistake from TL and more of a benefit of what TXT has been able to learn and do. They know when they've got momentum, they have to swing for the fences. We are only hitting homers. You've got to just close your eyes and swing as hard as you possibly can, and that's exactly what TXT did.
I've got to say, you know, we have watched a lot of warfare. I'll return to my point in just a second. Again, over 400 total kills, a lot of assists, a lot of vehicles being destroyed. I'm happy to go ahead and mention that because I want to return to my point on the fact that I wanted to talk about vehicle destruction. TXT, every single time that they come up, after I watched them in quarterfinals on day number 1, I knew and I said and I evaluated their gameplay there, and I was like, they're very, very good in the vehicle category, at destroying them, at controlling the map with them. I don't think, I'm sure it's been very close. This is a bold statement for me, but I don't think we have seen in any of the games we've watched so far complete and utter vehicle domination like that. After B2 fell, everything was getting blown up at the blink of an eye in favor of TXT. It was complete and utter domination, and to put an absolute exclamation point on that, it was against TL.
Yeah. And frankly, I think that's not a bad thought. I think you're probably right. Maybe aside from some of the quarterfinal games that were steamrolls, but I agree. They really did win the second half of that. But as much as it feels like TXT dominated that entire map, during B2, man, we were singing TL's praises. AG78 Cat,
it looked good.
Triple J or 777, disgusting. Perfect trades yet again, as always. Everything was near flawless. The one problem was that the helicopter couldn't be stopped, and they pinned perfect aggression from TXT to pick up AG78 Cat there at the final moment of B2. Even though the missile cleaned up half the lobby, it was actually better that half the lobby died because they were able to use the beacon. Here's a quick look at the MVP. Well earned, by the way. Obviously, Little Egg and MVP in our hearts, but Whistly earned this MVP. 51 kills for this team.
I don't know where.
Crushed it, man.
Dude,
was flying on the map. 51 total kills, 37 assists. Really putting in a ton of work on the map. And a big reason why this team was able to win map 1. Listen, it's Threshold. We are back at it again. And now TL, for the very first time, have their backs against the wall, my man. I don't think anybody expected this necessarily. Maybe chat did, kind of, depending on how these next couple go. Here's a look at the best squad, though. Again, this is the slaying squad that we've been talking about. This time, a lot of assists from Whistly 2, but also VK picking up 48 assists. Kun PC picking up 39 assists is insane. And then Winner picking up 32 kills. A really strong squad yet again.
Incredible stuff. What an upset, I would call that right there. It's only game number 1, and we still got a series on our hands. But TXT got to be feeling pretty confident, right? The fact that they went ahead and pulled Threshold, we were up here, we were griping about it. We were like, oh my gosh, we've got to watch this again. But it is seriously giving TXT the opportunity to study, to get familiar with this matchup. And I think that's the difference maker, right? If you want to go ahead and point it back at that interview that Goj keeps bringing up, right? Hey, listen, we made one small little mistake when we did lose to TL earlier on. If it was any other map, I mean, they don't directly have something to go ahead and fix, right? Because it's going to play completely differently. Well, they know how that was going to play out. They knew exactly what they needed to fix, and it worked out in their favor.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think having the experience of playing this team and watching this team on this map over and over again is such a big benefit for your game. I think watching that one back, and I'm sure they did, they know that they needed to play more aggressive. Of course, as a reminder, yes, it is still Threshold. We'll be swapping sides, and it is only a single best of 3. TXD hold on C1 or C2 or Sector B or Sector A. They win not only this match, they win the entire tournament. There's no best of 5, there is no bracket reset. This is it, folks. A big moment for both teams. TL, for the first time, feeling the pressure. And I'm wondering, with this pressure, Will it make them a better team, or will they start to crumble now that they finally have lost a map?
I'm a little bit worried for TL here. I was thinking about it. I was like, well, how did the attack go last time for TL? And remember, I was kind of calling them out. I was like, hey, listen, TXD, they were actually counter-shredding. They were very well prepared for everything that TL was about to throw at them because they had the opportunity to watch how TL did things on Threshold against DNI just a day before that. So TXD, you know what's coming. They know exactly what TL are going to want to do. Even though they did know prior earlier today, it didn't work. But I think now with a little bit of confidence, they went from a team that lost, what, 3 games in a row, or just earlier today, and now they're a team that has won 3 games in a row. Completely flipped sides here. As you can see right here, real quick for the side of TXD, they're going to make a sub.
It's Little Egg out.
Little Egg is out.
Helicopter operator, especial. They said, well done, my friend, you did your job.
Fine. Fine, I'll allow it.
Remember, though, Medics, you remember Medics' role was a top support for this team.
Okay.
Had well over 130 revives in their nail-biting victory over DNI in a single map, on that Ascension map. Medics is a big, big key role on their defensive side to keep boots on the ground, keep people alive. I like this swap a lot when you know that you won't have anybody in the air. Bring in somebody else that will help with boots on the ground.
All right. TL, no matter what happens, is officially no longer undefeated. They can still win. If they do win, they're going to have to do it in a tiebreaker. And I'm not going to lie, since it does have to be done on the attacking side of things, just speaking this into existence if it does happen, that was a very fast attack on the side of TXD, right? 17 minutes. Yeah. So how that tiebreaker will work if they do successfully capture C1 and T2, it'll go to whoever took the shortest amount of time to attack. TXD have a good claim to that title as it currently stands. I wouldn't be surprised if TL was able to pull up a very fast attack, but TXD know exactly what they have to do. First and foremost, they of course want to win this game. They want to end it 2-0. They want to be the champions of the DFIW. They want to take home $60,000. They also know that they just have to hold TL worst case for a little bit longer than it took them to attack. And then they'll go in to that tiebreaker a little bit of a leg up.
That's right. That's right. We'll break it all down if that ends up happening, folks. But again, anything could happen. TXD could win it all right here. We just have to defend on Threshold. Now, we need to take a breath here for a moment because we know that when there are substitutes, the audience is so live for this grand finals. When there are substitutes, oftentimes it will take a little while. They got to get their settings right. They got to get everything correct. So let's take a breather. What do you think of Threshold after watching it 7 times? Sorry, 7 best of 3s, so almost 14 times. What do you think?
I feel like I've seen something different. Even though I've watched it a lot, I've seen something different every single time.
Yeah.
It's great to see. I feel like the one thing that is pretty standard is that LAV on the defensive side just always backs up and tries to hold off the helicopter.
Yeah, and the push on A has been mostly standardized after the first couple weird pushes. I think it's a good shout. I am curious about this A hold. If it's the exact same deal, we think that this A hold will be very quick. And the meaning A will be taken very quick.
Yeah. I swear, it just looks like TL is interested on the defense of just giving it up.
Yeah.
They're a good enough team to hold A for a little bit, but
yeah, I mean, juice just might not be worth the squeeze, frankly. Like, you don't want to invest too much.
Both games, TXD walked away out of A after they attacked. with like 179 tickets. Like they literally didn't lose any.
Yeah.
Like that has to mean that they're kind of just interested in giving it up for
but again,
poor reason.
But again, you take it at 178 tickets, or you take it at 121 tickets, you're still going to have 180 going into the next map.
You just have less
into the
score.
next sector. You're going to have a lot more score if you last until 120.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's why they want to give it up.
Yeah.
So that way the attack doesn't get score, you know what I mean? But there's layers to it, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, defense would get scored too. It's kind of just a wash in my opinion, but a lot of what ifs, a lot of conjectures. I mean, players aren't even in their seats, folks. We're not starting. Oh, we are starting 2 minutes. What the heck? I'm blind.
Dude.
Brickbat, dude. I was watching that guy talk. It must have been their coach or their sub or somebody. That's wild. All right. Totally wipe that from your memory, folks. This is it. This is the grand finals. This could be the last map, or it could be the penultimate map. Those are our only options. Single best of 3 here in the grand finals, and we got a great crowd. And I want to say, actually, some of our local casters up there that aren't on set now. Audience is getting loud right now. Again, I think everybody just wants to see a great game. I would love to see it go to game 3. Predictions completely out the door. We're already wrong.
We are silly.
Listen. History usually repeats itself. Not today. I guess it does. We're playing Threshold for the 7th time. Oh, man. All right. 60 seconds. Listen, I think main things here to watch out for, as per the usual. Helicopter. How much value? Is it alive going into Sector C? Big difference maker. Remember, that helicopter alive in Sector C literally won them the match. Nobody could hold on the crane. Nobody could hold those high ground positions. Immediately dead. So because of that, they had to back up to the actual points themselves, and they couldn't get a vehicle on the ground to save their life. So this helicopter will be everything. I would even venture to say TL will prioritize the helicopter staying alive over finding any value till the very, very end.
They've got good pilots. They really do on the side of TL. They've got good everything. That's why we thought the odds were stacked against them.
As a reminder, AG-78 Cat is their main pilot. However, he will not start in the helicopter. He will likely start on the ground first. But hey, it's all what ifs, it's all conjecture. Whatever their main strategy was, didn't work last map, so maybe they change it up this map. Here we go, folks. Could be the last map of the day, could be the last map of a long 4-day, $200,000 competition. Teng Long on the attack. If you see red, it's gonna be TL, and their backs certainly are against the wall. TXD got a little room to work, folks, and on the defense, they gotta hold anywhere, at any sector, at any point.
All right, here we go. It's gonna be decided on Threshold if we close things early. If we go to a tiebreaker game number 3, the Rising Dragon has to rise to the occasion and return to form. They've got to attack against the very, very eager TXD. It's going to be Threshold. The onslaught towards A is a very quick one. The building gets blown to shreds. The Palace, sometimes a false sense of security. And a thing that I am immediately noticing, I have no idea why. I don't think anybody for TXD is in an LAV. There it goes. Now they're in it.
Helicopter, timid to take to the skies. All we're worried about is just picking up A as fast as humanly possible. It doesn't seem like either team wants to fight on A. They're just going to scramble, get in a little scuffle. Should see A fall fairly quickly based on what we've seen in the past. AG-78 Cat in 777 going to make sure of that the best they can. Assault vehicle, 1 HP and a dream on the backside. Tank destroyer moving into the point. Tank destroyer actually gets pretty low. Going to have to back up. Get it into the neutral zone. Oh my gosh, almost picked it. It's so low. Engineers getting ripped apart.
Engineers on the side there, they do go down. Good cover.
Yeah, that was a nice save. That was almost really bad for the attackers.
A little bit more interested, a little bit more of an investment here from TXD to try to defend this point. They are getting a little bit overwhelmed as the tank destroyer in the hands of XD777 is going to be rejoining the battle here. Keep your eye on the engineers. The rockets are going to start flying towards that tank destroyer to see if they can make something work. A little bit of
In the fountain.
sneaky play from the fountain. They're going to be snuffed out though, and
Nice.
Sector A goes very, very similar to how it just went. Sub 2 minutes for TL right there.
Yet again, another free A point. Basically just seeing if either side will make a big mistake. Very similar play as expected. Firecat actually up in the helicopter rather than AG-78 Cat. AG-78 Cat does not start in the copter. May not actually ever get up to the copter for now. Could spawn up there though. Firecat and AG-78 Cat are in the same squad. So could trade that out as needed. Full lives going into Sector B as expected.
TXD, they've got TL feeling a little bit uncomfortable right now. They did not go for their strategy, their patented strategy, where they take the helicopter as soon as A is captured over to that LAV and try to blow it up. They didn't do it. They know TXD know about it, so much so that they were not interested. They are interested though in capturing B1 very, very swiftly.
Yeah, it's a nice hold here from the defense for the most part. Post Sui doing crazy things in the Tempest there. Gonna see some rockets go over the top at least to harry some of these vehicles who are way back there. The lob is on the back side of C1, by the way, way far back. Gonna make sure it has an entrance into a building just in case we have a strike team coming out of a helicopter trying to drop on top of us. See, our attacking vehicles are pretty far back as well for now. A nice retake and a nice hold from the defense. Very similar to what we saw last map. Attacker's gonna try to regroup, reassess the fight, maybe from a different angle, or just stack up, wait for the revive, and all push together. Lost about 20 lives for a little bit of action on B1. With a bit more of a foothold here with the helicopter over the top, now getting extremely aggressive, dodging missiles left, right, and center. Listen, one well-placed AT4, and all of a sudden this map changes. AG-78 Cat getting really aggressive on the backside, was maybe looking for where this lob was, dropped out of the helicopter. Like I said, he may keep doing this because he can drop out of that helicopter. He's in the same squad as Firecat. They saw him go in here, and I don't think he's gonna win a 1v3. Hardly can win a 1v1 in that time. But definitely watch out for what AG-78 Cat's able to do with some very interesting flanks, being able to parachute in.
Urgent deployment now, called in for 78 Cat. A little bit of frustration maybe after going down right now. Did mark B1, so they want to make something happen, so that way they can ramp up. But a strike squad finds their way through the line of the attack, and they take out one of the vehicles.
Dropping some help in. John comes through from the skies. Vehicle's going down, but B1 is marked with urgent deployment active. B1, I assume B1 is the one that's marked. I can't imagine it's B2. They're skipping B1, defense spawning behind them, and they are swarming for B2. There's a chance B2 was marked, and this is an insane read from the attack if that's the case. They're gonna try to early trade this B sector point. There's only a few bodies that are green on B2.
Yeah, nah, it looks like this is a great call coming out from TL, right? 78 Cat, remember, he went into B2, he went into the garage. He saw for himself a little scouting report. Hey,
yeah,
listen,
true.
The defenses, they're a little bit weak right now. Why don't we just go ahead and fly on in and skip over B1? Where are the defenses? Where are TXD? I don't see them making any sort of plays. Now, they're gonna try to get into B2, but with no help for any of the vehicles on either side, this is gonna be extremely hard.
This is a crazy push. Defense is gonna have to swarm the point right now, and they've gotta swarm B2. B1's gonna be free with just one person capturing it. Everybody else trying to push to B2. It is completely congested. All defenders onto B2 to hold. They got them right where they wanted. We'll see if this is a successful objective getting B1. Maybe it was a bait and switch the entire time, or maybe it was just a test to see if the defense was really worth their merit. Regardless of the way you look at it, B1 is now in control for the first time of the attackers, and they've got bodies inside the garage. Certainly a net victory for the attack, and they're still getting kill after kill. These medics doing so much work to keep people on the point. Talk about a value of a medic, my goodness. B2 continues to showcase the best medics in the game. The helicopter getting extremely aggressive right now, trying to punish Oak for overextending.
Yeah, remember, because the attack is coming in towards B2, one of the big defenses for that sector. Wait a minute, helicopter's down!
No.
Helicopter's down!
What happened? I think I saw Legacy picking it up.
I saw a rocket symbol, an Alluru rocket symbol. Did an ult from Alluru just take out the helicopter?
No way.
The attack falls apart.
Folks, we may have missed it briefly, but the entire game has changed. With the helicopter down, we have plenty of time, 121 lives, but we have no air support. What this means is twofold. One, B sector is going to be difficult because this backside lob, can get much more aggressive. Nobody's going to jump out of the sky and blow them up. Secondly, and the thing I'm most worried about, Vivid, is Sector C. If Sector B eventually falls to TL, it is not a sure thing that they can keep their momentum up going into Sector C without a helicopter. What happened?
You're worried about Sector C, I'm worried about B2 because now that LAV with no helicopter in the sky does not have to sit all the way in the back, does not have to be a nuisance to that. It can get involved into the action. We were talking about this last game. As soon as an LAV is able to just sit on this point in this garage, it is extremely hard for the attack to actually find a way in. As you can see here, 78 Cat is trying to make something happen with the attack destroyer, but TXD, they go ahead, they return fire. Vehicle warfare is in their hands.
Defense is holding on with nearly their entire team square onto the point. There's no way this is going to tick down towards the attackers at all. Lob getting aggressive, picking up a few, and backing off. Smart. This is the first time in a while this match that I've seen TXD be this disciplined. There's been several times throughout the course of this competition where they get over-aggressive, overstay, and get punished for it. This match, they've been nearly perfect. They've been so disciplined. They've been much more hit and run. Very impressive stuff, and I am only seeing green in the kill feed. Finally, we get another vehicle here for TXD, and it takes a couple shots, but it's not enough to take it down.
Yeah, 78 Cat was trying to take it out as it was coming down. Again, trying to do it all himself.
Copy.
So now, two defensive vehicles online. That is going to be extremely hard to break through as the attack now recovers a little bit in terms of the vehicle game. They got the LAV online, but is it too little, too late? TL have 90 tickets to work with. AG 78 Cat is going to be marking the objective there to try to pick up a little bit extra score to help them spawn more in.
That's right. The attack, I believe, have marked B1 for a hold. The defense have marked B2 for a hold, if I saw that correctly, which means both teams will earn extra score if each team maintains position. This might be a small stalemate for a moment. Another strike team, this time getting snipped out early enough that 777 can just clean them all up. Gonna keep that lob alive. Both teams gonna slow things down here for a moment, make sure they secure the score they get from marking this objective. This may net another vehicle per side, pending how much money they've already spent, how much score they've spent on the vehicles they currently have.
3, 1, 2, 3 vehicles, count them on the side of TXD. How do you break through? Your helicopter has been soiled. You've only got one vehicle left alive that is currently getting pressured constantly by a strike team from ATPB.
Vehicle drop to designated location.
Slow and steady as expected. Commanders of both teams saying protect our point. That is the only thing that matters. We need the score. So slow and steady is the race for now, and hardly a life lost on the attacking side. We're going to get back to critical mass. We're going to work together. Some arbitrary trading of blows. Medics doing their work. Trying to find a weakness in this TXD defense is going to be very difficult.
Again, there it is.
TXD found an angle to try to make a strike. They've got
Rockets
several
connect.
this way, man. They connect on so many rockets. 777 in trouble.
Wow.
777 go down from the commander himself. Ruminia find the shot over the top of the Alluru rocket. Both sides, you saw that command objective success. Both sides hold. both sides earn score, this will net something big, whether it's a team strategic beacon, whether it's an urgent deployment, or whether it's more vehicles. Whatever it is, this will be a big win for both sides, which is a net positive for a defense that is up right now.
78 Cat is now trying to clear out this team that's been over here. He successfully does so. NTPP squad is finally cut down. I can almost guarantee you, Blink, and they'll be back over there very, very shortly, trying to pass through these vehicles. Once again, I feel like for the side of TL, they have not made it through the garage at all. B2 is seemingly impenetrable. TXD could win a championship if they hold B2.
A big hold, frankly. Not only because they can win here, but even if they just last a little while longer, Sector C is going to be nearly impossible for even a team like TL to push through without their helicopter in the skies. AG-78 Cat, 777, we've seen these two in lobs do unspeakable things, create miracles, and it looks like an artillery barrage coming down with several strike teams on the outside, making sure that the miracle will not happen on threshold. AG-78 Cat pops out as many engineers as you can count on 2 hands. They clean everybody up and they prepare to move on to the point. They know their last big push is coming very soon.
But look at this. The whole team of TXD, because of the efforts of one squad, called pretty much the entirety of TL over there to go ahead and handle them. And in the meantime, they just said, all right, we'll take B1. We'll take B1 with the whole dang team.
I don't actually know if I like it. It's gonna go open a window of opportunity to get to B2. Oh no, it won't! Not when there's mines on the ground that we don't find. Oh my goodness, that might be one of the few nails in the coffin that TXD needed to put TL away. We've got urgent redeployment from the attacking side. They need it desperately, and they're rushing B2 because this defense is spread thin between both points.
Look at this, NTPP is back once again, his whole squad. They keep getting over there. How? How do they keep getting to that position?
No
the
way.
Silver Rockets come in, thanks to the efforts of NTPP and his squad. The vehicle is very low, one rocket does it, and yeah, TL, go ahead, take B1 back. No, never mind, it's actually going in favor of TXD. They're trying to push towards B2. They're met with those 3 vehicles that they probably haven't seen in about 5 minutes because they've just been trying to deal with the one squad from TXD that has been blowing up their vehicles the whole dang time.
40 lives remaining, and we reset an entire sector. B1, B2 in complete control. The last vehicles for the attacking side. Tank destroyer, Lav versus 3. A miracle here in Threshold. A miracle is needed for TXD, and it is needed very soon.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what they can do at this point. I don't know what happened to TXD from just 2 matches ago where they got stomped 2-0. I talked about it. The potential for a revenge arc from them, taking down the Titans of TL. They're about 30 lives away, 30 tickets separating them. 78 Cat, as the commander, is trying to get active with the tank destroyer now. He goes ahead, he rolls up into the garage. He's met with heavy resistance. Now they're good on the offensive. They're not interested in holding this one out. They don't want to wait any longer. They want to be champions.
Vehicle after vehicle, death after death. The door beginning to be closed on TL. History in the making for TXD. A sea of green and a scattering of red. This is looking inevitable at this point. Vivid, I cannot believe it. TXD is looking like they will 2-0 TL on main. They have a Lav, and I don't even know if it's a dream. This feels like a nightmare for TL.
Complete and utter darkness. No light at the end of the tunnel right now. For lack of a better way to say it, they have nothing going for them. Nothing has worked. TXD scared them into switching things up after they faced off earlier today. And after adjustments from TL themselves, they have been stopped at the forefront.
Here we go. A beacon down for Kiss Shot. A last hope and a prayer, and 16 Uluru Rockets trying to change the fate of TL. Artillery barrage on the outside of B2 likely to dissuade any push up to the main point that they know they won't lose. The only hope of TL is to try to force us into overtime, and the commander Romania is going to drop a guided missile square on their foreheads.
A little bit of a parting gift from the commander himself. You've got 8 tickets remaining here. Hold this as it picks up just one, but that one's gonna hurt.
To get in overtime, we have to have a contested B2. Everybody knows it, the defense knows it. They've got their vehicles playing slow on the backside.
Trying to make something happen, but it's a little too late.
As Modi is picking up a triple. Unfortunately, it's too late indeed, Vivid. AG78 Cat and 777 gonna have to get insanely aggressive right here with 5 lives remaining. B1 contested, B2 completely untouched. All the engineers scattered, trying to figure out how do we work. This is it, the final push. It is over, folks. On the same map, against the same opponent. TXD say not today. Revenge is a dish best served cold, but today it's as hot as can be. It wasn't even close. TXD are your DFIW 2025 champions.
What more would it take to convince you they deserved it? Sure, they didn't go undefeated. Sure, they went through a couple of more matches than TL had to go through. Sure, they lost one along the way. But when it mattered most, in the last match of this entire event, they were there, looking up towards the top of the mountain, and TL stood up there, and man, did they knock them right off.
2-0. Are you kidding me? Both fantastic teams, man. Talk about resilience. It's a word I use in this competition so many times. Remember the moment when they lose the first map to DNI, their heads hang low. You look back on that moment, and now your head is up high. We shake the hands of our opponents because, frankly, TL certainly earned the respect of everybody in this competition. An unbelievable team who was perfect on this entire tournament until finally the grand finals they met their match. Aim Bobo, the first in the list here of many from TL who have made history with some of the greatest games of warfare here in Delta Force we've ever seen. TL, an unbelievable team with an incredible commander, AG78 Cat, changed the game, folks. You can see him there at the end of the list of many. All of these names, all of these handshakes, I know it's all sincere. Both teams with so much respect for each other. Trading wins back and forth. An absolutely insane tournament. And a fantastic way to end this competition. There's no question about it.
TXD. Absolutely incredible to overcome all of the odds. Had to beat DNI earlier in map 3 on a tiebreaker that went down to the final second, the final moment, the guided missile. That's what got them here into this championship match. And to be ice cold after all of that, incredible.
The team surrounds the trophy. They're taking home some incredible hardware. And they've also won $60,000 as a team. It took every member, it took substitutes, staff, coaches, everybody to get to this moment. TXD got revenge, but more than that, they earned a championship trophy and a championship title that they can be proud of. TXD, your DFIW 2025 champions in Hanoi, Vietnam.
Handing the trophy around, making sure everybody gets their hands on that thing. For good reason. They all deserve it. They all worked hard for it. One way or another, they were a part of that victory. Whether it was that single assist you picked up all the way over there in the left corner that is not even near the point. Whether you were part of those big plays being made to destroy the vehicles time and
Để
time
chúc
again.
mừng cho nhà vô địch của Delta Force Invitational 2025. Xin được chúc mừng cho Tuxedo NXG.
Congratulations, Visual World Champion Tuxedo NXG!
Họ đã trải qua một chặng đường rất dài để đến với chức vô địch năm nay. Quả thật là một kỳ tích khi đi lên từ nhánh thua và đánh bại Thong Long ở vị trí cuối cùng để trở thành đội tuyển mạnh nhất. Một hành trình kỳ tích. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Tuxedo NXG.
They made a miracle happen every single time. They have conquered the mountains finally.
Và ngay bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với lễ trao giải Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare. Và xin được mời nhà vô địch của chúng ta, đội tuyển Tuxedo NXG sẽ ở trên sân khấu và các bạn sẽ nhận được phần thưởng trị giá 60.000 đô cho chức vô địch của mùa giải năm nay.
And now everybody, let's move on to the Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare Awards ceremony. Let's welcome the champion to the stage and they will receive a prize of $60,000.
Xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Shadow, giám đốc sản phẩm Delta Force sẽ lên sân khấu để trao giải cho đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất của chúng ta tại mùa giải năm nay, Tuxedo NXG.
Please welcome Mr. Shadow, Delta Force Game Director, to the stage to present an award for the best team in this tournament.
xin được mời ông Shadow cũng sẽ nán lại sân khấu để cùng chụp một bức hình để ghi lại khoảnh khắc đáng nhớ này cùng với nhà vô địch của chúng tôi.
We kindly invite Mr. Shadow remain on stage for the photos with the champion.
Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho ngôi vương của Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair, Tuxedo NXG.
Once again, meet your world champion, Tuxedo NXG.
Và xin được cảm ơn ông Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Shadow.
Và bây giờ thì chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu và xin được mời Commander của Tuxedo NXG đó là Rumina sẽ ở lại sân khấu để chúng ta cùng chia sẻ cảm xúc của mình sau khi có được ngôi vô địch năm nay.
Standing next to us, the Commander Rumina. Next will be the interview.
Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng đến ngay với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu cùng với Rumina, Commander của Tuxedo NXG. Xin chào Rumina, Sawadika. Các bạn đã vượt qua một hành trình phải nói là rất tuyệt vời. Không biết là lúc này cảm xúc của bạn như thế nào sau khi đã trở thành nhà vô địch đầu tiên của giải đấu quốc tế Delta Force?
You have been through an amazing journey. How does it feel to you to be the very first champion of the competition?
รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้คว้าแชมป์
Hiện tại mình và team rất là vui mừng sau khi mà tụi mình giành được chức vô địch của giải năm nay ạ.
ก็อยากจะขอบคุณทุกๆคนนะครับที่ร่วมทางกันมาทั้งหมดเลยเพลเยอร์ของทีมผม
Và mình muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả mọi người đã ở trong team, tất cả mọi người đã chiến đấu hết mình để cho chiến thắng ngày hôm nay.
I am so happy to be the first champion, and I would like to say thank you to all the supporters that support us all the way from the winning.
Vậy thì không biết là trong xuyên suốt trận đấu vừa qua, theo bạn đâu là yếu tố then chốt đã giúp cho các bạn vượt qua đối thủ mạnh như là Thăng Long?
Okay, so the next question will be, what will be the key factor in winning this championship for you?
Tôi ว่าไม่ว่าจะเป็นปัญหาอะไรนะครับที่เราเจอเราผ่านไปด้วยกันครับก็เลยผ่านมาแล้วก็ชนะมาได้ครับผม
Mình nghĩ cái điều quan trọng nhất để khiến cho team mình có thể giành chiến thắng ngày hôm nay đó là tụi mình đồng hành cùng với nhau, làm gì cũng làm với chung với nhau, cùng nhau đi đến kết quả của ngày hôm nay ạ.
I think the most important thing that we are work well together, we communicate all together well, and the strong spirit all together to make us a champion.
Quả thực là một tinh thần tuyệt vời khi các bạn đã làm nên một điều mà có lẽ là nhiều người không đoán được vì các bạn đã vượt qua một đối thủ rất mạnh được đánh giá cao như là Thăng Long. Vậy thì câu hỏi số 3, bạn có muốn nhắn nhủ một điều gì đó tới những fan hâm mộ đã luôn ủng hộ các bạn ở quê nhà cũng như là những fan hâm mộ đã đến đây để cổ vũ cho bạn ngày hôm nay?
Okay, so the last question will be anything that want to share to all of your fans who support you and your team always.
ก็ผมอยากจะขอบคุณเพื่อนนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นเพื่อนในทีมอื่นหรือจะเป็นเพื่อนที่อยู่ในทีมเราแต่ไม่ได้มาแข่งนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นนาคิเยสกองโฟนะครับจากเกาหลีแล้วก็เพื่อนๆ RQ7 ซินนะครับผมแล้วก็ทีม RLF และฟินโลไฟครับต้องขอบคุณมากครับที่เราร่วมซ้อมกันมาตลอดกว่าจะมาถึงสเตจนี้
Mình muốn cảm ơn những người bạn đã cùng đồng hành với mình cũng như là những người bạn ở trong team của tụi mình. Ngoài ra mình cũng muốn cảm ơn những team đã cùng đồng hành với mình các bạn ở những team khác đã hỗ trợ mình trong quá trình mà tập luyện để giúp chúng mình có chiến thắng ngày hôm nay.
I would like to say thank you to all of my friends who walked all the long way to the championship with me. And I would like to say thank you to all the other teams who would just help us, practice with us, and got us strong and got to be the champions today. I would like to say thank you to everyone.
Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn Romina với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu vừa rồi. Và xin được chúc mừng một lần nữa cho ngôi vô địch rất xứng đáng và rất cảm xúc đến từ Tuxedo NXG.
Congratulations again to Tuxedo NXG. That will be the end of the interview. Thank you for joining us.
Và như vậy là chặng đường của Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare cũng đã chính thức khép lại. Một lần nữa chúng tôi xin được cảm ơn tất cả các bạn khán giả đã cùng cháy hết mình tại Hanoi, Việt Nam để cổ vũ cho các đội tuyển của chúng tôi trên sân khấu này. Cũng như là các bạn khán giả đã theo dõi trên màn hình livestream suốt 4 ngày thi đấu vừa qua. Và cũng xin chúc cho những đội tuyển của chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục giữ vững được phong độ, giữ vững được tinh thần nhiệt huyết cùng với eSports Delta Force để quay trở lại thật mạnh mẽ trong mùa giải sau.
Ladies and gentlemen, our journey here comes to an end. We would love to express our sincere gratitude to all the viewers and teams who come together, made this tournament possible. We wish you, the teams and the players, good health, continued enthusiasm, and even more success in the future.
Còn bây giờ thì xin chào và hẹn gặp lại!
Goodbye everyone, we see you in the next season!
No retreat. Strike back and take our objective. This is our final stand. We must defend the position at all costs.